Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 4th, Chapter 137, Prosperous Wedding, Lovers in the World Finally Get Married. Chapter 137. Well, sometimes I have to envy Danzo. Miss Uchiha, the princess of the Uzumaki family, two peerless beauties are willing to marry her, and they are willing to serve her husband together. Uchiha Kagami sighed helplessly looking at the closed door. There is envy in the words, full of sourness. Indeed, this kind of beauty is really enviable and a little crazy, because she is the eldest lady of the two clans, and she is willing to marry someone who would have thought of such a result. It can be said that being able to achieve this level has surpassed everyone, and it is impossible for anyone to do it. Why, Jing, do you also want to enjoy the blessings of being equal to others? Akamaki on the side joked after seeing his appearance. After all, his tone obviously meant the 26, which also made Akamaki find some fun in taking the wind. Hey, you fellow, stop slandering people, that's not what I meant. Uchiha Kagami suddenly became anxious, and hurriedly retorted with a red face. Because he is carrying a marriage contract, and his family has made a marriage contract for him since he was a child. It will be troublesome if the fiancé hears about it. Ha ha ha, you are too timid. Everyone laughed, but the smiles on their faces didn't mean any ridicule, it was just a joke among the companions. And just as the few people continued to chat happily, the door was opened, and everyone held their breath at this moment, waiting for the three newcomers who walked into the door. His eyes were full of anticipation, and his face was full of blessings. Gradually, three figures appeared in everyone's sight. Shimura Danzō walked slowly, and on his left and right sides were two brides, and the three of them held hands and never let go. At this moment, the sound of blessings poured in like a tide, and everyone was blessing the three newcomers. Under the light, the delicate faces of the two girls, who have applied a little makeup, are as beautiful and moving as a 9-day fairy descending to earth. Good, so beautiful. Is this a fairy? At this moment, everyone was shocked by Uchiha Juri and Uzumaki Lingshui, and they couldn't even believe the scene in front of them. Uchiha Zili's white wedding dress, the veil is floating, and the skirt that falls to the ground casts a sense of fairy air on her. There are countless small diamonds dotted on the wedding dress, and when they move slightly, they sparkle with dazzling light, making people breathless. The long purple hair that is usually scattered on the back is also coiled up at this time, and the hairstyle completely matches the wedding dress. The peerless face does not apply any makeup, completely natural beauty, fresh and beautiful, and the cheeks that can be broken by blows are like a dream, so beautiful. Uzumaki Lingshui's is also so stunning and moving. The layered skirt of fluffy flowers hits the ground. Each layer is full of the painstaking efforts of the embroiderers. The pink pattern is extraordinarily soft and pure, and the smooth and perfect curve rises from the corner of the skirt, presenting a wonderful scene as if emerging from a clear pool. Like a moonlight white lotus, it blooms slightly under the moonlight. The long fiery red hair is tied up with a hairpin given to her by Uzumaki Mito. The clear and bright eyes of the two women are like autumn water, the snow-white wedding dress, the snow-like skin, and the beautiful and moving hair complement each other, and the beauty is breathtaking. At this moment, even the stars and moon in the sky lost their original brilliance in front of the two fairies. No matter who it is, they are all lost at this moment. As an elder, Uzumaki Mito sat at the front. After seeing the scene where the two girls descended like fairies, a look of relief appeared on his face. But there is a strange taste in the depths of the eyes. If you look carefully, it is a trace of jealousy. Uzumaki Mito has an inexplicable voice in her heart, telling her that she can also wear this fairy-like wedding dress. And behind them, there are two girls of similar age. Tsunade is wearing a white princess dress and gently lifts Uzumaki Lingshui's skirt behind. Behind Uchiha Zili is also a cute and moving black-haired girl with a little shyness on her face. Then, the bell of happiness rang. The moment everyone has been waiting for has finally arrived. Let's go. Shimura Danzō smiled lightly, and then walked forward with the two girls. Then, the priests were in place, and the solemn reading ceremony began. Shimura Danzō, would you like Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Lingshui to be your wives? Make a marriage contract with them, love them, take care of them, respect them, accept them, regardless of illness or health or other reasons, forever guard them until the end of their lives. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on Shimura Danzō, who showed a gentle smile at this moment. Then he stepped forward and kissed the lips of the two girls lightly, and said with a light smile, I would. His movements are gentle and his eyes are affectionate. The moment he said these words, tears flowed down the beautiful cheeks of the two women, and then gently dripped to the ground. We do. The four characters fell, the sound of light and happy music sounded, the sound of blessings, and applause came like a tide. Everyone wished these three companions blessed by the gods from the bottom of their hearts, and wished that they would be together forever. This wedding will be recorded in the annals of Ninja World, no one can forget it. Chapter 138. Zili and Lingshui are pregnant. Chapter 138. This prosperous wedding will eventually be remembered by the world, and it will also let people in the ninja world see the courage of the leader of the five great powers. During the wedding, no one dared to cause trouble, because everyone knows that this is Konoha, the only victor of the First Ninja World War, and anyone who has no brains after eating the ambitious leopard will obediently offer his blessings. And it has been 2 months since that grand wedding, but people still have fresh memories of it. Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Lingshui have officially entered the ladder of women from young girls, reaching a new level. It's really pleasant. Shimura Danzō reclines on a wicker chair, enjoying the breeze while his two wives look down on him. A grape on the left and a sakura peach on the right, they have reached the pinnacle of life. You guys will enjoy it, just leave the work to Naruluyu. Uchiha smiled softly, stretched out his onion finger, and tapped Shimura Danzo's forehead. Since getting married, Shimura Danzō let the two of them take off their positions as Hokage assistants, and occasionally pick up some sea-level tasks for fun. Shimura Danzō then began preparing a new agency, one similar to Hokage's assistant. And Naruluyu is the leader of this organization. Unless it is a major matter, the rest of the small matters are basically left to him to make decisions, and finally handed over to Shimura Danzō for signature. This look is a bit like throwing away the shopkeeper, but it also fully expresses Shimura Danzō's trust in the Nara clan. At the same time, it also brought the Inoshika-cho clan closer to the Hokage clan, and his power became stronger. It can be said that being able to achieve this level also shows Shimura Danzō's heart and trust in Naruluyu. If it was someone else, Shimura Danzō might not dare to do this, but if it was someone from the Nara clan, there would be no problem. The least rebellious family in Konoha village is the Inoshika-cho family. As for why, Senju Tobirama told him about this incident by chance, and no one but him knows the secret behind this incident. Well, it takes a little more time for you guys. And Konoha is already on the right track, all we need to do is wait for the development. Shimura Danzō smiled lightly, but felt that this matter was not a big problem. By the way, Danzō, I have something to tell you, Uzumaki Lingshui suddenly said softly. But there was a trace of hesitation in the words, but the eyes were on Uchiha Yuri when he spoke, as if he was getting the other party's consent. After noticing Uzumaki Lingshui's eyes, Uchiha Yuri's eyes flashed with hesitation, but he nodded after thinking for a while. Because they felt that it was necessary for Shimura Danzō to know about this matter, and they only learned of this result today. Let's hear it, what is it that makes you hesitate so much? Shimura Danzō suddenly became interested, sat up and looked at the two girls who suddenly stood in front of him and smiled. He was a little curious, what exactly it was, even Uchiha Yuri was a little hesitant, with a shimmer in his eyes. Didn't we accompany Aunt Mito together today? Aunt Mito saw that there was something wrong with our bodies as soon as we met. Uzumaki Lingshui said in a somewhat evasive tone. It seems that this matter is a bit difficult to tell, but Shimura Danzō has to know. What's the matter with you? Is there something wrong with your body? In an instant, Shimura Danzō stood up immediately, walked towards the two women in front of him with a face of panic, and then fumbled around the two women in a hurry. Could it be because I integrated wood style? So when doing that kind of thing, I brought some bad things to Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Lingshui. For a moment, a sense of self-blame rose in Shimura Danzō's heart. Well, Danzō, you don't have to worry so much. Aunt Mito said that there is a problem with the body, it is a very heavy thing. Seeing Shimura Danzō's flustered expression, Uchiha Yuri hurriedly said. She felt that if she didn't tell the truth, Shimura Danzō might be really scared and took the two of them to Konoha Hospital for examination dozens of times. Is it a good thing to have physical problems? What is the problem? After hearing Uchiha Yuri's words, Shimura Danzō was suddenly confused, and looked at the two women in front of him blankly. Judging from their expressions, it seems that there is no big problem, but any physical problem is a good thing. For a moment, Shimura Danzō felt his head froze, unable to think of anything at all. Joy, anxiety, panic, anticipation, all flooded into Shimura Danzō's heart at this moment. Aunt Mito senses that there is a tiny life growing in our stomachs, and so does Yuri's sister. Which means, he's going to be a father. At this moment, happiness filled the entire courtyard. I saw Shimura Danzō directly stepped forward and hugged the two of them into his arms, with a happy smile on his face. Shimura Danzō stuttered a little from the shock, and even his mind began to blur. The two women smiled softly, and then exclaimed, "Puff, ah!" In an instant, the three words "De Li Hao" exploded in Shimura Danzō's head like 5 thunders. Isn't this a dream? After seeing Shimura Danzō so flustered, Uzumaki Lingshui stopped teasing him, and smiled lightly with a blush on his face. That means, we're pregnant. I'm pregnant. Thank you all. Gentle whispers sounded in the arms of the two women, and they leaned on both sides of Shimura Danzō's chest. Of course it's true. Bang. Chapter 139. As a competent husband, he must always guard him. Chapter 139. After confirming that Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Lingshui were pregnant, Shimura Danzō was in a state of extreme excitement. To show off to everyone, I'm going to be a father. Others also congratulated Shimura Danzō, and congratulated him one after another. But at the same time they thought it was kind of funny. After all, this is the third Hokage of their Konoha village, so they behaved a little naively in this matter, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are like children. But it is not unreasonable to think about it carefully. It is human nature, soon to be a father, no matter who is very excited, it is very normal to even be unable to sleep. This also makes everyone feel that third Hokage is very down to earth, without any Hokage airs, as if he is an ordinary villager. Many Konoha village residents have a good impression of him. Haha, I'm going to have a baby. Shimura Danzō murmured with a sudden laugh. But this is not a whisper, there is an undisguised ostentation in the word 633, and this also makes Uzumaki Lingshui and Uchiha Yuri look at each other, and they both see the helplessness in each other's eyes. There was also a helpless smile on his face. Because they didn't expect Shimura Danzo's reaction to be so intense, the child was not born yet, and the whole person became a little confused. Then if a child is born, wouldn't it be crazy? Danzo, you should be normal anyway, you've been like this before the child was born. Uchiha Yuri looked at Shimura Danzo who was pillowed on his lap, and said softly in a helpless tone. Since learning the news that the two were pregnant, Shimura Danzo can be said to have never left her body for a moment, staying by the side of the two women all the time, for fear of any accidents happening to them. Even Hokage's work was sent to Naruluyu's home for processing, and he was always by their side when processing the documents. This sincere and protective love made the two feel unprecedented warmth in their hearts, and their hearts were naturally warm. But they know that this situation cannot continue because Shimura Danzo is not only their husband, but also the Hokage of Konoha village, the guardian of Konoha, and the Hokage of the villagers. So he can't wait by their side, he should go back to his post and stick to it. My sister is right, you have been with us at home for half a month, and it's time to go back to Hokage's office. Uzumaki Lingshui naturally discussed with Uchiha Yuri, and this time he did not choose to speak for Shimura Danzo. But, Shimura Danzo was about to speak, but was interrupted by Uchiha Yuri. Danzo, you have to know that you are third Hokage now, let's do as Ling Shui said. And your worries are a bit unnecessary, among the leaves, who would dare to trespass on Hokage's house? Uchiha Yuri gently stroked Shimura Danzo's back and smiled softly. Okay, now that you've all said that, I can't hold on any longer. Shimura Danzo sighed helplessly in his heart. Originally, he planned to accompany the two girls until the moment they gave birth, but since they all said so, there was no other way. As they say, CGBE, he is not only a husband, but also a Hokage. Although I am currently becoming a qualified husband, but at the same time, I can't forget that I still have the heavy burden of Hokage on my body. At this moment, Shimura Ayaka didn't seem to notice her gaffe, she stared blankly at Uzumaki Mito in front of her, unable to look away for a while. This also made the two women who originally wanted to question Shimura Danzo unable to speak for a while, because the young woman in front of them was too familiar. Shimura Ayaka couldn't understand what was going on in front of her for a while, and her brain was in a messy state. Ah, nah, patriarch, two ladies, and just as Shimura Danzo got up to tidy up his clothes, there was a knock on the door, followed by a crisp voice, and this voice was obviously the maid, Shimura Seika, who was able to freely enter and exit Shimura Danzo's yard. Shimura Danzo was the first to react, and said with a wry smile on his face. Master Patriarch, there is a young woman looking for you outside, and now. In her opinion, this scene is really incredible. Don't make fun of me, you can't go there in Konoha village. Uzumaki Mito raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Shimura Danzo with feigned displeasure. And just as Shimura Ayaka hadn't finished speaking, the woman she described came in from the yard. Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Lingshui, who were originally frowning, were a little surprised when they saw her, and their faces were written all over. Surprised, roused Shimura Danzo as well. Shimura Danzo smiled helplessly. This young woman is first generation's wife, Uzumaki Mito-sama. Alas, there are times when Shimura Danzo really wants to just throw the Hokage position to Sarutobi Hiruzen and live a leisurely life with his two wives. Why, can't I come to you to see my niece? And Mito, why don't you say hello when you come? For a moment, Shimura Ayaka became even more confused, and she didn't understand what was going on in front of her. West hey 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 eh. Chapter 140, is this Master Mito? Very young. Chapter 140. Who is this? Uzumaki Mito was not angry after noticing Shimura Ayaka's gaffe, but looked at her with interest. This sudden little girl's heart also made Shimura Danzo secretly cry inwardly. She is the maid who takes care of me, and now she is mainly responsible for the daily life of me, Lingshui, and Zili. Shimura Danzo explained hastily. Ayaka, this is Mito-sama. After being confirmed by Shimura Danzo, Shimura Ayaka finally realized her gaffe. Blushing flashed across her face, and she bowed to Uzumaki Mito in a panic. Sorry, Mito-sama, it was me just now. Shimura Ayaka hurriedly apologized for her previous rude behavior. It's okay, it's normal if you don't recognize it. Uzumaki Mito smiled lightly and waved his hands to show that he didn't care about it. After all, she came to the Shimura clan secretly, and she came here with a young appearance. It is naturally very normal that no one can recognize her. But being able to see the amazement and a hint of envy in the eyes of the other party, Uzumaki Mito couldn't help feeling a little bit of satisfaction in his heart. Master Mito used secret techniques to maintain his youthful appearance, so he appeared in front of you in this form. Shimura Danzo saw the doubt in Shimura Ayaka's heart and quickly explained. After all, Uzumaki Mito is basically not able to step out of the Senju family, and now it is shocking to appear in front of others with this appearance. So that's the word, Shimura Ayaka suddenly realized, and tapped her palm lightly. Auntie, what are you doing here today? Just let me know if there is anything, we can go there at any time. Uzumaki Lingshui finally asked this sentence, which also made the original scene normal. I dare not let the two of you come together. You must know that someone treats you like a treasure, and has not visited Hokage's office for half a month. So some people reported to me, saying that Theird Hokage is not doing his job properly, staying at home every day to guard his two little wives, and some people come to ask me to persuade you. Uzumaki Mito looked at the embarrassed Shimura Danzo with interest, and a bright smile flashed in his eyes. This incident actually alarmed your old man. I'm going to go to Hokage's office to continue working. No, you came right after I got up. After hearing Uzumaki Mito's explanation, Shimura Danzō waved his hands helplessly and smiled. Okay, let me take care of these two little girls for the next 2 days. You can handle your Hokage affairs with peace of mind. Uzumaki Mito sighed slightly after seeing Shimura Danzō in this state. After this guy learned that Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Lingshui were pregnant, he really protected him every step of the way, as if he was afraid of disappearing before his eyes. I have never seen such a cautious look, and I have never been so emotional even when the wedding was held. Then I'll leave first, Zili and Lingshui will be handed over to you. Shimura Danzō nodded, and the stone in his heart was finally let go. Because of Uzumaki Mito's care, he naturally doesn't have to worry about anything bad happening. After all, the only person who can be Uzumaki Mito's opponent in the ninja world is Uchiha Madara, who was in the dark. Zili, Lingshui, I'm leaving. Afterwards, Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Lingshui tapped Shimura Danzo's left and right cheeks, and Shimura Danzō left the clan in satisfaction. But, Uzumaki Mito and Shimura Ayaka, who took this scene into their eyes, felt a little uncomfortable, with a hint of displeasure. Ask for flowers, but they were soon suppressed. After all, they knew that their current identities did not allow them to do that, let alone have such thoughts. Somewhere in ninja world, a damp and dark cave. Master Madara, this is the recent situation in the ninja world. White Zetsu's frivolous tone resounded throughout the cave, and seemed to echo back and forth. Does this Shimura Danzō have such a big influence? It seems that it is even close to the influence of Hashirama in the ninja world. Uchiha Madara murmured heavily. 0. He didn't expect that the big change of Shimura Danzō would happen, which would cause him to make a new plan, although the impact was not very big. But Uchiha Madara always has an inexplicable feeling in his heart. He always feels that his seamless plan will be broken by this variable. Back then, I thought he was just an ordinary boy with mediocre talent, but Waigo thought that he has come to this point today. Uchiha Madara recalled the scenes of the year with some emotion. He met Shimura Danzō when he was young, and met Senju Tobirama on the way to Hashirama, who was training several disciples. Thinking of Senju Tobirama, the corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth showed a hint of sarcasm. Who would have thought that Senju Tobirama, the genius ninja of Zongang Sengoku, would die at the hands of 2 juniors from Cloud Shinobi, which is a great shame. Forget it, if this is the case, then continue the investigation. Remember, don't expose any traces. This third Hokage is definitely not easy. Uchiha Madara said with sharp eyes. Yes, Lord Madara. As soon as the words fell, White Zetsu's body slowly entered the ground. Chapter 141, Start to cultivate the Hokage family. Chapter 141. After Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Lingshui were taken care of by Uzumaki Mito, Shimura Danzō could no longer be a hand-off shopkeeper and accompany the 2 girls every day, and began to return to the Hokage office to carry out his duties. But back in the office, Shimura Danzō didn't have much to deal with. Because Naruluyu's Hokage assistant organization is perfect, able to properly handle all small matters, and big matters are left to Shimura Danzō, the Hokage, to decide. Then it's time to cultivate the Hokage family. Shimura Danzō murmured, looking at the sky outside the window. And the direction he was looking at was the secret research base of 6 Paths where Orochimaru and Tianti were. Almost a year has passed, 223, and the development of mass fakes of 6 Paths ninja tools has not made much progress, and this result is not beyond Shimura Danzō's expectations. After all, that is a ninja fan made by Sage of 6 Paths himself, which contains the power of 6 Paths, and it is not easy to reproduce a fake Basho fan. Since this is the case, the research on the 6 Paths ninja equipment should also be over. It's time to seal the pen for making love to heaven. Shimura Danzō murmured softly as he bowed his head in thought. The reason why he stalked Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru before was because he didn't have much free time to train them. After all, Konoha's affairs couldn't distract him, so he didn't teach the 3 of them personally. But now it is different. Konoha is on the right track and is developing continuously. There is also a dedicated person to assist in handling Hokage affairs, so Shimura Danzō has a lot of free time. In this case, stop the development of 6 Paths ninja equipment. As soon as the voice fell, Shimura Danzō's body disappeared into Hokage's office in an instant, as if it had never appeared before. On the outskirts of Konoha, the secret base of 6 Paths ninja research. Master Hokage, why is Dao here? After seeing the appearance of Shimura Danzō, Tianti and Orochimaru hurriedly put down their things and trot over, with surprised expressions on their faces. The appearance of Shimura Danzō made them very surprised. After all, the other party just came here occasionally to see the research results and rarely appeared here. Now it suddenly appeared, which made Tianti and Orochimaru have a bad feeling in their hearts. Tianti, research on 6 Paths ninja tools, let's stop. Shimura Danzō didn't beat around the bush, and straightforwardly explained his purpose of coming this time. He doesn't like to play bureaucracy in front of acquaintances. Stop researching, Master Hokage. For a moment, Tianti was in extreme shock, and even Orochimaru on the side was flustered, with his mouth slightly open, but he didn't know what to say. Because the research on 6 Paths ninja tools was originally initiated by Shimura Danzō, it would be reasonable if he wanted to stop. Master Hokage, please give me some time, I will definitely be able to come up with some research results that satisfy you. A pleading look appeared on Tianti's face and said, Teacher, please give us some time, as long as half a year, No, 3 months, we will definitely be able to research it. Orochimaru also had a pleading look on his face, but there was a slight swell in his eyes. Because in this case, it means that he has not been recognized by the teacher, that is to say, he is a failure, which Orochimaru cannot accept. Self-proclaimed genius, he has hit a wall one after another on Six Paths Ninja Tools, and now he is about to be stopped from studying Six Paths Ninja Tools. It is not unreasonable for the teacher to be disappointed. Don't be so excited. What I mean is that you don't need to concentrate on studying Six Paths Ninja equipment. I came here this time to take Orochimaru away. After all, I have taken him as a disciple for so long and haven't taught him anything yet. And T, you should go back and have a look. After all, you have a family. As for this base, I will keep it. If you are interested, you can continue to come and study it. Shimura Danzō quickly explained after seeing the emotionally charged two people. Originally, he was about to say these words, but was interrupted by Tianti's excitement, so he only said it now. As that's so, Tianti breathed a sigh of relief, but Orochimaru looked a little excited, and the moment of disappointment in his eyes was a sign of anticipation. The moment has finally arrived. The teacher finally has to teach himself. Although Orochimaru hadn't witnessed the strength shown by Shimura Danzō before, it was enough to know that his teacher was strong from the mouth of Anbu Ninja. At least among Konoha, almost no one was his teacher's opponent, which made Orochimaru full of admiration for Shimura Danzō at that time. After all, who doesn't respect the strong, and that person is still his teacher? Orochimaru, you have to be mentally prepared, because you still have two companions who want to practice with you. Seeing this scene, Shimura Danzō gave a little light, and then said to Orochimaru. 2 companions, so 3.4 means that the teacher has other disciples. For a moment, Orochimaru's eyes showed a trace of fighting spirit, and he looked up at Shimura Danzō. Yes, it doesn't hurt to tell you now. One is called Jiraiya, and the other is Tsunade, the granddaughter of First Hokage, who I first took as a disciple. You have to be careful, the talent of the two of them is no worse than yours, be careful not to be compared to them. Shimura Danzō smiled lightly, isn't talent weaker than mine? Thinking of this, Orochimaru couldn't help feeling a surge of anticipation, even fighting spirit. He kind of wants to see who his two companions are. Chapter 142, The Future Sannin is formed. Chapter 142, After completing the study of Six Paths Ninja Tools, Shimura Danzō also made Jiraiya stop the update of making out with heaven, and then accepted him as a disciple. When Jiraiya heard the news, she was very excited and agreed directly without any hesitation. It can be said that it is no big problem to be able to achieve this level, and the next step is to let these 3 little guys know each other well. After all, they are the future ninja Sannin, and they will also be the protagonists of the Second Ninja World War in the future. Shimura Danzō also teaches students in accordance with their aptitude in this regard, teaching the 3 of them separately one by one, with targeted training. All 3 of you introduce yourself to each other, anyway, you will become companions in the future. Shimura Danzō looked at the 3 children in front of him and smiled slightly. My name is Jiraiya, and I'm going to be the 4th Hokage. Jiraiya showed a sunny smile, and said 26 with a very confident expression. Big words. After glancing at Jiraiya, Orochimaru spit out these 4 words softly. The sarcasm and disdain in the words immediately made Jiraiya a little annoyed, and looked at Orochimaru angrily. Hey, don't be too arrogant, be careful I will beat you up. Of course, this small threat is insignificant in the eyes of Orochimaru, and it does not create any pressure. My name is Orochimaru. Orochimaru simply said his name and backed away, ignoring Jiraiya. For him, as long as he can become the teacher's most outstanding disciple, that's enough. UBD. Jiraiya showed blue veins on his forehead and looked at Orochimaru with clenched fists, looking annoyed. My name is Tsunade, and it's a pleasure to be your companions. Regarding the dire situation of the two, Tsunade felt nothing, but introduced himself with a relaxed smile. At this moment, the demeanor of a lady is revealed, which makes Jiraiya suddenly look embarrassed, and Orochimaru also has a touch of fluctuation on his face. After all, their series of behaviors is indeed a little too naive, and it is simply a joke. Since you all know each other, I won't talk nonsense. This training plan is specially formulated according to the 3 of you, let's take a look. Shimura Danzō handed the 3 scrolls to the hands of the 3, and then opened the scroll under Shimura Danzō's gaze with curious eyes. After a long time, the 3 of them slowly raised their heads to look at Shimura Danzō. Their eyes were full of surprise, and so was Tsunade. Originally, she thought that Shimura Danzō was just teaching her some ordinary things, and the main strange power was taught by Grandma Mito, but she didn't expect that the teacher knew her so well. This training plan is completely tailor-made for her. This made Tsunade suddenly feel warm in his heart. The same is true for Orochimaru. He originally had the same idea as Tsunade, but he didn't expect the result to be completely beyond his expectations. It turned out that the teacher had been paying attention to him. For a moment, Orochimaru was a little ashamed. At first, he still had a little resentment towards Shimura Danzō, but it disappeared after seeing these tailor-made training plans. Jiraiya couldn't understand his training plan, so he quietly walked to Orochimaru's side and began to peek. And seeing this, Jiraiya suddenly exclaimed, Teacher, why does Orochimaru have the same training plan as me? Jiraiya's tone was full of surprise, standing directly beside Orochimaru in contrast to him. For a moment, Orochimaru was also shocked, and directly picked up his own and compared it with Jiraiya, feeling a sense of loss directly in his heart. But Shimura Danzō was calm and relaxed, and everything in front of him was within his expectations. The two of you have similar physiques, and there is not much difference in the direction of practice, so I will let you two practice together when specifying the training plan. Well, anyway, the two of you don't seem to be dealing with each other that much. It's just a good time to properly handle your relationship during this cultivation period. Shimura Danzō explained with a smile on his face. And his explanation made Orochimaru hold back the words that Orochimaru originally wanted to refute, and there was no reason to refute at all. As Shimura Danzō said, they have to learn to work as a team, and the first step is to handle the relationship between peers. Okay, you can practice according to the method on this scroll, and I will test your results when the time comes. Hope you two can get along well during this time. Shimura Danzō patted the shoulders of Orochimaru and Jiraiya with a relieved smile on his face, and left with Tsunade. Jiraiya responded bluntly, because Jiraiya and Orochimaru don't seem to be dealing with each other very much, so that they practice together, it feels like there will be a little trick. Hee, I don't know who is the tail of the crane, Shimura Danzō said with a serious face. Is teacher. Since the teacher is so confident, she doesn't have the heart to worry about others, and she should hurry up to practice herself. Shimura Danzō smiled lightly with a tone of everything in his hands. Is that so, teacher? Is there really nothing wrong with letting them get along like this? In terms of talent, he may not be as good as Orochimaru, but in terms of momentum, he is definitely not 550 to lose. Tsunade's pink and jade carved little face immediately nodded heavily in agreement. Tsunade, I will personally teach you this time. I hope you can study hard and don't let down the expectations of Master Mito and Teacher Tobirama. UBD, don't pull my hind legs, crane tail. Doing this can just ease the relationship between the two of them, and build their bond by the way. A worried look appeared on Tsunade-chan's face. Tsunade murmured softly, but did not continue to ask. Don't worry. These two people are just talking, and they won't actually take much action. After Shimura Danzō left, Yin Snake sneered with his arms folded. Chapter 143, The Shocking Tsunade, Orochimaru's Unwillingness. Chapter 143. In the following time, Shimura Danzō also fulfilled the responsibility of a teacher, teaching the three of Tsunade seriously. The strength of Orochimaru and Tsunade can be said to have improved by leaps and bounds, and they have even been able to compete with a Chunin who survived the battlefield in a physical combat game. On the other hand, Jiraiya is a bit behind. His strength is only at the genin level, and he is not as good as Orochimaru and Tsunade in terms of talent or other aspects. This also made Jiraiya feel frustrated and extremely depressed for a while. But Shimura Danzō was most gratified, that is, the scene he wanted to see the most appeared. Orochimaru went to comfort the person who was at odds with him for the first time, and then began to teach the other party instead of Shimura Danzō. The two trained together, ate together, rested together, almost inseparable throughout the day except at night. It seems that the bond between the two is beginning to be established, and the friendship is slowly developing, which is exactly what Shimura Danzō wants to see. It can be said that it was beyond Shimura Danzō's expectation to be able to achieve this level. Originally, he thought that the two people who were incompatible with each other would need at least a little time to get used to it, but now it seems that it should not be necessary. Teacher, you really hit the mark. This guy Jiraiya can really be best friends with Orochimaru. Tsunade looked at Orochimaru and Jiraiya who were fighting each other from a distance and said in surprise. Who could have imagined that the two of them were still incompatible in the first week, but now such a big change has taken place. It is really surprising. Boys, they don't have any scheming. If there is a conflict, a fight will resolve it. Shimura Danzō smiled frankly. Tsunade, let's have a practical drill today. Let me see what the results of your practice have been these days. Shimura Danzō turned to Tsunade and said, Hey, do you want to fight sensei? For a moment, Tsunade made a surprised sound, which was full of disbelief and shock. Because I used to find some Konoha Shinobi players from Chunin to conduct battle drills, but now I have to fight against the teacher, which made Tsunade feel a lot of pressure for a while. What are you afraid of? I won't hurt you. If Aunt Mito knows that I hurt her eldest granddaughter, she will have to skin me. To Tsunade's surprise, Shimura Danzō smiled helplessly. Okay then, teacher, you have to be merciful. Tsunade nodded and agreed after some thoughts in his heart. After all, she had seen how terrifying her teacher's strength was before, so this directly made Tsunade unable to generate any fighting spirit. She had only seen that aura from her great-grandfather, which meant that the teacher's current strength had completely reached the level of her great-grandfather back then, and even her grandma might not be his opponent anymore. Bring it on. Shimura Danzō stood 10 meters away from Tsunade and confronted each other with a calm smile on his face. That's good, teacher, I'm going to go. At this moment, Tsunade's eyes became sharper. Without the previous panic and timidity, it was like a completely different person. Although the opponent is powerful, Tsunade knows that it is beneficial to fight against a strong person like the teacher, and he can clearly understand his own shortcomings. Whoosh! Tsunade's figure rushed to the front of Shimura Danzō like a gust of wind, and then jumped into the sky with a sudden step. In the face of such a strong man, all calculations are futile, and the only thing that can be done now is to preemptively strike. Not bad, very smart, and pretty fast. Shimura Danzō nodded slightly in satisfaction after seeing this scene. Heaven guards the feet. A kick full of violent power fell quickly, hitting Shimura Danzō's head directly. Call out. There was a sound of piercing through the air, and Shimura Danzō jumped back to avoid Tsunade's attack. But, the ground he was originally standing on was not so lucky. Boom! The roar sounded immediately, and the ground Tsunade stepped on immediately cracked, forming a pothole with a radius of 3 to 4 meters. What a powerful force! Shimura Danzō was also amazed by Tsunade's kick. HMPH, teacher, how is it? My training results are not bad. Tsunade smiled smugly. Yes, in terms of strength, it has already exceeded my expectations, but I don't know what your speed is. Shimura Danzō nodded in satisfaction and smiled. How about the speed? The teacher will know once he tries it. Fighting spirit flashed in Tsunade's eyes, and the chakra in his body kept gathering, ready to launch the next wave of offensive. In that case, as a teacher, I should be a little more serious. Tsunade, you have to be careful. A seriousness flashed in Shimura Danzō's eyes, which made Tsunade serious too. Come on, teacher. Immediately afterwards, the two began to fight, and a storm-like offensive unfolded at this moment. Of course, Shimura Danzō definitely didn't use any power, but just guided Tsunade to discover his own shortcomings in physical skills. Then asked Tsunade to correct all this, and then review again and again, which is why Shimura Danzō fought her. Train your opponent's fighting skills. No way, Tsunade, is that strong? At the rest area, Jiraiya stared dumbfounded at the two Chiandedi who were fighting in the field. The hand that was about to pick up water to drink also stopped at this moment, and looked at the scene in front of him in astonishment. The eldest lady of the Senju clan is really not weak. Orochimaru looked at the two people fighting in the arena with a solemn expression, and his fists could not help but clench tightly. If let him play against Tsunade now, he only has a 30% chance of winning, and this 30% is still a little bit reluctant. Because Tsunade's strength is indeed beyond him by a large margin. You have to work hard to catch up before you procrastinate. Orochimaru secretly made up his mind. He thinks that his talent is not inferior to anyone. As long as he works hard, he will be able to surpass Tsunade. But what he didn't know was that Tsunade's lead was simply too great. Taught by Uzumaki Mito himself to store 100 healings mark has not been completely released. If released, even elite Chunin can fight. Chapter 144, a shuriken 800 miles away. Chapter 144. In the following period of time, Shimura Danzō did not teach these three little guys all the time as before. Let them have their own practice, and resolutely carry out all kinds of training according to the training methods they have taught. After seeing Tsunade's strength one day, Orochimaru and Jiraiya didn't slack off anymore. Instead, they worked harder and doubled their training. It seems that Tsunade's strength has had a great impact on the two of them. If you don't work hard, you may not even be able to compare with a girl. In this regard, Shimura Danzō is also very pleased, and is very satisfied with the performance of the three. It's really fulfilling to live this day. Shimura Danzō lay on the chair and moaned leisurely. When I wake up in the morning, there are two wives by my side, they are beautiful and delicious, and I have Shimura to treat me. Then I went to the training ground to see how Sanin's cultivation progresses in the future. In the afternoon, I will deal with the documents, and then leave everything to Naruluyu for sorting out. This little life is quite nourishing. People just want to enjoy all the time, so what if Hokage is busy with work? The big deal is to set up an organization that specializes in handling documents, and the atmosphere will be a third-class event. 300 unless Shimura Danzō is required to sign for the most important event, the others are complicated and trivial matters, just a waste of time. Boom boom boom. Just as Shimura Danzō savored his life carefully, there was a knock on the door suddenly, which drew his wandering thoughts to him at this moment. Come in. After Shimura Danzō straightened his body, his complexion gradually became serious. Click. The door opened, and Naruluyu walked in, and he was holding a folder in his hand, which seemed to be something important. Master Hokage, here is a matter for you to decide for yourself. Naruluyu stepped forward and looked at Shimura Danzō with a serious expression. Tell me, what is it? Shimura Danzō nodded to Naruluyu, and then the other party opened the file and began to read it carefully. We have Anbu ninjas who have found someone. Naruluyu said slowly. The tone of this speech was quite heavy, which was enough to see how much Naruluyu valued this person. Who can actually make you come here on purpose, CGAD? For a moment, Shimura Danzō became interested, and looked at Naruluyu with curiosity in his eyes and asked. Jonin, Kakuzu, I once assassinated First Hokage, but First Hokage was kind-hearted and didn't want to kill him. After being defeated, he didn't kill him, so he was put in. Afterwards, Kakuzu escaped and returned to the village, but what awaited him was the charge of mission failure and heavy punishment, and the ninja who bet his life for the village was brutally treated. So Kakuzu escaped from prison with a very strong hatred, and took away the secret technique that was regarded as a treasure by the village. He used this secret technique to steal the hearts of all high-level people in the village. This secret technique is the vascular tentacles used by Kakuzu, Earth Resentment. Naruluyu told Shimura Danzō all the information about Kakuzu in one breath. Kakuzu, if you mention it, hand over this person. Quote. After listening to Naruluyu's introduction, Shimura Danzō murmured suddenly. To be honest, if Naruluyu didn't mention him, Shimura Danzō might have really forgotten about this member of the future organization. This person can be said to be a living fossil of the ninja world. He has survived from the Sengoku period to Xiaoqiang's adulthood, and has witnessed basically all major events. Huh, does Hokage-sama know him? Naruluyu asked suspiciously after seeing Shimura Danzō's expression. I don't know him, I just heard about his deeds. You must know that except for the village chief, all other high-level officials in Taki Ninja Village were killed by him. This incident shocked the entire ninja world at the time, it's hard not to know. A look of reminiscence appeared on Shimura Danzo's face, but there was also a slight smile. Because of thinking of Kakuzu, he couldn't help but think of those posts about Hokage in his previous life, and there was a meme about Kakuzu in it. 800 miles away, a shuriken was thrown. Shimura Danzo couldn't help laughing when he thought of this meme. As that's so, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, and his hanging heart was relieved at this moment. Originally, he thought that Hokage-sama and Kakuzu might be friends, but since this is the case, he can start with peace of mind. After all, Kakuzu once assassinated first Hokage, and now he must issue a wanted warrant to intercept him. If he doesn't do this, Konoha's superficial face will definitely be difficult. Master Hokage, we have decided to pursue Kakuzu. Sent Anbu Captain Mitokado Homura, Anbu Deputy Captain Uchiha Kagami and dozens of Anbu elites to hunt him down. Okay, there's nothing wrong with personnel. Therefore, we have to take the guy Kakuzu to the knife, and use him to establish the first prestige. I don't know what you want. After all, Kakuzu is alive and kicking in the ninja world, which makes Konoha a little embarrassed. Kill him. Okay, Lord Hokage, I'll send someone to inform them. And Shimura Danzo chuckled after thinking for a while. Kakuzu. So even if Naruto does not let Uchiha Kagami go, Shimura Danzo will add a guarantee to this lineup. For a moment, Shimura Danzo fell into deep thought. After all, this guy's grievances are indeed a bit weird. Maybe he didn't kill him, but his heart was taken away by this guy, which is not worth the candle. Naruto asked. Naruto nodded without staying too long, and left Hokage's office after saying goodbye. This guy once assassinated first Hokage, but now he can still dance freely in the ninja world, which will make people question Konoha's strength. If there is no Uchiha Kagami among them, Shimura Danzo is really worried about letting Mitokado Homura lead a group of Anbu elites to hunt down Kakuzu. Of course he understood what Naruto's actions were for. Shimura Danzo nodded in satisfaction after taking a look at the staffing. These Anbu ninjas are all top players in Anbu, and with Uchiha Kagami leading the team, it will not be too easy to deal with Kakuzu. Chapter 145, Summoning Technique, Journey to Mount Myoboku. Chapter 145. Go safe. After saying goodbye to Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Raisui, Shimura Danzo left the house. Let's go and see the cultivation status of those three little guys first. A month has passed, and Shimura Danzo has been supervising the training progress of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade every day, and has never missed a single time, and today is no exception. After a while, Shimura Danzo came to the place where the three were training. Orochimaru and Jiraiya have already come to the training ground for daily training, and they are already sweating profusely. Although Tsunade is not as exaggerated as the two of them, there is still a trace of economy on his forehead. It is enough to see that after the battle that day, Tsunade's strength has brought them a great blow, so they desperately want to become stronger. After all, a girl is stronger than them, which is unacceptable to the arrogance in their hearts. So the goal they set now is to surpass Tsunade, rather than aiming at the struggle between the two. Yo, you two are quite hardworking. It seems that this girl Tsunade has dealt you quite a blow. After looking at Orochimaru and Jiraiya who were resting on the ground, Shimura Danzo stepped forward and joked. And Tsunade also smiled helplessly after hearing these words, but he didn't show any pride and complacency, just a little speechless. Shimura Danzo's words. Teacher, when will you teach us ninjutsu? Doing physical training all the time feels a little boring. Jiraiya was lying on the ground panting heavily, with a hint of curiosity and anticipation in her words. Because they haven't practiced any ninjutsu in the past month, they are just strengthening their physical fitness and practicing chakra. This kind of cultivation method is indeed a bit too boring. And Orochimaru and Tsunade didn't speak, but from the look of expectation in their eyes, it can be seen that they are also a little tired of these physical training. Huh, do you really want to learn ninjutsu? Shimura Danzo looked at Jiraiya in front of him, showing a deep smile. Sure enough, is this moment finally coming? But it's normal, with Jiraiya's character and this so-called fate arrangement, it's inevitable that all this happened. If he didn't have this heart, how could he become the mentor of the legendary son of prophecy? Jiraiya regained his energy immediately, and then sat up and nodded fiercely at Shimura Danzo, not at all seeing that it was him who was tired like a dog before. Well, since that's the case, today I will tell you about the summoning technique. Hearing these 4 words, Jiraiya's eyes were full of surprise and anticipation, and so was Orochimaru. His originally plain face showed a touch of emotion at this moment. Unlike Jiraiya, Orochimaru knows what a summoning technique is. This technique can summon a contracted creature to help him fight. It is an extremely powerful technique. But if you want to use summoning technique, you must have a creature that can contract, otherwise you can't use it at all. Spiritual technique. After Tsunade heard the word summoning technique, a look of disappointment appeared on Tsunade's face. Because she had already signed a summoning agreement with Katsuyu of Shikbon Forest a long time ago, she has already mastered the use of summoning technique. Hey, Tsunade, what's wrong with you? After seeing Tsunade's expression, Jiraiya asked a little strangely. Shouldn't she be happy to be able to learn new ninjutsu? Why does she look a little disappointed? The girl Tsunade has already learned the summoning technique from her grandma, and also signed a contract with the summoning beast. Just right, Tsunade, come and show them the summoning technique. Shimura Danzo was not surprised by Tsunade's reaction, and just smiled lightly. Tsunade nodded, then stepped forward. Haishuyu Shenwei. Tsunade deliberately set the speed to the slowest, so that Orochimaru and Jiraiya can see clearly. Summoning technique. I saw Tsunade's palm suddenly slapping the ground. Thump. White smoke curled up, directly enveloping Tsunade in it. With a wave of Shimura Danzo's hand, the white fog was dispersed, and Tsunade and the summoning beast naturally appeared in everyone's sight. The blue and white Katsuyu appeared in front of everyone, while Tsunade stood aside with a flat face, without any surprise. Ask for flowers. Good. So amazing. Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, so shocked that she couldn't extricate herself. This is Katsuyu from Shigulen, one of the 3 holy places, who can heal all injuries and also has good combat power. Shimura Danzo introduced slowly, Miss Tsunade, Master Danzo. After Katsuyu saw the 2 of them, the voice of the empty valley ghost sounded slowly. Can talk. Katsuyu can talk. For a moment, Jiraiya was frightened and quickly stepped back several steps, looking at the scene in front of her in disbelief. Orochimaru was also shocked. His body trembled slightly, but not as much as Jiraiya's reaction, but from the surprise on his face, it can be seen that he was also shocked in his heart. Don't be surprised, since it can be called the 3 great sacred lands, it naturally has its own advantages. Shimura Danzo said with a chuckle. He had already expected the shock of the 2 of them, so he patiently explained to them. Sure enough, Tsunade is completely ahead of us in every aspect. Orochimaru's heart couldn't help becoming a little heavy at this moment. If this is the case, Tsunade is getting farther and farther away from them, and they have been looking up at Tsunade from the rear. But the more this is the case, the more the fighting spirit of the 2 is aroused, and this will make them practice harder. Hey, Jiraiya, what are you doing? The sharp-eyed Tsunade suddenly discovered that Jiraiya, an idiot, was actually performing summoning technique, and then hurriedly shouted. Stop, Jiraiya, it's dangerous to release the summoning technique without signing a contract with the summoning beast. Shimura Danzo exclaimed in feigned panic. But, it's too late. Hey, this uncle can also release the summoning technique. Summoning technique. In an instant, white smoke rose and covered Jiraiya directly. For a moment, the white smoke dissipated slowly, and Zilayu had already disappeared in place. It's over. At this moment, these 2 words came to Orochimaru and Tsunade's mind. Chapter 146. Jiraiya strays into Mount Myoboku, and the prophecy comes true. Chapter 146. Teacher. What should I do? Orochimaru looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief, swallowed and murmured. Jiraiya's sudden disappearance made Orochimaru panic, and Tsunade covered his mouth with his hand, too shocked to speak. She had never encountered this kind of situation before. After all, it was a bit unacceptable for a big living person to suddenly disappear before her eyes. Compared to the flustered and shocked expressions of the 2, Shimura Danzo looked very calm, without the slightest panic at all. Teacher, Jiraiya disappeared, don't you worry. Tsunade asked suspiciously after noticing Shimura Danzo's expression. You must know that this is his disciple who disappeared before his eyes, but Shimura Danzo did not panic at all. Instead, September 17th, had a feeling of being expected. He just went to a different space, and he will come back automatically when the time is up. And the place to return is still here, so don't worry too much. Shimura Danzo explained flatly, but just in case Jiraiya is in any danger. Orochimaru had just finished speaking when Shimura Danzo interrupted him. Relax and have faith in Jiraiya that he can handle his situation well. So, the only thing we can do now is wait. Shimura Danzo comforted Orochimaru with a soft tone. But there is a tinge of relief in my heart, because it can be seen from this point that the bond of friendship between Jiraiya and Orochimaru has been formed. Whether Orochimaru can be prevented from going astray in the future depends on what Jiraiya does, and Shimura Danzo can only play a guiding role. Facing Shimura Danzo's explanation, Orochimaru didn't know what to say for a while. Because everything is as he said, the only thing that can be done now is to wait. However, Tsunade looked at Shimura Danzo with a strange look in his eyes, and he felt quite strange in his heart. At first she was still a little flustered, but after thinking calmly, she realized that there was something strange about it, but since Orochimaru was here, it was hard for her to say it out. So now we can only pray that Jiraiya can return safely. If he can return safely, then Tsunade's inner guess is true. Mount Myoboku Shrine. Thump. Suddenly, Jiraiya fell from the sky. Where is this? Jiraiya looked at all this in a daze, with a look of astonishment on his face. A majestic giant mountain appeared in front of him, with a magnificent momentum and astonishing energy fluctuations. And this is Mount Myoboku, one of the 3 major heritage sites of immortal arts. Mount Myoboku is majestic, as if it stood here at the beginning of the world. It can be called the king of Yamanaka, with great momentum. The mountain is lush and full of ancient trees, full of vitality. There are also some amber dotted in the mountains, green grass everywhere, and wild flowers and forests. Yamanaka, the waterfall hangs high and flows straight down, arousing large swaths of water, which is too beautiful to behold. Not far from the waterfall, there are huge stone statues of frogs as high as 7 or 8 meters. These stone statues are beautiful. Looking from a distance, they look like real frogs, as if they could open their eyes and come back to life at any time. Amazing. At this moment, Jiraiya was completely shocked by the scene in front of him. Because he had never seen such a spectacular scenery, today's scene really shocked him, and even broke his perception. Where What happened? Jiraiya saw a brown-red toad confronting a blue snake about his height in the distance, and saw drops of cold sweat dripping from the brown toad's face. Obviously, the blue snake has already gained the upper hand in this battle. After seeing this scene, Jiraiya immediately stepped forward and smiled triumphantly. I kept you waiting. This battle is up to me, Master Jiraiya. And Blue Snake and Toad were a little confused by this sudden human being, but Toad's pupils shrank suddenly, as if something sounded. Hiss. Blue didn't talk too much nonsense, and directly attacked Jiraiya with a snake letter. Human kid, watch out. Toad immediately spit out words and reminded Jiraiya. Hey, how could this level of attack do anything to me, Master Jiraiya? Jiraiya smiled disdainfully, sideways avoided the blue snake's attack, grabbed its tail and threw it towards the sky. Call out. There was a sound of breaking through the sky, and the wind howled, and the blue snake turned into a shooting star, and disappeared. Human power, can it be so strong? Toad said with surprise in his tone. You must know that it took a lot of effort for yourself, but the power of this human being is far stronger than him. This is thanks to Shimura Danzo's customized physical training for Jiraiya, otherwise he would not have been able to easily throw the blue snake away just now. A human child. Toad looked at Jiraiya with a complex look in his eyes and said in a low voice. Come with me, I'm going to take you to meet a toad. Little devil, a little brash. Toad thumped across Jiraiya and said lightly. If it was the previous one, he must be shocked and speechless, but after knowing that Katsuyu can speak, it is no surprise. Jiraiya turned around in astonishment and looked at the toad behind her in surprise. Means nothing. My name is Jiraiya, Master Jiraiya. I will become a ninja hero in the future. Jiraiya looked at Toad in surprise, his tone seemed to know that he could enter Mount Myoboku 2.1. A toad can actually talk. For a while, Jiraiya replied with a confused face. Because this series of things made his head froze a bit, he didn't know what was going on in front of him. Meet a toad who knows why you're here. Let's go. Where are you going? Toad went, I asked aloud. Jiraiya still showed her trademark sunny smile. Let's get to know each other. My name is Toad Bunta, what's your name? What's the meaning? I was surprised that even a human being was able to enter Mount Myoboku. Chapter 147. Destiny's Child, Jiraiya. Chapter 147. Jiraiya is indeed a little confused at this time. But in the communication with Gamabunta, I can know that the place where I am now is called Mount Myoboku, which is known as one of the three holy places. And this also reminded Jiraiya of the three holy places mentioned by Shimura Danzō earlier, including the Wetbone Forest, and that Katsuyu is the creature of the Wetbone Forest. Okay, we're down. Toad Bunta took Jiraiya to a huge toad stone statue, and there was a small toad on the stone statue, but his hair and eyebrows were white, which showed that he was very old. Master Fukasaku, the children of humanity have come to Mount Myoboku. Toad Bunta called out to Fukasaku, who was clasping his hands above him. Immediately afterwards, Fukasaku slowly opened his eyes, stared at Jiraiya in front of him, and slowly lowered his hands. Has it appeared? A human child. Fukasaku thought of the old and heavy voice, but the appearance of Jiraiya in this voice seemed to be expected, there was no surprise at all. 26. You seem to know that I will show up. Jiraiya looked up at Fukasaku suspiciously and said. Of course I know, because the old man has already made a prophecy, so your appearance is inevitable. Shen Zuo replied lightly, but his words were full of mystery, which made Jiraiya a little confused for a while. A human child shall be lost in Mount Myoboku, give the child the power of the toad, and give him the prophecy. This is what I dreamed for myself, and it is also a prophecy. These two sentences, which are what the great toad sage told us, you have the right to know. Said slowly in a deep voice. Prophecy, but if that human being is me, what is the prophecy for me? Jiraiya asked suspiciously. I don't know, you can only practice while waiting for the prophecy of the great toad sage. Fukasaku shook his head and said. Cultivate here. No, I'll go back, otherwise Sensei and Orochimaru will worry about me. Jiraiya refused for a moment. He disappeared suddenly, presumably the teacher and Orochimaru were worried about him, so they had to go back first. Teacher, then let you go back and say hello to your teacher and companions. After that you have to practice at Mount Myoboku. After deep thought for a while, he said slowly. It seems that this child of destiny who was back selected is not alone, and still has many friends in the human world. Let's sign a contract with Mount Myoboku first, then we can take you in and out of Mount Myoboku at will. Fukasaku glanced at Gamabunta, and then Gamabunta took out a scroll. Blood, write your name, and you can fight the toads of summoning Mount Myoboku later. Seeing the excited Jiraiya, Fukasaku said helplessly. Really, can it be the same as Katsuyu in Shikbone Forest? Jiraiya suddenly said excitedly. How do you know about the Katsuyu of Shikbones? What's your relationship with them? Fukasaku frowned, his face became a little strange. My teacher and a companion, they were able to summon Katsuyu from Wetbones. Jiraiya answered calmly. Is it really the word of fate? Even the Wetbone forests of the three holy places meet. Shen Zuo secretly said in his heart. It seems that the prophecy of the great toad sage is about to come true, and this person in front of him may really be able to change the entire ninja world. Alright, since the contract is established, I will send you back to the ninja world first, and tomorrow you will come to Mount Myoboku to practice. With a wave of Fukasaku's hand, the scroll was put away, and Buntagama took Jiraiya out of Mount Myoboku through the passage. Teacher, that Jiraiya guy is. Why haven't you come back for so long? Tsunade looked at the calm Shimura Danzō and asked, "You must know that it was his disciple who disappeared, but he, the teacher, still wants to close his eyes and rest here. It's okay, I have my own measure." The village signaled Tsunade to feel relieved. Compared with Tsunade, Orochimaru seemed much calmer, but judging from his kunai's precision, he was indeed flustered. The bond of friendship that had just been established suddenly disappeared, and no one could accept it. Thump. At this moment, Jiraiya suddenly fell from the sky and fell to the ground, and the position he was sitting on was exactly where he was standing just now. Jiraiya. After seeing Jiraiya's appearance, Tsunade suddenly exclaimed. And Orochimaru also stopped the kunai training in his hand and walked over. "It's okay." The short 3 words are full of concern, and this also makes Jiraiya's signature sunny smile appear on his face. "It seems that you should have gone to Mount Myoboku." Shimura Danzō nodded in satisfaction and smiled. "Huh, teacher, how do you know?" For a moment, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru looked at Shimura Danzō suspiciously. "You know Jiraiya didn't say anything. The natural energy in your body is extremely strong, which can only be found in Mount Myoboku, one of the 3 holy places. 747 inches. So it's obvious," Shimura Danzō explained with a chuckle. "So that's the case. No wonder you were calm before, teacher." Suddenly, Tsunade realized. "Tell me, what adventure did you have this time to Mount Myoboku?" asked Shimura Danzō, and Orochimaru and Tsunade are also very curious about what happened to Jiraiya when he went to Mount Myoboku. So, Jiraiya told them all about her situation on Mount Myoboku. "Master, they let me practice at Mount Myoboku, but I want to follow you forever." Jiraiya hastily stated her determination. After all, he knows that he can get to where he is today, and he can't do without this teacher at all. "It's not necessary. Since Mount Myoboku has devoted all their efforts to teaching you, there is naturally a reason for them to affirm your identity as the child of destiny. So where you go to practice is beneficial to you but not harmful, so go at ease." Shimura Danzō didn't pay attention to these, but instead encouraged Jiraiya to go to Mount Myoboku to practice. For a moment, tears welled up in Jiraiya's eyes, full of gratitude to Shimura Danzō. At this moment, although Orochimaru was congratulating Jiraiya, he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Yes, he admitted, he was sour. Chapter 148. Orochimaru's determination. Chapter 148. After that, Jiraiya went to Mount Myoboku to practice, and the trio of partners was one less. Shimura Danzō also taught Orochimaru and Tsunade leisurely, although it is a bit lonely without Jiraiya. But this is also doomed. After all, Shimura Danzō can't teach Jiraiya a lot, and the main strengthening route still depends on Mount Myoboku. Besides, if Mount Myoboku can win over Konoha, it will be a powerful boost for Yi. Otherwise, how could Shimura Danzō let Jiraiya go to Mount Myoboku to practice? What he wanted was to firmly bind Mount Myoboku to the chariot of Konoha, which was also one of his calculations. However, since Jiraiya went to Mount Myoboku to practice, Orochimaru's practice has become even harder, just like practicing desperately. Of course Shimura Danzō could guess what the other person was thinking. Orochimaru knew very well that Jiraiya went to Mount Myoboku, one of the 3 holy places, to cultivate, and his strength must have improved by leaps and bounds after returning. And Tsunade has a strong background, with the help of Uzumaki Mito's training, and the summoning beast of the Wet-Bone Forest. At this moment, Orochimaru felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness, and he chased Jiraiya who was originally on the same starting line as himself. "Why, little guy, is your heart unbalanced?" Shimura Danzō looked at the sullen Orochimaru and smiled slightly. "No, teacher, you misunderstood." Facing Shimura Danzō's question, Orochimaru's originally calm face showed a touch of panic at this moment. "Tell me, anyway, there are no outsiders here." Shimura Danzō shook his head with a smile, looked at the big snake in front of him with a clear face and said with a smile. But Orochimaru was stunned, and his flustered face froze at this moment. After a long time, Orochimaru sat down slowly and exhaled lightly. "Teacher, I'm really jealous of Jiraiya." Orochimaru looked complicated, and his tone was full of confusion, but there was unabashed jealousy. Because, he is really jealous of Jiraiya. Originally, both of them were commoners of Konoha, and they were honored to be accepted as disciples by Theird Hokage. The two worked hard together, shed blood and sweat together, and grew up with each other, and the strength of the two should be comparable. But now, such a sudden change made Dada unable to accept this cruel reality for a while. Well, jealousy is also a very normal thing. After all, no one can accept that people who are the same as themselves are advancing by leaps and bounds all at once. Shimura Danzō patted the dust off his body and said calmly to Orochimaru who was beside him. But there was a sense of relief in his tone. If Orochimaru didn't dare to admit this, then Shimura Danzō was really a little disappointed in him. It would be better to say that his expectations for Orochimaru were a bit high. But being able to admit it so easily means that Orochimaru still regards Shimura Danzō as his teacher in his heart, and includes him in the scope of trust. "I'm relieved you can say that, and happy for Jiraiya. It is a great blessing in life for him to have a friend like you." Shimura Danzō sat next to Orochimaru with a relaxed smile. And these words made Orochimaru look stunned, and looked at Shimura Danzō in front of him in astonishment, with surprise in his eyes. Saying these words, that means the teacher was testing his attitude earlier. For a moment, Orochimaru felt a little rejoiced. If he didn't admit it directly, then what he would have to face would be the teacher's endless disappointment in him, and at that time there would really be no way out. "Orochimaru, All I can teach you is ninjutsu and combat experience. As for the wet bone forest, I can't teach you. If you really want to catch up with Jiraiya and Tsunade, I can continue and you can go 2 ways. Shimura Danzō mused after a long silence. Teacher, do you have a way? Orochimaru suddenly looked up at Shimura Danzō, his eyes sparkling with hope and boundless anticipation. Because he really wanted to catch up with Jiraiya and Tsunade, and didn't want to be left behind by them, that's why he practiced so desperately before. There is, but this method is somewhat unbearable at your age. And you will also carry darkness, can you bear these things? The death rate is likely to be high, so you have to be prepared. Shimura Danzō said slowly. For a moment, Orochimaru hesitated. Although he didn't understand what Shimura Danzō meant by darkness, but from the other party's cautious expression, it could be seen that it was not simple. Because the death in the last sentence made Orochimaru feel a little timid in his heart. Anyone is afraid of death, let alone him in this situation. But, how can life be smooth sailing? You have to go through some setbacks, and the world of ninjas is so cruel, so death is a common thing, just face it earlier. Become stronger. Orochimaru will undoubtedly choose this path, because only strength is the foundation of gaining a foothold in the ninja world, and he doesn't want to let himself fall behind Jiraiya. Before Jiraiya left, he made a promise that after finishing his studies, he must come back and fight a battle to decide the outcome. Although it is a naive decision between children, Nuo Lihao Shiwan doesn't want to lose. I've decided, teacher, I want to become stronger. After thinking for a long time, Orochimaru solemnly said, good, sure enough, it did not live up to my expectations. Orochimaru, I believe it won't be long before you can catch up with Tsunade and the others. Shimura Danzō said with a chuckle. While Orochimaru may not be able to leap ahead of Tsunade and Jiraiya, at least he won't be too far behind them, which is the only place Shimura Danzō can do. After all, Tsunade and Jiraiya have already started to hang up, and Orochimaru has not hung up, so he can only rely on the liver. As for the location of Ruchi Cave, it is up to Orochimaru to find it himself. Because Ruchi Cave is too mysterious, even he can't detect its location in a short time. Everything still depends on Orochimaru's own chance. Chapter 149. Sarutobi Hiruzen's Dual Personality. Chapter 149. Under the arrangement of Shimura Danzō, Orochimaru entered Anbu to carry out a mission. Because Orochimaru wants to become stronger quickly, he must go through constant battles and wandering between life and death to be able to do so. Of course, compared to other Anbu ninjas, Shimura Danzō gave Orochimaru a lot of convenience, and also told him that there is Ruchi Cave among the 3 holy places. But whether Ziyun can touch Ruchi Cave or not depends on Orochimaru's own fate. Orochimaru was also very happy after learning of the existence of Ruchi Cave, and confidently joined Anbu to carry out the mission, and by the way investigated the news about Ruchi Cave during the mission. This is the convenience given to him by Shimura Danzō, unlike other Anbu ninjas who can only perform tasks and cannot participate in other things. And next, Shimura Danzō is to train Tsunade well, and let the other party successfully practice the sage mode of Shibone Forest. Although this task may seem simple, it varies from person to person. Tsunade really doesn't have much talent for understanding Sage Mode, so he can only let the opponent practice 100 Healings Mark first, and then practice Sage Mode of Wetbone Forest after getting used to it. At the same time, Tsunade was also allowed to pick up tasks around B level for experience. And Shimura Danzō also 283 only let her perform tasks by herself, and did not assign her teammates. The purpose is to allow Tsunade to grow up quickly and become a strong player in his own right. If Tsunade is interested in the position of Hokage, Shimura Danzō does not mind passing the position of Hokage to the other party. Sigh, I didn't expect that Sanin's bond has just been established, and they will part ways in 2 months. Shimura Danzō looked up at the sky and sighed helplessly. However, it is within his expectation that things have progressed to this point, but the time is a little earlier, and compared to the original book, Orochimaru entered Anbu for experience, and at the same time began to look for the existence of Ruchi Cave. I believe that when the Second Ninja World War breaks out, Sanin, White Fang, and the descendants of the Ino Shikacho tribes will shine their light on the stage of Ninja World. But it's time for Sarutobi to get out of confinement. Just 3 days ago, half a year had just passed, and during these 3 days, there was no sound from the Sarutobi family, and during this period, no Sarutobi Hiruzen came to look for him. This made Shimura Danzō curious for a while. You must know that I agreed to the establishment of the roots of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and this guy was so calm that he endured it for 3 days. For a moment, Shimura Danzō couldn't understand what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking. Sarutobi, what are you thinking? Shimura Danzō murmured softly, shaking his chair. Konoha Sarutobi clan Sarutobi Hiruzen room. While Shimura Danzō was thinking about what Sarutobi Hiruzen was doing, Sarutobi Hiruzen was writing a plan about root establishment. And he wrote this plan for half a month, so the time for the confinement to be lifted has passed, and Sarutobi Hiruzen did not go to see Shimura Danzō immediately. Because this planning proposal really gave him some headaches, and he had to consider the root base and various staffing arrangements. It is even necessary to prepare a few more copies. In case Shimura Danzō does not agree with his own copy, he can also come up with a second copy. Although he has a good relationship with Shimura Danzō, he still needs to be extremely rigorous in this kind of official business, not to mention the approval of Shimura Danzō before the root can be formally established. Sarutobi, sometimes you are really like a dog of Shimura Danzō, really Shinko's face to the dedicated. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was concentrating on planning a plan, the CGFB voice full of evil spirits sounded again in his head. And these words immediately made Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the pen in his hand, his face changed slightly and he was a little moved. Because this sentence really disgusted him. But if you take a closer look, it seems to make sense, because he is helping Shimura Danzō now, and the beneficiary of the root creation is still Shimura Danzō. For a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself disturbed by the voice in his head, and then he woke up. Roll, how can you understand the life and death friendship between me and Danzō? The punishment of confinement for half a year is still the greatest protection for me. If you dare to be disrespectful, don't blame me, Sarutobi Hiruzen said in an extremely cold voice. Although it is said that he wants to take the position of Hokage, at least not now. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath to adjust his uneasy emotions, and then devoted himself to route planning. Finish these 3 planning proposals, and then you can apply to Danzō for route establishment tomorrow. May I ask which man can walk out after a month or 2? Anyway, Shimura Danzō has never seen such a ruthless person. Things seem to be starting to get interesting. The evil voice in his head didn't dare to speak after being warned by Sarutobi Hiruzen, it could only sneer mockingly and there was no more sound. He couldn't be schizophrenic. Shimura Danzō was lost in thought as he watched the scene in front of him. You know there is no one in this room, what is Sarutobi Hiruzen talking to himself, and his attitude seems to be quite bad. Because Shimura Danzō has a great kindness to him, so he must at least repay this kindness, and wait for the opportunity to seize the position of Hokage. But Sarutobi Hiruzen is really upset at this moment, the previous words really affected him. For a while, this was the only result Shimura Danzō could get. But now the state of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the only thing that can explain it is the double-split personality. Forget it, don't think too much about it. Sarutobi Hiruzen can't do it yet. What he didn't know was that Shimura Danzō had seen through the scouting crystal what Sarutobi Hiruzen said earlier. Who is this guy talking to? He. Combining Sarutobi Hiruzen's flat expression before and being able to quickly walk out of that shadow, it is indeed a bit weird. Chapter 150, Danzō, I will bear the darkness of Konoha. Chapter 150, Konoha Hokage Office. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally came to the Hokage office on the 5th day after the confinement was lifted. To the surprise of Shimura Danzō, Sarutobi Hiruzen actually prepared 3 planning proposals for route establishment and personnel selection. It seems that in the past 6 months, Sarutobi Hiruzen has not been idle, but has started to plan the establishment of the routes. And this also made Shimura Danzō have to wonder if Sarutobi Hiruzen had a dual personality because of that incident. You must know that incident almost drove Sarutobi Hiruzen crazy, but it only took more than half a year to recover to the original state, which surprised Shimura Danzō. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mentality. Sarutobi Hiruzen is really fierce to be able to act like a normal person in such a situation. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Shimura Danzō, who was paying attention in front of him, carefully speaking. Danzō, what do you think of these 3 proposals? The words are full of anticipation and tension, which shows how much effort Sarutobi Hiruzen has put into these 3 plans, and the obsession with route establishment is so urgent in his heart. It can be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen did his best to be able to achieve this level. If Shimura Danzō rejects all 3 proposals, he might really spit out an old mouth in his heart. But Shimura Danzō didn't answer Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, instead he was engrossed in watching the plan, as if he didn't hear Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice. This also made Sarutobi Hiruzen return to sit on the sofa brilliantly. He forgot one thing, that is, Shimura Danzō doesn't like others to disturb him when he is working, so it is very normal for the other party not to respond to him. At this moment, the voice in Sarutobi Hiruzen's head started to make trouble again. Sarutobi, he has already ignored you, don't you understand your position in Danzo's heart? He doesn't take you seriously at all. A sneer full of delusion and evil sounded, and this also made Sarutobi Hiruzen frown slightly, and wanted to speak, but he couldn't say it directly. Because if he confronts the voice in his head at this time, it will arouse Shimura Danzo's suspicion. After all, apart from him, there is no other person who can know the voice in his head. Shut up, if you dare to make trouble, then I don't mind fighting to the death with you. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared in his heart. Now that the route is established, if it is ruined because of such a small matter, then Sarutobi Hiruzen's efforts for so long will be in vain. After Sarutobi Hiruzen's warning, the evil voice never responded. Obviously, he was scared. After a long time, Shimura Danzō put down the 3 documents in his hand and let out a breath of foul air slowly. How is it, Danzō? Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately leaned forward, his eyes filled with anticipation. Because these 3 proposals were drawn with all his painstaking efforts, if all of them were rejected by Shimura Danzō, he would probably have to formulate a new proposal. The 3 plans are all good, but I think it is better to adopt the first plan. After all, the darkness that the roots have to bear is something Anbu can't bear, so the base must be built underground. Shimura Danzō pondered for a while and then pondered. There is no problem at all, as long as you can agree. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a look of joy on his face, and his emotions became a little excited. As that's so, Hiruzen, let someone else be the head of the root. The roots have to bear too much darkness, if people find out, it will make you bear an inescapable crime. Shimura Danzō looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with concern and said, as he said, what the roots have to do is the darkness that Anbu ninjas cannot touch, enough to imagine how terrible it is. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also moved by Shimura Danzo's tone of caring for his friends. But these words immediately made Sarutobi Hiruzen startled, and shook his head immediately. Danzo, since you have become the light of Konoha, I will become the darkness under Konoha to assist you. Please let me bear this darkness, no one can bear it except me. Ask for flowers oh. Moreover, this is the only thing I can do for Konoha now, and it is also my repayment to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen said loudly with dignity. Shimura Danzo couldn't help being taken aback by this imposing manner, but also smiled a little in his heart. It seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen is really eager to establish a route, and then he will have a bargaining chip with himself in the future. Since he wants to play, Shimura Danzo plays with him. After all, they're good brothers in life and death, so how can they refuse? Hiruzen, didn't expect you. Shimura Danzo shed tears, for a moment, as if he was touched by Sarutobi Hiruzen. 0. As soon as his words came out, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression froze slightly, but it disappeared quickly. After some deep gratitude, Shimura Danzo said slowly, okay, if that's the case, then do everything Sarutobi you say. Danzo, we are friends, brothers. No problem, you are Hokage, so naturally there is no problem. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a sincere face. This is also my redemption for my previous behavior. Originally, he thought that Shimura Danzo would make things difficult for him, but now it seems that he is using the heart of a villain to judge the belly of a gentleman. Danzo, thank you, you will be the root leader in the future. Hiruzen, I will check the selection of personnel, you see how it goes. If you treat me as a brother, then let me bear the darkness that no one can bear. From now on, all the dirty work will be handed over to him, Sarutobi Hiruzen, for the future prosperity of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled lightly. Shimura Danzo wiped away the tears, and patted Sarutobi Hiruzen on the shoulder with a tone of entrustment and said earnestly. Sarutobi Hiruzen burst into tears, hugged Shimura Danzo and thanked him affectionately. But this smile seems a bit far-fetched, as if it is not very willing. I will definitely live up to your expectations. Chapter 151. Sarutobi Hiruzen is hard. Chapter 151. Sarutobi Hiruzen is having a hard time. Because he didn't expect Shimura Danzo to intervene in the route personnel, and he had to agree. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen is said to be the leader of the route, Shimura Danzo is actually in charge, and he has no room to refuse if the other party wants to intervene in this matter. That is to say, he can't secretly put some of the personnel he cultivated into the routes in a certain way. Doing so will definitely arouse Shimura Danzo's suspicion, but now this situation can only dispel this idea. Unless he doesn't want the routes to establish. Hiruzen, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong with your body? If it really doesn't work, let someone else be the head of the Genbu. Shimura Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a worried face and greeted cordially with 077. His tone was full of concern, thinking that Sarutobi Hiruzen was in some embarrassment. No, I can handle this position. Just something suddenly occurred to me. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly shook his head and said. He was really afraid of this guy Shimura Danzo, and he always scared himself half to death with amazing words. You must know that he has devoted countless efforts to the route. If someone takes it away at this time, then he really wants to kill someone. Encountering this kind of thing again and again, even Sarutobi Hiruzen's forbearing character is like a beast. Where do you plan to start building that route base? First of all, I can only give you a part of the help in terms of funds. If you mobilize huge funds without authorization, even if I agree, other high-level officials and some families will not agree. Shimura Danzo asked aloud, is that so? For a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face twitched a little, and a far-fetched smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Shimura Danzo's implication is that he has to pay his own money to build a route base, which means that he has to mobilize money from the Sarutobi clan. But, Sarutobi Hiruzen has no way out, he can only do this, and can't let all his efforts go to waste because of this small money. So I can only endure the pain. When the routes are established, the staff is expanded, and high-value missions are accepted, the money will come back naturally. As for the route base, I plan to build it in the basement that Mr. Tobirama built during his lifetime. Danzo, there should be no problem with this. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked tentatively in his tone. Tisk tisk, the little tale must have finally leaked out. Shimura Danzo sneered in his heart, and then the smile on his face became more intense, becoming a little guilty, and he narrowed his eyes and stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him. He didn't speak, but sat on his chair and knocked on the table, full of rhythm. But every time it hit, it made Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart beat violently, as if it was beating his heart. At this moment, the atmosphere of the scene suddenly became tense. Yuanfei Hiruzen's palm couldn't help clenched into a fist, a drop of cold sweat dripped down from his forehead, creating a stormy sea. Could it be that my purpose has been seen through? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked himself in his heart. However, he never revealed any flaws from the beginning, and the underground laboratory left by Mr. Tobirama before his death, as disciples, they all know about it and have visited it. He just mentioned it casually, and let Shimura Danzo see what he was thinking. For a moment, countless guesses were chaotic in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. He obviously hid it well, even the voice in his head has never been discovered, why can Shimura and Danzo guess it? This is just Sarutobi Hiruzen's guess, because Shimura Danzo's eyes are too terrifying, as if he can see through his heart, and this is also the reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen panicked. Hiruzen, are you sure you want to use the research institute left by Mr. Tobirama as the root base? After a long time, Shimura Danzo's flat voice sounded without any emotion. But, this made Sarutobi Hiruzen even more hesitant. Because he doesn't know whether it's sure or not. What if Shimura Danzo sets him up in it? For a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath after struggling with his thoughts. Yes, after all, the research institute has been abandoned for a long time. It might as well be used as a root base, which happens to save a lot of money. Sarutobi Hiruzen talked eloquently. There was firmness in his tone, and it could be seen that he decided to take a gamble and made a lot of determination. Well, you're right. If this is the case, then do as you say, and Tobirama-sensei's research institute will serve as the root base. Shimura Danzo nodded in agreement after some deliberation. After he said these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed joy, and there was an unconcealable excitement in his heart. Thank you, Danzo. I will definitely manage the roots well and contribute to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled excitedly. Hey, what kind of thank you are we talking about? Go get started. I'm looking forward to establishing roots. So, Hiruzen, let me see how you build this root. Shimura Danzo murmured while staring at Sarutobi Hiruzen in the distance. Shimura Danzo said with a serious face. After the Anbu ninja agreed, he left the door. Tisk tisk, Hiruzen, you really are still coveting the body of a fairy. Shimura Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's leaving back through the floor-to-ceiling windows and muttered softly 1.1. Shimura Danzo smiled slightly, quote, and not long after that, an Anbu came in from outside the house and knelt down on one knee. Sarutobi Hiruzen left Hokage's office ecstatically with 3 root plans on the table. Yes, it's easy to kill, but Shimura Danzo likes to kill. You take a few Anbu to guard the master's laboratory of the second generation project, to monitor Sarutobi Hiruzen's every move. Remember, everything must be done in secret. Okay, then I will prepare now. Master Hokage. Shimura Danzo slowly turned and sat down on the chair. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to play, then he will play with him thoroughly, so that he will completely die. Chapter 152, The Past of Uchiha Zili. Chapter 152. It's been so long, haven't they got any news from the mirror? Shimura Danzo whispered while sitting on the wicker chair in the yard. What's wrong, Danzo? Is there anything bothering you? At this time, Uchiha Yuri came over and looked at Shimura Danzo with a sad face and smiled softly. After all, she rarely saw the other party showing such an expression. Isn't Ling Shui with you? Shimura Danzo did not answer Uchiha Yuri's question, but asked with a puzzled look. After all, Uchiha Zili and Uzumaki Lingshui are basically inseparable. They stay together every day, and now they don't appear together, which makes him a little bit unable to adapt for a while. The Uzumaki family came to visit Aunt Mito today, so they called Lingshui over. You'd better answer my question first. After all, I rarely see you showing such an expression. Uchiha Yuri asked with a chuckle as he lay beside Shimura Danzo. Fortunately, this pair of rattan chairs has been specially modified by Shimura Danzo using wood style. It can accommodate several people, and Uchiha Juri 26 does not seem crowded when lying on it. Oh, what else can there be? Before, let Jing and Homura lead a team to the border to hunt down Kakuzu, who once assassinated First Hokage. There is no news of wearing it back so far, so I am a little worried. Shimura Danzo caressed Uchiha Yuri's belly and said with a sigh, although there is no need to worry too much with Uchiha Kageme's strength, Kakuzu's grievances are indeed a bit weird, and if the two of them underestimate the enemy, something will happen. After all, Uchiha Kagami is not only his friend, but also his brother-in-law. In case something happened to him, then Uchiha Zili would have to blame himself to death. Probably the complaints are light. Kakuzu. When Uchiha Yuri heard the name, a trace of astonishment appeared on his face, and he muttered in his mouth. Yuri, do you know this guy? Shimura Danzo said in surprise after seeing Uchiha Yuri's expression. Well, I played against him. Uchiha Governance nodded in acknowledgement. Oh, Zili, have you ever fought against him? Shimura Danzo looked at Uchiha Yuri with a surprised face, and his words were full of surprise. He really didn't expect Uchiha Yuri to have fought that guy Kakuzu. Yes, when the first ninja war broke out, I served as a bodyguard escorting the princess of the Fire Country. This is also arranged for me by Master Second Hokage, and he also knows my strength. A look of reminiscence appeared on Uchiha Yuri's face. Is that so? I didn't know about it. Shimura Danzo was a little shocked. He didn't expect Senju Tobirama to know the strength of Uchiha Yuri. It seems that there are still many things that he doesn't know. It's normal that you don't know. After all, Second Hokage kept me secret about this matter, so I didn't tell you. If you don't mention Kakuzu, maybe I really forgot about that incident. Uchiha Zili smiled frankly, without the slightest guilty conscience. Because this matter is so ordinary, she has never taken it to heart. That battle, did you win or Kakuzu won? Shimura Danzo asked curiously. After all, he didn't know what level Uchiha Yuri's strength was 5 or 6 years ago. Of course I won. Why? Don't you want me to lose? Uchiha Yuri immediately rolled his eyes at Shimura Danzo, and said with anger in his words. No, I just asked out of curiosity. Anyway, my wife won. After all, Yuri, your strength is unmatched even by Uchiha Madara. Shimura Danzo laughed hastily. By the way, I also took a flattery. This act of playing tricks also made Uchiha Yuri's pretended appearance suddenly unstoppable, showing a smile like a virgin. Okay, stop flattering me. Although my strength is strong, it is still far behind someone like my uncle. Uchiha Zili tapped Shimura Danzo's forehead and smiled helplessly. And it is normal for her to call Uchiha Madara uncle. After all, her father and Uchiha Madara are cousins, so there is no problem with honorifics. That Kakuzu is really interesting, like an immortal body. It didn't work for me to kill him 3 times in a row. I didn't know that he could steal other people's hearts for eternal life until he revealed the secret technique behind him. But that kind of body already looks neither human nor ghost. Uchiha Yuri recalled the battle at that time and said, sure enough, this guy Kakuzu is already proficient at mastering grievances. Shimura Danzō thought to himself, well, you don't have to worry too much about mirroring them. That Kakuzu's strength isn't very good. With Yijing's current strength and a lot of Anbu, it's easy for 347 to deal with him. Uchiha Yuri comforted Shimura Danzō after seeing Shimura Danzo's worried look. Anyway, she did fight with that Kakuzu in her back then, without any pressure at all. Although it is said that Uchiha Kagami is not as strong as her elder sister, it should be no problem to deal with a Kakuzu. Well, since you said so, then I don't need to send people to reinforce them. Shimura Danzō nodded slightly. Originally, he really planned to send people to reinforce Uchiha Kagami and the others, but after Uchiha Zili's explanation, he also dispelled this idea. After all, a Kakuzu can't stand against Uchiha Kagami who turned on Mangekyo Sharingan. You have to have some confidence in them. By the way, Danzo, my older brother wrote me a letter saying that there might be some unrest among the Uchiha clan. I'm worried. Someone will go the same way as Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Yuri suddenly thought of something, looked at Shimura Danzō with an extremely complicated expression and said. As she said, there are still some people in the Uchiha family who have not given up, some people who want to follow the old path of Uchiha Madara. These are exactly what Uchiha Yuri has been worried about. Chapter 153, Signs of Civil Unrest in Uchiha. Chapter 153. Uchiha Yuri was not without misgivings, and Shimura Danzō had already guessed this. Uchiha Kagami died at the age of 25, which has nothing to do with the civil strife of the Uchiha clan. No, it's not irrelevant, but this incident is the main cause of Uchiha Kagami's death. And Izanami was developed by Uchiha Juri at this time, and then ended the civil strife of the Uchiha clan. This is exactly what worries Shimura Danzō. Because he didn't want Uchiha Yuri to use Izanami, that would blind her in one eye, which Shimura Danzō couldn't stand. Therefore, he decided to intervene in the civil strife in Uchiha, and completely showed his crushing strength to directly suppress these Uchiha people who wanted to do it. All he did was for Uchiha Chiri. After all, he knew his wife's character well, and couldn't bear to see the Uchiha clan in this situation. For this reason, Shimura Danzō had to reveal his true strength. What warmed Shimura Danzō's heart the most was that Uchiha Yuri told himself about it. In other words, Shimura Danzō has completely occupied Uchiha Yuri's heart, and she has nothing to hide from him. Actually, I've expected this for a long time. Not every Uchiha tribe has the same kind of awareness and thoughts as you 3 brothers and sisters. The Uchiha clan, what a pain in the A. Shimura Danzō rubbed his head and sighed helplessly. So you already knew. There was a hint of surprise in Uchiha Yuri's voice, but it quickly masked it. Because Shimura Danzō wants to know every move of the Uchiha clan, it is not too simple, so it is extremely normal for the other party to know. Well, it's just that I believe that the strength of the elder brother-in-law and the younger brother-in-law can suppress their return. But now it seems that it is indeed a bit weak. Because they are not afraid of Uchiha Naoya and Uchiha Kagami, they are afraid of you. Yuri. Shimura Danzō's methodical analysis made Uchiha Yuri nod in tacit agreement. As Shimura Danzō said, it is not Uchiha Naoya and Uchiha Kagami that the group of wolfish and ambitious guys in the clan are afraid of, but the mighty Uchiha Yuri. Because Uchiha Zili's strength directly suppressed all those guys, and no one dared to resist. They are very clear that everything is empty talk in the face of absolute strength. If it weren't for Uchiha Juri's disinterest in the position of patriarch, and she is now married, I am afraid that the position of patriarch must be her. But it is precisely because of this marriage that those Uchiha tribesmen who were afraid to do anything at first have begun to show some signs of being ready to move. After all, Uchiha Zili is married, and strictly speaking, she is not qualified to meddle in any affairs of the Uchiha clan. She is now called Shimura Zili. Therefore, they can force the palace of the patriarch, force Uchiha Naoya to abdicate, and then firmly control the Uchiha clan. Finally, wait until the time is right to carry out coups and rebellions. But the one who left behind these curses was Shimura Danzo's teacher, Second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Thinking of this, Shimura Danzō couldn't help laughing bitterly in his heart. Teacher, you really plotted against the Uchiha clan. Because it was Senju Tobirama who made this crime bud of the Uchiha clan grow. Originally, all this developed slowly, and those of the Uchiha clan did not enjoy the idea so much. But the power brought by the Konoha police force has fascinated those proud Uchiha people, and even wants to go one step closer. And they knew that they couldn't do it with their current strength, so they had to seize the position of patriarch and call on the entire Uchiha clan to rebel. The departure of Uchiha Zili is the best opportunity for them. It is no longer her turn to intervene as an outsider in the fight for the patriarch. They're pretty good at calculating. Quote, "You are no longer a member of the Uchiha clan after you get married. So I can't interfere with the change of the patriarch's position at all, and I, as Hokage, can't control it. After all, this is a family matter," Shimura Danzō said with a sneer. Quote, "But you have to trust your elder brother. With his strength, it shouldn't be a problem to suppress these people." Seeing the worried look on Uchiha Yuri's face, Shimura Danzō comforted softly. "If it really doesn't work, then I will take action to suppress them. It's just a bad sound at best." Shimura Danzō gently stroked Uchiha Yuri's lower abdomen, signaling her not to worry so much, so as not to move her fetus. "No, if you make a move, you will leave someone with a handle." Uchiha Yuri immediately shook his head and objected. She didn't want to trouble Shimura Danzō, but she also didn't want to see the Uchiha clan leading the way. "If there is any reason, I have my own measure, so you just watch it carefully." Shimura Danzō smiled helplessly, but just as Uchiha Yuri was about to speak, Shimura Danzō's index finger pressed against her pink lips. "Be obedient, let me handle the easy digging." And at this moment, Uchiha Yuri was also silent, looking at Shimura Danzō with a complicated denomination, with crystal-clear teardrops swirling in his eyes. "She married the right person. Okay, why are you crying? If Aunt Mito sees you like this, maybe you have to teach me a lesson." Shimura Danzō gently wiped the tears from Uchiha Yuri's eyes and smiled. Gradually, Uchiha healed and nestled on Shimura Danzō's shoulder. "Danzō, thank you." The whispers are full of countless tenderness, as comfortable as a spring breeze. "Stupid woman, fourth husband." Shimura Danzō fiddled with the loose purple hair, and the voice of teasing rang in Uchiha Yuri's ear. Husband. Chapter 154, Uchiha Naoya's Worries. Chapter 154. As dusk fell, Konoha, which was originally noisy and bustling, gradually entered dormancy as time went by. At this time, except for the Anbu ninja who was in charge of patrolling in the dark to protect the safety of Konoha, most of the people also finished the day's fatigue and fell into a beautiful dreamland. But among the Uchiha clan, there was a room that was brightly lit, and several people gathered in the room seemed to be having a secret conversation. If anyone from the Uchiha clan saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. Because several people in the room are all strong men of the Uchiha clan, and the one sitting in the middle is the patriarch, Naoya Uchiha. The rest are the elders of the Uchiha clan, and they are all strong men who have opened Mangekyo Sharingan. Patriarch, it seems that what you were worried about finally happened. The elder Uchiha on the right side with a complex expression, his voice full of worry. Obviously, they are about to face a big event, even more shocking than when Uchiha Madara left. It can be said that the progress of the matter to this point is within everyone's expectations, but this situation is not what they want to face. Well, this is also impossible. Who would have thought that Zelie would marry, and she married Theird Hokage? Naoya Uchiha smiled helplessly. To be honest, considering the position of the patriarch, he is really unwilling to let Uchiha Yuri marry Shimura Danzō, because this will directly balance the balance in the Uchiha clan that was originally inclined to them. The loss of a strong man like Uchiha Madara back then directly led to the fact that the strength of the two factions became evenly matched, and no one gave way. But standing in the position of the elder brother, Naoya Uchiha is supporting his sister to pursue her own happiness, instead of being bound blindly in this family. Under all kinds of entanglements in his heart, Uchiha Naoya chose the latter, because he felt that he owed his sister too much and could only do some insignificant things to make up for her. Don't think about it so much, those guys don't dare to act rashly. Although Zelie is married and can no longer interfere in the affairs of the clan, I am not CGEA vegetarian. As long as the mirror comes back, we will get rid of them altogether. Uchiha Naoya's voice gradually became indifferent, and there was a slight coldness in his eyes. And this also made the hearts of several Uchiha elders present jumping, and their faces became a little dignified. Because they knew that this patriarch with a kind face in the past, was really angry. The situation was finally settled down, but someone wanted to break him, which completely touched Uchiha Naoya's bottom line. The patriarch. If Jing didn't come back, if they had done it earlier, we might not be the opponent. 27. Suddenly, a Uchiha elder posed a difficult problem for Uchiha Naoya. This also made everyone's hearts sink slightly, and their faces were a little unhappy. Yes, they forgot one thing. Now Uchiha Kagami belongs to Anbu, and was sent out by Theird Hokage on a classified mission. There is no way to come back without a month. If during this period, people from another faction want to seize the position of patriarch, then they may really not be opponents. After all, the powerhouse with one more Mangekyo and one less Mangekyo can really decide the outcome of this battle. What they are most worried about now is that those people will take advantage of the sensitive time when Uchiha Zelie is married and Uchiha Kagami has not yet returned. Blame me. If I had made up my mind at the beginning, things would not have developed to this point. Uchiha Naoya said with some annoyance. At the beginning, Uchiha Zelie suppressed the other faction of the Uchiha tribe with thunder means, originally to seal the chakra all over their bodies, and live a life of ordinary people from then on. But Naoya Uchiha relented in the end, and Jay let them go on the basis of their old relationship. Unexpectedly, 2 months after Uchiha Juri got married, the wolfish ambitions of those people were revealed again. As soon as he said these words, the atmosphere of the scene became a little heavy. But the rest of the elders did not speak out to blame Uchiha Naoya. It might be better to say that they valued Uchiha Naoya, so they elected him as the patriarch when he was young. But the evil consequences brought about now are unbearable for them, and corresponding countermeasures must be made. It really doesn't work. I'll go to Gujili. As soon as Uchiha Naoya said this, the Uchiha elder on the left shook his head and rejected it. Patriarch, if you go to get the eldest lady back at this time, I am afraid that they will really let them spread rumors by taking advantage of this. After all, the eldest lady is already married, and according to the family rules, she can't interfere in the affairs of the Uchiha clan. If you do this, you will leave a handle on the contrary, and the situation may become more complicated by then. Elder Uchiha sighed helplessly, his tone full of exhaustion. If I knew this earlier, why bother? There is really no regret medicine in this world that you can take. The only thing that can be done now is that you, the patriarch, ask the third Hokage to recall Uchiha Kagami tomorrow. Otherwise, when the time comes to act, we will be the ones who will suffer. Suggested a Uchiha elder. As soon as his words came out, Uchiha Naoya saw a ray of hope. The best way right now is this, and there is no other choice but this road. Well, tomorrow I will ask third Hokage to recall the mirror urgently. I hope he can agree. Naoya Uchiha nodded, because Uchiha Kagami is carrying out a classified mission, and although Uchiha Naoya does not know the content of the mission, judging from Uchiha Kagami's cautious attitude, this mission is definitely very dangerous, and it needs Anbu Captain Mitokado Homura and Uchiha Kagami to lead the team. It is conceivable how difficult this task is. Now I want to recall Uchiha Kagami, which can be said to be a problem for the main generation Hokage. If it doesn't work, I can only confess to my brother-in-law, hoping that he can understand me. Chapter 155. I owe Danzo a huge favor. Chapter 155. Brother-in-law, you came to me in such a secret today, you must have encountered some difficulties. 17. Shimura Danzō took a cup of tea and smiled lightly in front of Uchiha Naoya. His words also surprised Uchiha Naoya, but soon calmed down. Then he nodded slightly to admit that, after all, he came suddenly, the other party must know something important about him. And he chose a good time, taking advantage of Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Lingshui to go to Uzumaki Mito to learn how to prepare for a pregnant woman. So now there is only Shimura Danzō left in the family, and Uchiha Naoya just happened to come. It is very normal to think about it carefully. After all, if Uchiha Yuri is at home, Uchiha Naoya will be even more embarrassed. Well, to tell you the truth, I do have something very important to come to you. Naoya Uchiha nodded in agreement. After all, we are all smart people, there is nothing to hide, it is better to open the skylight and speak the truth, which will save a lot of trouble. Let me guess, it's about the Uchiha clan. Shimura Danzō smiled mysteriously, which made Uchiha Naoya react instantly. After some thought, Uchiha Naoya also immediately understood that Uchiha Yuri had told him about the civil strife in the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, how could he directly bring up the matter of the Uchiha clan? Looks like Jerry told you. That's right, I'm here this time to ask you to bring the mirror back, otherwise we may not be the opponent of the other faction. Naoya Uchiha confessed directly. Since Uchiha Yuri had already told the other party about the Uchiha clan, he had nothing to hide. The pros and cons, I believe Shimura Danzō can understand. Don't worry about that. As early as 2 days ago, I asked the people from Anbu to notify Uchiha Kagami to come back. I believe they should be able to return to the leaves in these 2 days. A deep smile appeared on Shimura Danzō's face, which directly made Uchiha Naoya startled. His mouth opened slightly, and he didn't know what to say for a while. Danzo, you. Uchiha Naoya looked at Shimura Danzō in astonishment, unable to say 1,000 words in his heart. This brother-in-law of his, this strategizing is a little too scary. Thank you, there is no need to say more. But I hope brother-in-law you will be able to settle down Uchiha's other faction. Otherwise, don't blame me for being a wolf when I intervene in the internal affairs of the Uchiha clan. The smile on Shimura Danzō's face gradually became subtler, and this also made Uchiha Naoya's heart sink slightly. From these words, it is not difficult to see that Shimura Danzō knew that the other faction of the Uchiha clan advocated the same philosophy as Uchiha Madara at the beginning. No, they are more twisted than Uchiha Madara. What they want is not just the control of the Uchiha clan, but they want to launch a coup to take Konoha and take the position of third Hokage. That is, if they fail. Then Shimura Danzō will take action, and the Uchiha clan will face extinction. At that time, even Uchiha Yuri's intercession may be useless, because it is absolutely impossible for such a coup d'état to be tolerated. Thinking of this, Uchiha Naoya couldn't help but shudder in his heart. Judging from this confident smile and the terrifying aura that erupted one day, Shimura Danzō's strength is definitely the same as that of his sister, even surpassing Uchiha Yuri. In other words, it is extremely easy for him to destroy the Uchiha clan, and it does not require much effort at all. Even if they have the Mangekyo Sharingan, it cannot be used at the level of Uchiha Madara at all. Mangekyo Sharingan is also divided into strong and weak. Before the full body Susanoo is turned on, it is impossible to be Shimura Danzō's opponent. I understand what you mean. If it really gets to that point, I won't have any complaints if you intervene. Naoya Uchiha took a deep breath and said slowly, ask for flowers. It seems that this time it is not as simple as losing the position of patriarch, but the fate of the entire Uchiha clan is decided. Brother-in-law, as long as you understand, I hope you can solve this matter, which is good for everyone. Shimura Danzō nodded with a smile. It can be said that Shimura Danzo's ability to achieve this level is enough to give Uchiha Naoya face, and it is for Uchiha Jori's sake that he did not intervene. If other families dare to have such thoughts, Shimura Danzo will directly control people without saying a word, and make a decision on life and death later. But because of Uchiha Zeeli's relationship, Shimura Danzo did not choose to do that, but chose to hand over all this matter to Uchiha Naoya and Uchiha Kagami. As for the result, we can only wait and see. If it fails, Shimura Danzo from the other faction will kill them without leaving any trouble. Because they are like time bombs, they will detonate at any time, and only killing can calm people's hearts. Thank you, Danzo. Uchiha Naoya also nodded and thanked. Because he also knows that this matter will make Shimura Danzo difficult to do, and it is not easy to achieve this level of concession. Don't forget, he is not only his Uchiha Naoya's brother-in-law, but also the third Hokage of Konoha village. As a Hokage, he absolutely does not allow such a danger to be around, and must be wiped out immediately. And Shimura Danzo being able to let him handle it himself is already the greatest mercy. If Second Hokage Senju Tobirama is still alive, I am afraid that the Uchiha clan will be wiped out right now. After all, with that ruthless and decisive method, such a Uchiha clan would never be allowed to exist. No thanks, I hope I won't have the day to do something to the Uchiha clan. Shimura Danzo waved his hands and laughed, and his words made Uchiha Naoya feel quite complicated, but he was grateful. After this incident, the Uchiha clan really owes Shimura Danzo a huge favor. Chapter 156. What can a husband ask for if he has a wife? Chapter 156. After discussing the matter, Uchiha Naoya did not stay too long. After saying goodbye, he hurriedly left without even taking a sip of the tea that was brought to him. It can be seen how much Uchiha Naoya attaches great importance to this matter, otherwise he would not pull down his face and beg Shimura Danzo himself. You must know that he came here this time to represent the entire Uchiha clan, which means that after the victory of this battle, the Uchiha clan owes Shimura Danzo 10 huge favors. As for how hard it is to repay this favor, I believe Uchiha Naoya knows it very well. But Shimura Danzo's ability to make such a concession was unexpected by 180 Uchiha Naoya. It seems that his sister did not marry the wrong person. In a trance, a fragrance hit. A soft embrace Shimura Danzo, her delicate body trembled slightly, and the fragrance of exhaled breath permeated Shimura Danzo's nose. Danzo, thank you. These 5 words are full of complexity and gratitude, which also makes Shimura Danzo helplessly smile. And the person who can hug him like this is naturally Uchiha Jori. It seems that she came back from Uzumaki Mito early and eavesdropped for a long time, even Shimura Danzo didn't notice. But this is also a very normal thing. After all, Uchiha Jori's strength should be comparable to his own now. I have nothing to thank. If the Uchiha clan is really controlled by another faction, it will be a major loss of combat power for the village. So it's the most correct choice for me to do this, and there is nothing wrong with it in public or private. Shimura Danzo gently lifted Uchiha Yuri's messy hair and laughed softly. It can be said that spoiling a wife to such an extent, no one except Shimura Danzo would dare to make such a bold decision. In an instant, a warm current flowed through Uchiha Zeeli's heart, and she couldn't help hugging Shimura Danzo even more tightly, tears streaming down her beautiful cheeks. The tear stains are like the ditch of the bright moon in the sky, it is so distressing. Crystal tears dripped onto Shimura Danzo's shirt, and then seeped through, making him feel wet. Okay, why are you crying again? Come on, have a smile. Shimura Danzo broke away from Uchiha Yuri's embrace, and then gently wiped the tears from his cheeks, his eyes full of pity. Puff. Uchiha Yuri was amused by Shimura Danzo's funny look. Although there were still tears on his face, this smile was so touching. Fire Nation Frontier. A group of people were panting heavily. Judging from the masks they were wearing, it was Konoha's Anbu. As for Konoha Anbu who can appear here now, except for Mitokado Homura sent by Shimura Danzo and led by Uchiha Kagami, there is no one else. Judging from the messy surroundings and the potholes on the ground, it can be seen that there has been a large-scale battle here. To be able to cause such a level of damage, it should be a battle between 2 cage-level powerhouses. Mirror, I finally know why Master Hokage sent you here. The strength of this Kakuzu is so terrifying, and it's like an immortal body. Mitokado Homura took off the shattered mask and said while covering the wound on his right arm. I will take responsibility for the failure of this mission. The scene also fell silent at this time, and no one spoke anymore. Well, it's no wonder that this guy was able to escape from the master of the first generation back then, and he really has some strength. For this, they lost 3 Anbu elites, which made Uchiha Kagami quite guilty. This mission has failed, and the responsibility lies entirely with me. If there is no him in this hunting mission, I am afraid that all the Anbu elites led by Mitokado Homura will die under the Kakuzu. Uchiha Kagami sighed with a complicated complexion, and then sat down on the ground somewhat decadently. After playing against Kakuzu, Uchiha Kagami also understood why Shimura Danzo let himself be with the team. If you bear it alone, you don't take me as a teammate. And his right arm has a grim wound, with a cut, but it has been treated briefly, so there is no serious problem. You must know how difficult it is to cultivate 3 Anbu elites, but now 3 are lost, which makes him have 0.1 face to face Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Kagami nodded slightly. If I can get rid of him as soon as possible, I won't let him escape. This time it's mainly my dereliction of duty. Because that guy is simply an unkillable existence, and can take other people's hearts for resurrection. Shimura Danzō is also well aware of his own strength, and this mission allows him to accompany the team in person, which means that this time the opponent is extremely difficult. Mitokado Homura said slowly after taking a deep breath. The only uncomfortable thing was the severe pain caused by the wound, but Mitokado Homura still endured it. Chapter 157, The Power to Suppress Troubled Times. Chapter 157. For a while, the atmosphere of the scene dropped to freezing point. But at this moment, a swift figure turned into a black shadow and appeared directly in the sight of everyone. Everyone was in a state of high alert for a moment, but after they saw the mask and costume worn by the visitor, they couldn't help but feel curious. Why does Konoha's Anbu appear on the border of the Land of Fire? This made them feel incomparably puzzled for a moment, and at the same time, an ominous premonition rose in their hearts. Could it be that something big happened in the village? Uchiha Kagami, Master Hokage asked me to deliver this letter to you. The Anbu ninja who came didn't talk too much nonsense, stepped forward, took out a letter from his arms and handed it to Uchiha Kagami. And letter 26 has the Hokage seal of Shimura Danzō on it, which means that the credibility of this letter is beyond doubt. This also made everyone puzzled, but they didn't ask. After all, this is a letter from Hokage-sama to Uchiha Kagami, so it might be inappropriate for them to ask rashly. Uchiha Kagami was puzzled, but calmly took the mysterious letter and opened it. Moment. When Uchiha Kagami finished reading the contents of the letter, his face turned livid, and he crumpled the letter into a ball with both hands. A terrifying murderous aura was released from their bodies, which caused the expressions of the Anbu ninjas, Mitokado Homura and others to change slightly, and they took a step back subconsciously. Because Uchiha Kagami's strength is too much beyond theirs, it is very normal for them to be a little bit unbearable. Mirror. What happened? Mitokado Homura suddenly asked, and this is what Mitokado Homura plucked up the courage to ask. After all, the previous Uchiha Kagami was too terrifying to be approached. Uchiha. Something happened. Uchiha Kagami's icy voice is full of piercing murderous intent, as if it makes people feel like they are in a secret place in winter. As soon as he said this, Mitokado Homura's face changed drastically, and his pupils suddenly shrank. As the captain of Anbu, he naturally received orders from Shimura Danzō to investigate the Uchiha clan, and he also discovered that some of them had strange thoughts. These people are almost the same as the Uchiha Madara who rebelled against the village, of course, in terms of ideas. Compared with Uchiha Madara in terms of strength, it is simply a world of difference, there is no comparison at all. What happened in the Uchiha clan can make Uchiha Kagami so furious, which means that the restless guys in the Uchiha clan have already started to attack. Jing, you go back first. As for investigating Kakuzu's whereabouts, leave it to me. Mitokado Homura said decisively, because he knows what this matter means to Uchiha Kagami, it is to determine the future fate of the Uchiha family. At this time, the Uchiha family is completely on the wire, thinking of heaven and hell. Mitokado Homura believes that Shimura Danzō can destroy the Uchiha clan at any time if he wants to. But because of the relationship between Uchiha Kagami and his wife Uchiha Yuri, Shimura Danzō gave the Uchiha clan time to deal with themselves. If it cannot be handled well, then Shimura Danzō will go out of the people himself. Although Mitokado Homura didn't know how powerful Shimura Danzō was, he could vaguely sense that the aura of Shimura Danzō was comparable to that of first Hokage back then. What kind of concept is this? That is to say, Shimura Danzō now has the power to suppress the troubled times, the terrifying power above the other four shadows. Judging from the scene where Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned by his momentum alone that day, Shimura Danzō's strength is beyond doubt. Although he doesn't know why the opponent's strength has suddenly soared to such a point, Mitokado Homura knows that there is nothing wrong with following Shimura Danzō wholeheartedly. Thank you, Homura. Uchiha Kagami gave a cry of gratitude, and then turned into a black shadow and frantically swept towards Konoha. The speed was so fast that people came to their senses and found that Uchiha Kagami was already 50 meters away at this time. Such a terrifying speed was something they had never seen before. Sure enough, the Uchiha clan is restless. Mitokado Homura was leaning on the boulder 827 beside him, recalling what he had investigated earlier. He found that the most crucial figure among them was Shimura Danzō's wife, Uchiha Yuri. Of all the Uchiha people including the elders, no one has ever dared to approach the courtyard where Uchiha Yuri lived. Even for cleaning, there are only some female Uchiha people who come to help clean the fallen leaves in front of the door on weekdays, and the rest dare not approach. After careful observation by Mitokado Homura, it was found that they all had a little fear of Uchiha Yuri, and the fear in their eyes could not be concealed. But what Mitokado Homura admired the most was Shimura Danzō's unrivaled courage, and at the same time he began to guess how terrifying his strength was. Those Sharingan owners who were able to be so unafraid of the Uchiha clan, let themselves settle down. If it can't be settled down, it will be time to suppress the Uchiha clan. If Mitokado Homura's guess is correct, this is probably the case. Danzo, how much are you hiding? Chapter 158, Kill Uchiha Kagami's Duo. Chapter 158. Uchiha Kagami rushed madly in the direction of Konoha. But at this moment, he keenly sensed that two auras not weaker than his were attacking him, with very obvious intentions. Really, after noticing the familiar feeling of these two auras, Uchiha Kagami's heart sank suddenly, and his face became extremely ashen. Because the two people chasing him in the rear are obviously from the Uchiha clan, and they have opened Mangekyo Sharingan like Uchiha Kagami. If there is only one person, Uchiha Kagami is very confident that he can solve the other party. But let him face two people, he can say that he has no chance of winning, and it is unknown whether he can even escape alive. It is impossible to escape under the pursuit of two strong men of equal strength. Boom! Uchiha Kagami jumped from the big tree and landed directly on an open space, directly causing the ground where he was to have traces of cracks. It's no use running now. His current position is still far away from Konoha, it is impossible to run back, and the two people behind are also preparing to catch up with him. Bang bang! In less than 10 seconds, two black figures descended instantly. The two were wearing black combat uniforms, and the logo of the Uchiha clan was embroidered on the back of the clothes. Their faces were filled with chilling meaning, and their eyes were fixed on Uchiha Kagami. And their eyes are the Sharingan of Sengoyu, it seems that they are not serious. Mirror, give up, quote. Uchiha Naoya's pedantic and weak thinking will eventually kill the Uchiha clan, and Uchiha needs a new leader. Uchiha Yuta said coldly. There is a hint of persuasion in the words. It can be seen that he and Uchiha Kagami are acquaintances, and the relationship is also very good, but the two have differences on Uchiha's future path. Yuta, it's you guys who are so naive. If the Uchiha family continues according to your method, I am afraid that it is not far from extermination. Uchiha Kagami sneered immediately after hearing the other parties, persuading surrender. Others may not know it, but Uchiha Kagami is well aware of just how terrifying Shimura Danzō is. Moreover, as long as the Uchiha clan threatens the village, his sister Uchiha Juri will also take action. When that time comes, no matter how reluctant you are, you have to wipe out the Uchiha clan with tears in your eyes, because this has completely touched the bottom line. It can be said that it is too easy for Shimura Danzō to destroy the Uchiha clan, but it is not easy to do it because he still has a doll. That's why I told Uchiha Kagami in the letter that this opportunity was won because of the two of them, otherwise Shimura Danzō would have killed the germ of this danger in the cradle. Because he knows that Shimura Danzō has been letting Mitokado Homura secretly investigate the Uchiha clan, so it is not too easy to know the rebellious hearts of those guys in the clan. Yuta, it's useless to say more. Since this is the case, then the only way is to keep you here completely. Uchiha Shongi's aura burst out suddenly, and an astonishing killing intent swept towards Uchiha Kagami. At this moment, swords are on the verge of breaking out. Sure enough, we have to do it after all. The chakra in Uchiha Kagami's body also gathered at this moment, his eyes changed from flat to cold. He had expected this day a long time ago, but he didn't expect this day to come so suddenly, and it was more like they had planned it. He had already ambushed here and waited for him to rush back to Konoha. Maybe he is destined to die here today. Uchiha Yuta's speed soared, and he reached Uchiha Kagami's body in an instant, kicking directly towards his heart. But fortunately, Uchiha Kagami took precautions in advance, dodged sideways, and then retreated backwards. Fire-style Phoenix Fire technique. Before Uchiha Kagami landed, more than a dozen fireballs the size of basketballs hit him directly. Originally only C-level ninjutsu is comparable to B-level ninjutsu under the use of Uchiha Shonge. But Uchiha Kagami didn't panic in the slightest, instead, he calmly began to make seals, and the speed of seals was dazzling. Water-style water barrier. I saw Uchiha Kagami spit out a large amount of water in an instant, forming an indestructible water flow wall to resist the front. Zzz. The sound of water and fire blending sounded, which also surprised Uchiha Shonge and Uchiha Yuta. Good kings, he didn't expect Uchiha Kagami's reaction to be so fast. It seems that during the First Ninja World War and Anbu's mission during this period, he got a little bit of promotion. The two did not continue to pursue, but backed away and carefully observed Uchiha Kagami's every move, as if they were still whispering, how does the Shang Emperor deal with Uchiha Kagami? After Uchiha Kagami survived the attack without any risk, he also quickly distanced himself from the two. Sure enough, it is not an ordinary difficulty to win against two guys of the same strength. Uchiha Kagami looked at the two people in front of him, his heart sank slightly. The strength of the two is not much different from his, so what I think about now is not winning, but how to run. Chapter 159, Susanoo appears. Chapter 159. Jing, give up struggling. I'll give you a treat. Uchiha Yuta looked at Uchiha Kagami indifferently and said coldly. From the attack just now, it can be seen that Uchiha Kagami is a bit overwhelmed by the attacks of the two, and this attack is at best a temptation. If you really want to do it, then Uchiha Kagami must die. If you haven't fought before, how do you know that I will lose? Uchiha Kagami smiled disdainfully, and the chakra in his body emerged again, with a strong light shining in his eyes. Now he absolutely cannot sit still and wait for the attack of the two, he must preemptively strike, even if it is 1 against 2. He knew very well that if he didn't wait to strike first, he would definitely fall into the attacking rhythm of Uchiha Shonge and Uchiha Yuta. By that time, Uchiha Kagami may not even have a chance to stand up, so he must take the initiative to fight for a chance. It can be said that Uchiha Kagami's choice is very wise. Once he fell into the attacking rhythm of these two people 007, it was equivalent to a slow death ending. Therefore, Uchiha Kagami has to fight for a way out by himself. Although the hope is slim, there is only this way in front of him now. Since you are so stubborn, I can only send you on your way. Uchiha Yuta suddenly became murderous, and his figure was like a cannonball, directly attacking Uchiha Kagami. There was a piercing sound driven by the figure in the air, and it arrived in front of Uchiha Kagami in an instant. Boom! The fierce kick kicked out suddenly, and the violent power contained in it could even smash a thick wall. If it hits a person, I am afraid that the internal organs will be shattered by this terrifying power. It can be seen from this that Uchiha Yuta didn't hold back anything and moved towards Uchiha Kageme's vitals. And Uchiha Shonye is exactly the same as before. Instead of directly attacking, he uses fire style to predict the direction Uchiha Kageme is avoiding to attack. He is not very strong in physical skills, but he has extremely high attainments in ninjutsu, so he chooses to attack from the rear. Melee, long range, both. Uchiha Kageme's situation at this time is extremely dangerous. It can be seen that people from the other faction have conducted research on Uchiha Kageme, so they let these two people come to intercept him. And they also believe that Uchiha Yuta will not show mercy, because he has already implemented that idea in his heart. At this moment, Uchiha Kageme had to face Uchiha Yuta's attack like a storm, and also had to keep an eye on the ninjutsu released by Uchiha Shoi. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is in a desperate situation at this time. But one thing can be found, that is, the three of them did not use the ability of Mangekyo Sharingan, but chose to use the Sharingan of Sengoyu to fight. Because no one opened it first, they all knew how terrifying the load brought by the Mangekyo Sharingan, and Uchiha Shonye and Uchiha Yuta did not want to consume the pupil power here, so they didn't open the Mangekyo Sharingan immediately, but waiting for Uchiha Kageme to unleash his full strength. Of course, it would be a blessing for the two of them if they could get rid of each other with the three-hook jade. After all, the fatigue and trauma brought about by using Mangekyo Sharingan is indeed a bit painful, and they don't want to bear it. The battle was extremely fierce, and Uchiha Kageme was already panting slightly, and gradually switched from normal fighting to defense. And Uchiha Shonye's ninjutsu, CGDC, kept attacking Uchiha Kageme, making him a little overwhelmed to avoid it for a while. And just when Uchiha Kageme was about to fall from the state, Uchiha's figure suddenly appeared behind Uchiha Kageme. Mirror, go to hell. A voice full of murderous intent sounded, and an icy cold light flashed past, and a long blade was thrown, pointing directly at Uchiha Kageme's chest. The speed was extremely fast, and ordinary people could not dodge this attack at all. There was a great fireball in front, and a long, sharp blade in the back, and he had just landed, so he couldn't react at all for a while. And in this flash, Uchiha Kageme's three-tomo Sharingan was spinning crazily, and soon condensed into a spiral windmill. And this is Uchiha Kageme's Mangekyo Sharingan. The dark green chakra emerged at this moment, and the bright light made it hard to keep your eyes open. A pair of skeletons burning with dark green chakra flames instantly appeared around Uchiha Kageme's body, directly enveloping him completely. Then the great fireball and the long blade hit the bone, making a loud roar. Boom. There was smoke and dust, but it dissipated quickly, and the figure of Uchiha Kageme appeared in front of the eyes of Uchiha Shonye and Uchiha Yuta. As this is Susanoo, Uchiha and Yuta looked at this scene with serious faces, and their originally plain faces became a little dignified at this moment. Susanoo, Uchiha Kageme looked coldly at the two reunited, and took a step back. Being forced to use Susanoo is also a helpless thing. After all, if the previous attack is hard fought, he may suffer a lot of damage, so he must be cautious. Call. At this moment, Uchiha Kageme slowly injected chakra into Susanoo, so that the Susanoo outside his body gradually began to grow at this moment. The bones that were only protecting part of the body slowly grew out and turned into a giant with the upper body of a human being. There are a lot of green chakra flames constantly burning around the elder brother, showing a powerful posture. At this moment, both Uchiha Yuta and Uchiha also realized that the battle has ushered in a fierce stage. The previous attacks were just warm-ups, but now it is a real life and death duel, and if you are not careful, you will be killed. And the three-tomo Sharingan of the two is also spinning crazily at this moment, and then the Mangekyo Sharingan is displayed. Mirror, you are not the only one who can open Sharingan. Uchiha Yuta said coldly, but there is a hint of jealousy in this voice, which makes people intrigued. Chapter 160, The Showdown Between Susanoo. Chapter 160. Immediately afterwards, orange and red Susanoo skeletons also appeared around the bodies of Uchiha Shonye and Uchiha Yuta, and then evolved into the same form as Uchiha Kageme. One is holding a bow and arrow, and the other is empty-handed, but it contains extremely terrifying power. This is also the worst scene in Uchiha Kageme's mind, guess. Sure enough, the two of them will also use Susanoo in. Uchiha Kageme's heart suddenly sank when he saw the scene in front of him, and his face became a little unhappy. Originally, he thought that the Susanoo of these two people was at most in the initial form, but now it seems that his thinking is a little naive. It's not just him getting stronger alone, the rest of them are also getting stronger. Mirror, go to hell, I will bury you. Uchiha Yuta took the lead in attacking, and rushed forward. The red skeleton giant hand fell from the sky, terrifying like a giant beast. And Uchiha Shonye was not idle either. The orange bow and arrow whizzed out like a gust of wind, attacking Uchiha Kageme with a sharp sound of piercing through the air. Boom. Two loud bangs sounded, and the dust filled the air in an instant, and the smoke and dust billowed. The ground with a radius of more than 20 meters cracked instantly, as terrifying as a small meteorite falling. This guy should be dead, Uchiha Shonye whispered outside the smoke. Then the bow in his hand also turned into particles and slowly dissipated into the heaven and earth. Call out. Suddenly, the dark green chakra flame suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, and this is Uchiha Kageme's Susanoo. Boom. With a punch that shook the earth, it directly hit the center of Uchiha Shonye's Susanoo. Mirror, you really look down on my reaction. Facing the sudden Uchiha Kageme, Uchiha Shonye did not panic in the slightest. Instead, he looked calm, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. In the midst of this flash, Uchiha Shongye also punched out, without the slightest sign of fear. Boom! In an instant, the earth trembled, and the sound like thunder resounded through the square area, and endless waves of air rolled towards all directions. No matter if it was a big tree or a thick stone, they were all moved by this powerful and shocking attack. In the forest, birds and beasts fled. This powerful coercion is not something they can bear at all. The instinct of survival tells them to stay away from these three terrifying guys. This guy, Uchiha Kageme's complexion suddenly changed, and then hurriedly fled to the distance and retreated towards the rear. He didn't expect Uchiha Shongye Susanoo to be as powerful as himself. He originally thought that the opponent's long-range attack was more powerful. And at this moment, Uchiha Kagome also realized that he had been fooled. Because he sensed Uchiha Shongye's bow in his hand at that moment just now, and this is the best opportunity for him to attack. But he was fooled. All this was Uchiha Shongye's actions to make him relax his vigilance. Now he wants to retreat, but it is impossible. Behind, the figure of Uchiha Yuta has appeared. Cut. I saw a red curved sword appearing in the hand of Uchiha Yuta's Susanoo, directly chopping Uchiha Kageme's Susanoo. Boom. After Uchiha Kagome was impacted by this terror, his figure suddenly flew towards the distance. Bang bang bang. After breaking several big trees one after another, Uchiha Kageme's body finally fell on a rock. Puff. Dripping blood suddenly sprayed out, and the scarlet blood was scattered on the ground. He wanted to stand up, but it was very difficult. Because it was not only Susanoo who was protecting Uchiha Kagome who was cut through just now, the impact even trembled Uchiha Kageme's whole body and even within his body. In other words, he is now seriously injured and has no ability to resist at all. Sure enough, it's really troublesome to face two people at the same time. There was a wry smile on Uchiha Kageme's face, but there was a hint of relief. If he dies, he no longer has to worry about these family matters, and he doesn't have to care about anything. It may be a good destination to be born in sorrow and die in peace. Mirror, if I knew this earlier, why did I do it in the first place? Ask for flowers. In the next second, the figures of Uchiha Shongye and Uchiha Yuta appeared in front of Uchiha Kagome. But neither of them did anything, and there was a trace of regret in their eyes. To be honest, they are really reluctant to kill a genius like Uchiha Kagome. After all, he is the power emperor of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, they also have friendship and have known each other since childhood. Although it was said that Uchiha Kagome must be killed, but at this time, they were a little bit reluctant. After all, they are all related by blood, friends and cousins. Let's do it. If you don't kill me, there's no way to explain it when you go back. Uchiha Kagome looked at the two in front of him and said with a long sigh. 0. Yes, we are all Uchiha people, we are all brothers. But, the positions on this matter are different, so whichever side loses must die, and there is no way to keep alive. Even the brothers who grew up with each other must kill each other with their hands. Mirror, sorry, after you die, I will bury you. The trace of regret and reluctance in Uchiha Kageme's eyes disappeared at this moment, replaced by determination and killing intent. He knew that he couldn't hesitate at this time. If you hesitate, you will lose. The long sword on the back was pulled out abruptly, and stabbed directly at Uchiha Kageme's heart. With this sword, Uchiha Kagome will definitely die. Sure enough, it's all life. Mom, Dad, teacher, I'm here to accompany you. Uchiha Kagome looked at the attacking long sword, with a relieved smile on the corner of his mouth, and slowly closed his eyes. In the next second, the long sword that was about to reach Uchiha Kageme's heart stopped. A vine suddenly rose from the ground, wrapping the long sword directly, preventing it from taking a step forward. No matter how hard Uchiha Yuta tried, he couldn't do it. But Uchiha Kagome didn't feel the pain of the sword after a few seconds, and opened his eyes with some doubts. When he saw the vines binding the long sword, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Who? Mountain. Chapter 161. Danzo, when will you be wood style? Chapter 161. Uchiha Yuta and Uchiha Shongye quickly withdrew to the rear without staying too much. And the next moment, the ground where the two were on exploded instantly, and two huge vines rose up and swept directly towards Uchiha Yuta and the other two. I have to say that the instinct of these two people to foresee danger is amazing. If they were ordinary ninjas, they would have died under these two vines. This is wood style. The pupils of Uchiha Yuta, Uchiha Shongye and Uchiha Kagome shrank suddenly, looking at the scene in front of them in disbelief. For the children who survived their Sengoku period, of course they have seen wood style, and they have also witnessed the shocking battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama in the distance. But only Senju Hashirama, 950, can use wood style in this world. Why does wood style appear in front of them now? Could it be that Senju Hashirama has been cheating his death, waiting for the Uchiha clan to rebel? For a time, a cold current surged into their hearts. If this is the case, then Senju Hashirama's scheming is too scary. No, it's not wood style from First Hokage. Just when Uchiha Yuta and Uchiha Shongye were entangled with the two vines, Uchiha Kagome suddenly felt that chakra had a familiar feeling. Definitely not the wood style used by First Hokage. Although he is not familiar with First Hokage, he can tell that the chakra contained in it is definitely not the ninja god, but a person he is familiar with. Soon, a flash of inspiration flashed in Uchiha Kageme's mind, and his expression suddenly became astonished. This chakra is definitely Shimura Danzo's. I didn't expect you to guess it so quickly. Just when Uchiha Kagami was stunned, a flat voice sounded in his ears, and a person appeared beside him without anyone noticing, and even Uchiha Kagami, who appeared no matter how he appeared, could not perceive any trace of chakra fluctuations. Uchiha Kagami turned his head and saw that the person standing next to him was Shimura Danzō. 2. Tuan. Danzo. Uchiha Kagami looked shocked, and shouted Shimura Danzō with difficulty and bitterness in his mouth. Because this fact is a bit too unbelievable, it simply subverts his perception of Shimura Danzō. What, are you surprised by my appearance? Shimura Danzō looked at Uchiha Kagami and smiled lightly. How do you know wood style? Uchiha Kagami asked the question the hard way. The scene in front of him made him unbelievable at all, and he was simply astonished. Well, it's a bit troublesome to explain. I'll explain it to you after I get rid of these two people. Mirror, if you don't want to see it, I can beat you over. Shimura Danzō frowned, looked at Uchiha Kagami and asked. How could Uchiha Kagami not understand what he meant? The purpose of these two people is very clear. It can be said that Shimura Danzō killed them or justified. But at this time, he still considers his own feelings, which also makes Uchiha Kagami feel a little warmth in his heart. Danzo, thank you, let's do it, after all, this is what they deserve. Uchiha Kagami said slowly after taking a deep breath. He knew that Uchiha Yuta and Uchiha Shonye had already embarked on a road of no return and could not turn back. So the only thing Uchiha Kagami can do is to give them a place to rest after they die, and visit the grave when they have the opportunity in the future. After all, Shimura Danzo's strength is too terrifying. Uchiha Shonye and Uchiha Yuta are absolutely impossible to be rivals. I wish you could think like that. Shimura Danzō nodded knowingly. Although he is sure to kill these two no matter what, it would be a bit of a loss if he lost Uchiha Kagami's loyalty because of this. Fortunately, Uchiha Kagami's ideological awareness is so high that Shimura Danzō doesn't have to worry about such problems. Then, Shimura Danzo's figure disappeared into the spot, leaving only Uchiha Kagami with a bitter face. After all, his clansmen died in front of him, and he really felt a little uncomfortable. At this moment, Uchiha Yuta and Uchiha Shonye are still able to handle the attack of vines with ease. But when they saw the person using wood style, their faces suddenly changed, and then their eyes became extremely serious. Third Hokage, Shimura Danzō. A heavy feeling suddenly rose in the hearts of the two of them, and unprecedented pressure came to their hearts. Shimura Danzō frowned, and the smile on his face gradually became thicker, which also made Uchiha Yuta and Uchiha Shonye look serious, and they dare not slack off. The third Hokage in front of him has unfathomable strength, as can be seen from the coercion he radiated that day. They never imagined that the third Hokage could inherit the wood style used by the first Hokage. I gave you Uchiha a lot of opportunities, but why can't you just settle down? 17. Hehe. Stop being hypocritical, cultivate it and start a war. When Konoha wants to unify the ninja world, it will not be too easy. So, are you determined to take the position of Hokage? And his words also made Shimura Danzō slightly stunned, with a look of surprise in his gaze. 5.1. So they must be extremely vigilant. Do you think we can't see through the conspiracy of Senju Tobirama? It is to push the Uchiha clan to a corner. So what? But why do they want to rebel? To be honest, he was really reluctant to kill the two creators of Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, this is a major force. Originally, he thought that the second master's operation was only known to him, but he didn't expect that the people of the Uchiha clan could see it so thoroughly. It seems that this group of guys is not simple. Shimura Danzō looked at the two people in front of him and sighed helplessly. Uchiha sneered after hearing Shimura Danzo's sigh. Konoha has been ruled by you Senju people for too long. It's Uchiha's turn to take the Hokage position. Now that we have the ability to resist, why don't we hold Konoha firmly in our hands? Why the position of Hokage has always been a member of your Senju family. Chapter 162. Danzo strikes, kills randomly. Chapter 162. Uchiha Yuta's words are full of arrogance, but they are somewhat confident and determined. It can be seen that for the position of Hokage, what this group of Uchiha people are thinking about is not a matter of a day or two, but this idea has sprouted since Uchiha Madara left. But they didn't dare to show it before because they were suppressed by first Hokage Senju Hashirama and second Hokage Senju Tobirama, so they didn't dare to act rashly. Then there is the powerful and terrifying Uchiha Zili to check and balance, so this idea can only be buried all the time. Until Uchiha Zili got married, another faction of Uchiha was finally ready to move, and directly wanted to seize the Hokage position of Uchiha Naoya. Are you so confident that you can kill me? Shimura Danzō looked at the two people in front of him with interest, with a relaxed expression, without the slightest sense of tension. It seems as if Uchiha Yuta and Uchiha Shong 26-yi, the two Uchiha powerhouses who have opened Mangekyo Sharingan, are not taken seriously. And such a frivolous attitude also caused the two of them to frown slightly. A trace of anger appeared between their brows, and so did their eyes. They didn't expect Shimura Danzō to be so arrogant and didn't feel the slightest bit of caution towards them. It was as if all of this was in his hands, and their two strengths were insignificant to Shimura Danzō, unable to pose any threat. Third Hokage, you are a little too confident. Even if you master the wood style of first Hokage, you are not first Hokage, and we are not Uchiha Madara, we will never lose to you. Uchiha Yuta seemed to say in a roaring tone. He was quite emotional at the moment, as if what Shimura Danzō said earlier reminded him of some bad memories. But thinking about it carefully is also a very normal thing. Back then, Uchiha Madara was defeated by Senju Hashirama's wood style. Even if he was very talented and turned on the full-body Susanoo, he couldn't fight against Senju Hashirama at that time. And because of this, the Uchiha clan was defeated, surrendered, and then negotiated peace with Senju, and finally established the village of Konoha Shinobi. It can be said that the surrender was a fact that these proud Uchiha clan could not accept, but due to Uchiha Madara's strong strength, they had to agree. Shimura Danzo's words clearly stabbed the pain hidden in the hearts of these two people, otherwise their calm emotions would not suddenly become agitated. Confidence is for sure, just the two of you guys who started the first stage of Susanoo don't pose much threat to me. Shimura Danzo was still calm, and said with a faint smile. This immediately made Uchiha Yuda's expression turn a little uncomfortable. Shimura Danzo's words were too arrogant, as if the two of them were like ants in front of him, not worth mentioning. Then let me ask if Theird Hokage's strength is as rumored. Uchiha Yuda sneered, and as soon as he finished speaking, his stature skyrocketed. The speed was so fast that it was fleeting, and it arrived in front of Shimura Danzo in a trance. Kong Wu's powerful right arm swung a lacquered fist and struck Shimura Danzo's face. Uchiha Madara Yuda didn't have the slightest reservation, and broke out with all his strength as soon as he came up. Ridicule is sarcasm. Uchiha Yuda will not have any contempt for Shimura Danzo. After all, the oppressive chakra fluctuations that Shimura Danzo exuded that day are still vivid in my mind, so Uchiha Yuda and Uchiha Shonye didn't carry any trace, instead they directly used their full strength. And just when his fist was about to hit Shimura Danzo's face, he uttered 3 words coldly. Too slow. The 3 words of indifference made Uchiha Yuda's pupils shrink suddenly, and shock appeared in his eyes. His speed. Shimura Danzo was able to react. You must know that in the entire Uchiha family, except for Uchiha Yuri, his speed can be said to be extremely fast. Even Uchiha Kagami is at a loss when facing his own attack. He didn't use the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss Tongtian fist taught by Uzumaki Mito just now, otherwise Uchiha Yuda would definitely die suddenly on the spot, and there is no possibility of surviving at all. But Shimura Danzo actually said, too slow. But at this moment, there seemed to be a terrifying wave in his stomach sweeping everywhere. Fortunately, he had amazing perseverance and forcibly endured it. How is it? Are you okay? It's okay. Be careful, this guy is very strong. The force as thick as a rock of Mount Tai fell on Uchiha Yuda's abdomen, directly causing his pupils to shrink suddenly, and his face was full of pain. 847. What? Can't you take this punch? Water-style water barrier. Uchiha Yuda clutched his abdomen in pain, and said in a vigilant tone. Boom. This impolite attack also made Uchiha Yuda realize that he can't fight the opponent head-on, and has to find another way. Uchiha Shonye quickly made a seal and directly created a water barrier to catch Uchiha Yuda. Shimura Danzo looked at the pained Uchiha Yuda and smiled lightly. Then the body was ejected directly like a shell. In an instant, Shimura Danzo punched out, directly hitting Uchiha Yuda's abdomen. The sound of water sounded, and Uchiha Shonye hurried forward to check Uchiha Yuda's injuries. Clatter. Chapter 163. Wood Style, Wood Dragon Technique. Chapter 163. But Uchiha Yuda's degree of resistance also exceeded Shimura Danzo's expectations. You must know that although he didn't use all his strength in this punch, it was not something ordinary people could bear. It can be seen that Uchiha Yuda's physique is still good, at least not as fragile as the Uchiha people in the impression. And the perseverance is also very amazing, to be able to endure such pain. Shonye, be careful, this guy has probably reached the level of Uchiha Madara back then. Uchiha Yuda stared at Shimura Danzo in front of him and said coldly. What? Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Shonye exclaimed instantly, his eyes filled with disbelief. Originally, he thought that Shimura Danzo was just a little stronger than the two of them, but he didn't expect to exceed that much. For a moment, despair welled up in their hearts, and they even had a hint of giving up resistance in their hearts. You know, the strength of Uchiha Madara back then was so terrifying that it was unattainable. Otherwise, he would not have suppressed the entire Uchiha clan and ordered everyone to obey his orders to negotiate peace with Senju, and then establish a Konoha Shinobi village. But now Uchiha Yuda said that Shimura Danzo's strength is the same as that of Uchiha Madara back then, which made Uchiha Shonye unable to have any mentality of fighting at all. Uchiha Madara's powerful Susanoo and terrifying coercion are still lingering in his heart. What's the matter? Are you scared? Shimura Danzo looked at the two people in front of him and smiled lightly. He could feel the fear that suddenly rose in the hearts of these two people, which was the taste of the weak. I can't fight recklessly, I have to find a way to escape. Uchiha Shonye said decisively, because he knew that the strength of the two of them would not be Shimura Danzo's opponent even if they worked hard, he might as well find a way to escape, and then the people in the race would meet before making plans. Escape? Shonye, do you think we can escape? Uchiha Yuda was amused by the other party's naive thoughts, and directly shook his head with a wry smile. It is absolutely impossible for Shimura Danzo's terrifying strength to let them go, and from what Shimura Danzo said to Uchiha Kagami just now, it can be seen that he is bound to kill the two of them here. Now we can only try our best to kill him. Even if we can die together, Konoha can still be firmly in the hands of our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Yuda's eyes showed determination and death, and a heroic fighting spirit emerged from the depths of his eyes. His idea is simple, even if you risk your life, kill Shimura Danzo here. Even if you don't kill him, it's a good idea to seriously injure the opponent. Only one of the two can be achieved, then this Konoha village can allow Uchiha to take power. Is this the only way to go? After Uchiha Shongye listened to Uchiha Yuda's words, his face was slightly dark and his tone was heavy. He never expected that things would escalate to such an extent. If I had known that Uchiha Yu would kill Uchiha Kagami too quickly, otherwise there would be so much trouble. But now it seems that everything is as Uchiha Yuda said, they can't escape. The only thing that can be done now is to fight to the death, kill Shimura Danzō in front of him, and then let the people in the clan control Konoha. This is the last they can do their part. It seems that your beliefs are quite firm, and I appreciate it. But I won't show mercy because of that. Appreciation appeared on Shimura Danzō's face, but it was quickly covered up by the indifferent killing intent. Appreciation is appreciation, but Uchiha Yuda and Uchiha Shongye must die, there is no room for negotiation. Of course he heard the conversation between the two, and at the same time appreciated their courage. Mangekyo Sharingan. In the next second, the three Tomo Sharingan of the two of them transformed into Mangekyo Sharingan, and red and orange rays of light emerged around their bodies. Whoosh! Uchiha Yuda stepped forward suddenly, the ground he was standing on cracked, and his figure disappeared in front of Shimura Danzō like a ghost. And the speed is obviously several times higher than before. Uchiha Shongye did not choose to attack directly. Instead, they divided the labor and cooperated as they did with Uchiha Kagami before. The first stage of Susanoo unfolded, the bow and arrow were put on, and it was ready to come out. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Uchiha and Shimura Danzō were fighting. Unlike the previous violent power attack, Uchiha Yuda used a more violent attack to attack Shimura Danzō, and then let Uchiha Shuya catch Shimura Danzō's mistaken attack. Shish! 3 sharp sounds of piercing the air swept over, and 3 orange bows and arrows shot directly at Shimura Danzō's face. The cooperation is quite good, but it's a pity that Nuomajiao forgot that I know wood style. I saw Shimura Danzō forming a mudra with one hand, and a thick wooden shield directly resisted in front of him, and the 3 bows and arrows were embedded into the depths of the wooden shield with a clank. Click, boom, yi. The red chakra long blade instantly split wood style, directly splitting the wooden shield in half, and the blade transformed by Susanoo slashed towards Shimura Danzō after the broken wood style. Boom! I saw a wooden dragon appearing behind Shimura Danzō and entangled the red long blade in an instant, and he was shocked. This is First Hokage Senju Hashirama's technique. Shimura Danzō can also do it. I saw Shimura Danzō with a smile on his face, and said with a faint smile. Wood style. Wood dragon technique. Chapter 164. Susanoo in the second stage is nothing more than that. Chapter 164. Call out. The orange arrow struck again, causing Shimura Danzō, who originally wanted to use the wooden dragon to entangle Uchiha Yuda, to retreat backwards. At this moment, Mulong loosened the shackles on Susanoo's sword and returned to Shimura Danzō. Hey, your consciousness is quite good. If this arrow is 1 second late, all the chakra in his body may be emptied by my wooden dragon. Shimura Danzō looked at Uchiha Shongye, who came to Uchiha Yuda's side with a hint of admiration in his words and smiled lightly. Originally, he wanted Mulong to suck Uchiha Yuda's whole body chakra, but he didn't expect Uchiha Shongye's reaction would be so fast. It seems that this guy has a wealth of combat experience, and also has a little understanding of wood style. It's a pity, such a person can't be used by him, it's a pity, it's a pity. Being able to achieve such a level was completely beyond Shimura Danzō's expectations. Originally, he thought that this battle would end in a devastating situation. But I didn't expect these two people to be so tenacious and able to struggle for so long. It can be said that these two people have tried their best to achieve this level, but unfortunately their opponent is Shimura Danzō. A man who has reached the level of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, this fight is a no-brainer. Sure enough, this guy's wood style can absorb chakra from the human body just like Senju Hashirama. The mood of Uchiha Yuda and Uchiha Shongye sank to the bottom at this moment. They knew about Senju Hashirama wood style's ability to absorb chakra, but they didn't expect Shimura Danzō's wood style to have such an ability. It seems that if you want to defeat you, Mr. Hokage, you still have to be serious. There was an inexplicable light in Uchiha Yuda's eyes, and his tone suddenly became a little subtle. Shongye, you. Uchiha Yuda looked at Uchiha Shongye, who retreated behind him in astonishment. Susanoo, Phase 2, click. I saw a clear light appearing on Uchiha Shongye's Susanoo again, and the fate-penetrating skeleton is also covered with meridians and flesh and blood at this moment. It appeared to be wrapped in chakra's coat, and the bow in his hand had almost doubled in size at the moment, and Susanoo's eyes shone with a golden and frightening light. Susanoo in Phase 2, interesting. CGCA. Shimura Danzō looked at Susanoo in the orange second form with narrowed eyes, with surprise in his eyes. For some reason, he was suddenly curious about how far his wife Uchiha Yuri's Susanoo could be opened. According to the fear of her from the Uchiha tribe, coupled with the official evaluation, it is very likely that Uchiha Yuri opened the full body of Susanoo. Of course, this is also Shimura Danzō's guess, after all he never asked Uchiha Yuri this question. After this matter is settled, I have to ask what stage the Susanoo in Zeely can drive. Shimura Danzō murmured while looking at the two discussing ahead. Shongye, when did you evolve to the second stage? Uchiha Yuda's tone was full of shock. Obviously, even he didn't know in advance that Uchiha Shongye had already started the second stage. It was just opened not long ago. Attack according to the method I just said, and I will cover you by the side. Uchiha Shongye didn't talk too much nonsense, and directly ordered Uchiha Udamaki. Good, Uchiha Yuta nodded emphatically. At this moment, the originally hopeless heart got a little hope, because Susanoo in the second stage brought a ray of light to the dark him. This also increased their chances of survival, which were almost zero. Come on, let me see how this second form is. Shimura Danzo's eyes became extremely fierce, he stepped on the spot suddenly, and there was a roar, the fist hit Uchiha Yuta's Susanoo like a cannonball. Click, there was a crack in the red Susanoo's skeleton, but Uchiha Yuta did not panic. Instead, he calmly faced Shimura Danzo's almost terrifying attack. Boom boom boom. The offensive was launched like a storm, and the punches contained the power to destroy mountains and rivers, and fell on Susanoo's skeleton. But Uchiha Yuta took it very calmly, and launched an attack with the help of Uchiha Shongi's bow and arrow. But Shimura Danzo has the blessing of the wooden dragon, so the bow and arrow shot by Uchiha Shongi does not pose much threat, it just slows down his supply rhythm. The battle entered an extremely fierce state, but Shimura Danzo's offensive did not weaken at all, but became more violent. But Uchiha Yuta's physical strength is not that good, and the injury plus such a protracted battle has already made him a little overwhelmed. Yuta, back off. Uchiha Shuya caught a gap in Shimura Danzo's attack and yelled directly at Uchiha Yuta. And Uchiha Yuta also understood, and directly retreated backward with the help of Shimura Danzo's punch. Whoosh, if an ordinary cage-level strongman meets you, he will definitely die, but unfortunately, the opponent you met this time is me. A terrifying explosion sounded. As soon as the words fell, a gust of wind swept past, directly blowing away the smog in the sky. A huge orange arrow shot at Shimura Danzo filled with orange chakra flames. Unfortunately, when they saw this scene, their expressions were dull, and Uchiha Shongi slowly put down the bow in his hand. Even if he is not dead, he will definitely not be able to escape if he is half dead or alive. And at the moment when the two were puzzled, a voice sounded in the smoke. The two of you cooperate really well. It should be dead this time. In an instant, the smoke filled the sky and the dust was flying all over the sky. Uchiha Yuta looked at the horrible scene in front of him and said in shock. The scene in front of me is too desperate, and I can't even think of rebelling. Bang, if he hadn't flashed so fast before, he might have died in the explosion, which shows how powerful the arrow is. It's a pity, a pity. In the face of absolute strength, everything is empty talk. If this was an arrow from Uchiha Madara, I'm afraid I'd be hurt a little bit. And Shimura Danzo also appeared in the eyes of Uchiha Yuta and Uchiha Shoy. Chapter 165, Slap A Susanoo. Chapter 165, Wood Style, Wooden Golem Jutsu. The ethereal voice resounded throughout the entire area, and Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Yuta, and Uchiha Shongi were completely shocked by the scene in front of them. Uchiha Kagami looked at the scene in front of him, dumbfounded, but suddenly smiled, and there was a trace of bitterness in this smile that could not be concealed. And Uchiha Yuta looked at the scene in front of him even more desperately, and the original thought of attacking again dissipated without a trace at this moment. I saw, a huge wooden golem appeared in front of me, with a lifelike face lowered with endless majesty, and a body of 100 meters seemed to be enough to reach the sky. And the wooden dragon that was originally wrapped around Shimura Danzo's body is also attached to the huge wooden golem at this moment, and the body has also become huge. Wooden golem's dry skin reflects a dazzling luster, whether it is body shape or other places, it is exactly the same as the wooden golem released by Senju Hashirama back then. Shimura Danzo stood on the wooden golem, looking down at Uchiha Yuta and Uchiha Shoy in front of them, their faces were full of despair and shock that could not be concealed. Being able to die at the hands of wooden golem is my respect for you. Shimura Danzo's voice boomed like thunder, and the creatures within a radius of a kilometer fled in all directions when they felt the huge coercion. Years of survival instinct told them that if they continued to stay here, they might die, and they still died without a whole body. At this moment, the power of wood style is fully reflected at this time, and no one can match Shimura Danzo. As expected, Yuta, it seems that we underestimated this Hokage-sama. Uchiha Shongi seemed to give up resistance, and slowly closed his eyes with a bitter smile, waiting for the arrival of Silk's death. Is this the strength of Hokage? No wonder that Senju Tobirama guy passed the Hokage position to you. With this guy around, Uchiha swallows power. Uchiha Yuta also uttered a sigh from the heart. In the end, their Uchiha family was still calculated to death by the Senju Hokage family, and there was no room for it at all. Farewell. Shimura Danzo manipulated wooden golem, and then a fist with big eyes showed a devastating offensive and fell directly on Susanoo of the two. Bang! In an instant, the ground trembled violently like an earth dragon turning over. The sound went straight to the sky, as if it was thunder. Danzo, have you reached the point where you don't even have the qualifications to look up to me? Uchiha Kagami felt the tremors on the ground, and his words were full of astonishment and shock. Originally, he thought that Shimura Danzo was not much stronger than himself, as long as he worked hard, he could still catch up. Now, the strength displayed by Shimura Danzo is completely beyond his imagination, almost giving him a feeling of despair. Better than him, I'm afraid I don't even have the qualifications to look up to. Uchiha Kagami smiled bitterly, as if he couldn't even feel the pain of the injury for a while. The strength shown by Shimura Danzo is beyond his reach, and he even loses the qualification to look up to many parties. No wonder he allowed the Uchiha clan to be so unruly. Such a powerful force wants to suppress Uchiha. No, even the whole ninja world is a matter of waving hands. But what made Uchiha Kagami curious at the same time is why Shimura Danzo was so weak when he broke through if he had this strength. Question mark. Or is it that after ascending to the position of Hokage, Second Hokage left something about wood style, and then Shimura Danzō could become so strong? For a while, various suspicions arose in Uchiha Kageme's mind. But after many doubts, Uchiha Kagami is also confirmed. Shimura Danzō should have acquired the inheritance left by first Hokage later, so it became so powerful. Boom. The sound of violent tremors sounded again, the ground was cracked, and Uchiha Kagami quickly dodged the wooden golem of Fushimi Natsumi and directly smashed Uchiha Yuta and Susanoo of Fungibo Zenye completely. And these two people also died under the fist of wooden golem, and there was no more life to speak of. Yuta, Shangye, farewell. Uchiha Kagami stood on the giant tree, with a hint of sadness in his eyes. After all, these two are also his brothers, and they grew up together. Even if they have different positions, it would be a bit sad to die in front of him now. Soon, the sky-high wooden golem gradually became smaller, and then turned into trees to become a huge forest. Seeking flowers, 0. In terms of greening, Shimura Danzō may win a big prize if he uses wood style in the desert. Sorry, Yin. Shimura Danzō looked at the sad-looking Uchiha Kagami, sighed and patted him on the shoulder. Although he doesn't know what is the relationship between Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Yuta, and Uchiha Shangye. But judging from Uchiha Kagami's previous actions, their relationship is indeed good, but the current situation is caused by different positions. I didn't destroy their bodies, so I did my best. Shimura Danzō spoke slowly after being silent for a while. It would be fine if they were ordinary enemies, but they were the Uchiha people who wanted a coup d'état, which shows how tolerant Shimura Danzō's heart is. Indeed, the fuse of all this is because Uchiha Kagami married and left the Uchiha clan, and has never been able to interfere in anything. And this sentence touched Uchiha Kagami's heart, and he couldn't help but shed tears at this moment. This move warmed Uchiha Kagami's heart, and the image of Shimura Danzō suddenly became extremely tall in his heart. Uchiha Kagami shook his head with a wry smile and said, "There's nothing to thank you for. Oh, don't think about it so much." But in the final analysis, Uchiha Naoya and Uchiha Kagami are too weak to suppress the entire Uchiha by themselves like Uchiha governance. From a neutral standpoint, these two people are indeed worthy of respect. They dared to fight for their ideals and did not beg for mercy at the last moment. But from Hokage's standpoint, they have to die, so I'm sorry. If my brother and I are as strong as my sister, these guys won't dare to make mistakes. Bury them, and then I'll take you back to Konoha. 0. He didn't expect that Shimura Danzō's mind would be so broad, and he even left the whole corpses of Uchiha Yuta and Uchiha Shangye. At this moment, Uchiha Kagami's tone became a little choked up, and tears of gratitude flowed from his eyes. Danzō, thank you. Shimura Danzō's words made Uchiha Kagami look at him moved, his expression was a little excited, and he couldn't express his thanks in dialect. Danzō, I'm the one to apologize. Chapter 166, Uchiha Kagami's Sorrow. Or is it that after ascending to the position of Hokage, Second Hokage left something about wood style, and then Shimura Danzō could become so strong? For a while, various suspicions arose in Uchiha Kagami's mind. But after many doubts, Uchiha Kagami is also confirmed. Shimura Danzō should have acquired the inheritance left by first Hokage later, so it became so powerful. Boom. The violent tremor of 560 resounded again, the ground cracked, and Uchiha Kagami dodged quickly, only to see that the sky-high wooden golem directly smashed Uchiha Yuta and Uchiha Shangye Susanoo completely. And these two people also died under the fist of wooden golem, and there was no more life to speak of. Yuta, Shangye, farewell. Uchiha Kagami was standing on top of the giant tree, with the meaning of Yuan Sheng shining in his eyes. After all, these two are also his brothers, and they grew up together. Even if they have different positions, it would be a bit sad to die in front of him now. Soon, the sky-high wooden golem gradually became smaller, and then turned into trees to become a huge forest. In terms of greening, Shimura Danzō may win a big prize if he uses wood style in the desert. Sorry, mirror. Shimura Danzō looked at the sad-looking Uchiha Kagami, sighed and patted him on the shoulder. Although he doesn't know what is the relationship between Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Yuta, and Uchiha Shangye. But judging from Uchiha Kagami's previous actions, their relationship is indeed good, but the current situation is caused by different positions. I didn't destroy their bodies, so I did my best. Danzō, thank you. It would be fine if they were ordinary enemies, but they are Uchiha people who want a coup d'état, which shows how tolerant Shimura Danzō's heart is. Indeed, the fuse of all this in 4.2 is because Uchiha Kagami married and left the Uchiha clan, and has never been allowed to interfere in anything. But from Hokage's standpoint, they have to die, so I'm sorry. And this sentence touched Uchiha Kagami's heart, and he couldn't help but shed tears at this moment. Oh, don't think about it so much. If my brother and I are as strong as my sister, these guys won't dare to make mistakes. He didn't expect that Shimura Danzō's mind would be so broad, and he even left the whole corpses of Uchiha Yuta and Uchiha Shangye. Danzō, I'm the one to apologize. Quote, Shimura Danzō spoke slowly after being silent for a while. This move warmed Uchiha Kagami's heart, and the image of Shimura Danzō suddenly became extremely tall in his heart. From a neutral standpoint, these two people are indeed worthy of respect. They dared to fight for their ideals and did not beg for mercy at the last moment. But in the final analysis, Uchiha Naoya and Uchiha Kagami are too weak to suppress the entire Uchiha by themselves like Uchiha governance. Bury them, and then I will take you back to Konoha. There's nothing to thank you for. Shimura Danzo's words moved Uchiha Kagami to look at him, his expression was a little excited, and the words of thanks were stuck in his mouth. At this moment, Uchiha Kagami's tone became a little choked up, and tears of gratitude flowed from his eyes. Uchiha Kagami shook his head with a wry smile and said, Chapter 167, The Uchiha Clan's Riot. Chapter 167. Konoha, Uchiha Clan. At this moment, the two sides of the Uchiha clan have already suffered losses, many Uchiha clan members were injured, and the ground was full of scattered Uchiha clan corpses, and the scene was anxious. But because the clan land of the Uchiha clan is planned by Senju Tobirama in the corner of Konoha, and Uchiha's Raikage faction has already isolated the news between the clan and the village. Therefore, if you want to know the civil strife of the Uchiha clan, you may have to wait until the end of this matter before you can know. It can be said that it is possible to achieve such a seamless situation. The great elder Uchiha and others have also painstakingly prepared for a long time to achieve today's result. However, as for when the Plan 26 was conspired, I believe that many Uchiha people are very clear. Without Miss Uchiha Yuri's suppression, they dared to start making mistakes boldly, and even dared to confront the patriarch face to face at the family meeting. The departure of Uchiha Zili also became the fuse of this matter, and today's high-level meeting pushed this matter to its peak. And the battle between conservatives and radicals is on the verge of breaking out at this moment, and no one can stop it. Uchiha Naoya, it looks like you're waiting for that guy Uchiha Kagami to come back. Uchiha Great Elder looked at Uchiha Naoya who was struggling in front of him and said with a light smile. The other party has always been stubbornly resisting, and there is a trace of expectation in his expression, as if Yiping is waiting for someone to come to the rescue. To tell you the truth, I have sent Uchiha Yuta and Uchiha Shoi to kill Uchiha Kagami. I'm afraid he has died under the hands of those two people now. Elder Uchiha sneered. Of course, he saw what Uchiha Naoya was thinking, and directly ignited that glimmer of hope in his heart. What, UBD? In an instant, Uchiha Naoya's eyes were filled with angry flames, but he was so angry that a mouthful of dripping blood sprayed out. In the previous battle, Uchiha Naoya was ambushed by Uchiha Grand Elder, and suffered serious injuries. Now that the anger is raging, coupled with the continuous defeat of the conservative side, it is difficult to have any comeback at all. At this moment, even if Uchiha Kagami returns, there is no way. Hey, if I knew this earlier, why did I do it in the first place? If you agreed with my opinion at the beginning, why should you be reduced to today's end? The position of patriarch is still yours, and the Uchiha clan will listen to you, but unfortunately you chose the wrong path. There was a trace of murderous intent in the eyes of the great elder Uchiha, and he looked at Uchiha Naoya in front of him with cold eyes and said indifferently. You must know that if Uchiha Naoya came together to realize this ambition with him, then all this would go much smoother, and there would not be any casualties for the Uchiha clan. Seeing the death of the Uchiha patriarch of his own faction, the elder Uchiha also felt a little distressed. After all, this is the force that will seize the position of Hokage in the future, and now some casualties have damaged the combat power of the Uchiha clan. Oh, follow your advice. If the Uchiha clan really goes as you said, I am afraid that the day of doing it will be the time for the Uchiha clan to be wiped out. Uchiha Naoya sneered disdainfully upon hearing this. Others don't know what the strength of Zhang is, but Uchiha Naoya really knows it very well. Uchiha Zili once told him that Shimura Danzo's strength is not inferior to hers, and can even be at the same level as First Hokage and Uchiha Madara back then. It can be seen how terrifying this kind of strength is, so in order to protect the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Naoya would beg Shimura Danzo so much, and even let Uchiha Kagami stop the secret mission and rush back to the village. If it weren't for being a member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Naoya really didn't want to care about all this at all, even watching Uchiha perish. Because in order to suppress another faction these years, he is really tired, both mentally and physically. Destroy Uchiha, just rely on that third Hokage. You think too highly of him. We Uchiha are born to be the strongest 263 inches, no one can stop us. The outcome has been decided. Uchiha Naoya, die with your pedantic thoughts. Elder Uchiha said indifferently. He is very clear that as long as Uchiha Naoya is killed now, all these civil strife will end. After that, I only need to develop Uchiha, lurking silently, and wait until the time is right, and then launch a coup. By that time, Konoha will be completely in the pocket of their Uchiha clan. In the next second, a black flame appeared on Uchiha Great Elder's body, and then Susanoo's black skeleton appeared, turning into a huge palm and sending it directly towards Uchiha Naoya. And the rest of the people have no way to help Uchiha Naoya, because they are in the midst of fighting, and they can't get away at all. Sure enough, am I going to die? Uchiha Naoya let out a wry smile, then closed his eyes in despair, and slowly lowered his hands. Isn't death a kind of relief for him? Chapter 168, The Shock of Uchiha Juri. Chapter 168. Uchiha Naoya is really tired. Perhaps death would be a good relief for him. In that case, anything about the Uchiha clan will no longer concern him, and everything can be let go. Sure enough, Uchiha isn't so restless. The frivolous voice resounded through the square area, filled with the incomparably vast chakra. At this moment, a terrifying coercion swept across the entire Uchiha clan. No matter who was oppressed by this terrifying impact, there was no room for resistance at all. Who? Great Elder Uchiha immediately sneered, and looked directly at the source of chakra's coercion. Who do you think it could be? There was a slight chuckle in the words, but this voice was somewhat familiar. But at this moment, everyone's eyes turned to the source, and the three people in front of them made all the Uchiha people very frightened. The person who should not have appeared here in the first place, why did he appear here? Uchiha Kagami, Shimura Danzō, and married Miss Uchiha, Uchiha Yuri. The appearance of these three people directly made Elder Uchiha feel cold, but after thinking about it, his eyes suddenly brightened. What, Master Hokage and Mrs. Hokage want to meddle in the internal affairs of my Uchiha clan? The great Elder Uchiha looked at the two of them sarcastically and said. He was indeed a little flustered at first, but thinking about their family feud carefully, how could Hokage and the married Uchiha Zili get involved? In particular, he said these four words of Mrs. Hokage with special emphasis, which obviously expressed his meaning. Since you, Uchiha Juri, are married, you are no longer a member of the Uchiha clan, so you are not qualified to intervene in the fight for the position of patriarch. It can be said that all these are reasonable, even if the opponent is Hokage, there is no reason to intervene in this battle for the position of patriarch. His words also made Uchiha Zili's face change slightly, and he wanted to refute, but he had no reason to speak. Because what the great Elder Uchiha said is indeed correct, they really have no reason to take part in the internal struggle of the Uchiha clan, unless they can find evidence that the great Elder and others rebelled against the village. But at present, it seems that they just want to win the position of patriarch, and they don't want to do other things. This is also the most difficult thing to do. There is simply no legitimate reason to kill each other. If you act rashly, even if you kill Uchiha Great Elder, then Shimura Danzō will get a bad reputation. I really can't control the internal affairs of Uchiha, but if you want to kill Uchiha Naoya, then I have to take care of it. After all, he is my brother-in-law. If he dies, I will have a hard time, and I will have a hard time, so you don't want to live either. Shimura Danzō didn't care about the words of Uchiha Great Elder, instead he brought out this layer of kinship. His words are very simple. Who told Uchiha Naoya's younger sister to be Uchiha Zili, and also Hokage's brother-in-law, you can kill him if you want. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? And his words also made Uchiha Great Elder's face suddenly darken, seeping into people like a pool of stagnant water. The fist in his hand couldn't help clenching, and the Sharingan, which was originally just a three-pointed jade, was transformed into a Mangekyo Sharingan at this moment, with a fierce killing intent on his face, and the chakra in his body couldn't help rioting at this moment. Obviously, Shimura Danzō's words really stimulated him. He didn't expect that the other party could make such good use of this relationship. If this is the case, then his long-planned plan to kill Uchiha Naoya may be about to fail today. If Uchiha Naoya is not dead, he will not be able to ascend to the position of patriarch, and he will not be able to carry out his plan. In other words, the plan that has been prepared for so long will be in vain at this moment. He is not reconciled. However, Uchiha Naoya did not dare to act rashly, he was too afraid of Shimura Danzō. Not to mention that the strength of Uchiha Juri next to him is already extremely terrifying, and there is Uchiha Kagami beside him. Now Uchiha Kagami appears beside Shimura Danzō, which means that the two Uchiha Mangekyo clansmen who I sent to kill Uchiha Kagami are dead at this time. Thinking of this, Great Elder Uchiha's heart sank slightly, and even his face became even more ugly and livid. At this moment, the Uchiha tribe of the conservative faction took advantage of this gap to rescue Uchiha Naoya, and then many people came behind Uchiha Zili. Because they know that if this matter is to be resolved today, it still depends on how tough the attitude of this, uncle of the Uchiha clan, is. As conservatives, they can also be said to be on Konoha's side. After all, the ultimate goal of the radicals is to launch a coup, force Hokage to retreat, and then seize the power of Konoha. So the two factions became an extremely sharp contrast, which led to the outbreak of civil strife. At this time, the radical Uchiha clansmen also started to gather around Elder Uchiha, and their eyes were full of cold killing intent and heroic fighting intent. Obviously, this group of people are all extremely militant Uchiha people, and their thinking is exactly the same as that of the original Uchiha Madara, otherwise they would not follow the elder to start this battle. They don't have any fear of death, instead they have a fierce fighting spirit and want to challenge this third Hokage to see how strong the opponent is. Uchiha are a bunch of lunatics. After seeing this scene, Shimura Danzō couldn't help but sigh in his heart. But at the same time, there are also some elements of regret. After all, this is a group of combat lunatics, and they are like a group of surprise soldiers when used on the battlefield. It is a pity that this group of people coveted the position of Hokage, and it is impossible to end well in the end. I just feel that it is a pity that so many Uchiha ninjas of 3 Tomo Sharingan cannot be used by him, otherwise it will be another, Anbu, existence. It seems Hokage-sama is determined to meddle in Uchiha's internal affairs today. Aren't you afraid that breaking the rules won't work? Elder Uchiha said coldly. Anyone who is not a fool can understand the meaning of these words. He is using the identity of Shimura Danzō Hokage to kidnap the other party. Because this is an internal matter of the family, even Shimura Danzō, who is the son-in-law of the Uchiha clan, is not qualified to intervene. What's more, the other party is still a third Hokage, everything must be on a fair and just position, not to mention breaking this unwritten rule. I'm not very interested in these things about you Uchiha clan. All I can say, Uchiha Naoya can't die, Uchiha Kagami can't die. As for how you fight, that's none of my business. Shimura Danzō hit a Tai Chi directly, which also made Uchiha's face even more livid. Uchiha Naoya and Uchiha Kagami are not dead. What will they use to seize the position of patriarch? Is it possible to use words to make the other party give up the position of patriarch obediently? This is simply nonsense. If words are useful, what is the use of force? Great Elder, why are there so many officials? As long as we kill him now, Konoha will be ours. Other families only have the strength of that old guy, Uzumaki Mito, so don't pay attention to others. One of the elders of the radical faction had already started to get a little impatient, and whispered directly next to the great elder Uchiha. Because this is the perfect time for them to kill Shimura Danzō and take Konoha power. Shimura Danzō appears to be alone, and Uchiha Yuri is pregnant and can't do it easily, so this is the perfect time for them to do it. As long as Shimura Danzō is killed, then everything can go on very smoothly, and no one can stop them by then. Kill him by hand. Great Elder Uchiha's heart suddenly throbbed, staring at Shimura Danzō's Scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan with a killing intent flashing at this moment. This is indeed very tempting. He sensed it and found that Shimura Danzō and others came alone without any guards or Anbu at all. If the opponent can be killed here at this time, then the forbearance part of the plan can be eliminated in advance. As long as you kill the opponent, the fruit of victory will belong to the Uchiha clan. Danzo, be careful, Jiao Hao Jiao. The strength of the Great Elder is not simple. I can vaguely feel that he is about to reach the level of Uchiha Madara back then. Uchiha Naoya hurriedly said to Shimura Danzō in front of him after he noticed the murderous intent in the eyes of Uchiha Great Elder. After all, he also sensed that there are people from the Uchiha clan nearby, that is to say, Shimura Danzō came alone this time, without any guards at all. At this time, the radicals probably also noticed this, otherwise the Great Elder Uchiha would never have shown such killing intent. Although it is very obscure, but the person who is doing it is not powerful there, so he can naturally see the strangeness in the eyes of the Great Elder Uchiha. Great Elder, do you still want to take action against us? Uchiha stared at the Elder Uchiha coldly and said song coldly. The aura on his body erupted at this moment, and a terrifying coercion was formed, just like an energy storm. And this terrifying coercion made the radicals and the others couldn't help but take a few steps back at this moment, and their expressions suddenly changed. Uchiha Yuri's strength is still so terrifying. Great Elder Uchiha came to his senses in a trance. He forgot that there was another person beside Shimura Danzō, a woman that the entire radical Uchiha tribe feared. Uchiha Yuri, Chapter 169. Wood Style, Birth of the Tree World. Chapter 169. Uchiha Yuri's voice directly caused a little fear in the eyes of the radical Uchiha people. I saw the blue chakra faintly appearing around Uchiha Yuri's body, and the Sharingan of Sengoyu also appeared in front of everyone at this moment. The terrifying coercion directly oppressed the radical Uchiha clansmen such as Uchiha Great Elder with majestic momentum. The weaker Uchiha clansmen even knelt down directly at this moment, unable to withstand the powerful coercion of Uchiha Juri. Boom! The ground exploded in an instant, and the blue chakra rushed straight to the sky. It can be seen from this that Uchiha Zili's strength is already so strong that it is no exaggeration to say that it is equivalent to Uchiha Madara back then. Why are you so angry, lest you move your tires? Seeing that his wife was so angry, Shimura Danzō patted Uchiha Yuri's back to soothe her irritated mood. Indeed, Uchiha Zili was already furious when he arrived. She never expected that Uchiha Great Elder would really dare to kill Uchiha Kagami. If Shimura Danzō hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid Tachibana would have died under the hands of Uchiha Yuta and Uchiha Shongye. Now his elder brother almost died at the hands of the Great Elder Uchiha. If it weren't for the shackles of this rule, Uchiha Yuri might have killed the Great Elder Uchiha. Looking around, a group of Uchiha people from the radical faction showed signs of struggle, resisting the momentum released by Uchiha Zili with all their strength. Miss, you are no longer from the Uchiha clan. I'm not qualified to meddle in the internal struggles of the Uchiha clan. Even with Uchiha Zili's vast coercion like the sky, Uchiha Great Elder still uttered these words. He is very clear about U097 Zibo Zili's character. The other party is a person who pays great attention to rules, so he will not violate his bottom line. Of course, all this is under the condition that Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Naoya are not dead. If her elder brother and younger brother were dead, they would have no way to survive. The reason why I respectfully call this, Miss, is to tell Uchiha Yuri the rules of the clan. A-hole, Uchiha Yuri frowned slightly and wanted to make a move, but was stopped by Shimura Danzō. Jerry, he's right, you are no longer the eldest lady of the Uchiha clan. If you act rashly, you will leave people with nothing to talk about. Shimura Danzō's soft whisper reached Uchiha Yuri's ears. But when Uchiha Yuri was about to refute, Shimura Danzō gave her a reassuring look and signaled that he would take care of everything. For a moment, Uchiha Yuri's lips and teeth trembled slightly, and his beautiful eyes wavered a little. He wanted to raise his hand, but was suppressed by Shimura Danzō. Don't worry, just leave it to me. Shimura Danzō lightly held Uchiha Yuri's jade hand, and a coolness flowed slowly through her whole body, which made Uchiha Yuri's originally irritable mood calm down at this moment. For a while, Uchiha Yuri also came back to his senses, and then withdrew the unparalleled oppression and momentum. And those Uchiha people who were oppressed by the radicals also got relief at this moment, and what's more, they began to breathe heavily. Sorry, Danzō, Uchiha Zili also realized that what he did to Shimura Danzō just now was indeed a bit too much. But what she didn't expect was that her calm state of mind was affected by this incident, and she even had a state of anger that she hadn't seen for a long time. You know, the most taboo thing for her during pregnancy is to get angry, which will have a bad impact on the fetus in the womb. It's okay, I can understand. Shimura Danzō smiled, and gently lifted Uchiha's somewhat messy hair, and the scent of violets drifted into his nose with the molecules. Uchiha Yuri's anger is also a very normal thing. After all, family affection is extremely important. Not to mention that Uchiha Naoya and Uchiha Kagami almost died at the hands of this Uchiha Great Elder. It is good that Uchiha Yuri can put away the killing intent in his heart very well. It is estimated that a large part of the reason is that he does not want to move the fetal gas and is afraid of hurting the fetus in the abdomen. Otherwise, the Great Elder Uchiha would have died in the hands of Uchiha Zili. Then the Great Elder Uchiha is bound to continue this struggle. Shimura Danzo's plain words, without any trace of emotion, spread throughout the Uchiha clan. His words are undoubtedly an invisible threat, warning the Great Elder Uchiha. Yes or no, so what? Elder Uchiha sneered suddenly, his eyes gradually became sharper. He was betting that Shimura Danzo would not dare to take action against them, because the consequences and criticism would be too great. In addition, he is Theird Hokage, so he absolutely dare not do anything to the Uchiha clan. If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. At this moment, the chakra in Shimura Danzo's body emerged like a vast King Yang. What? Great Elder Uchiha was extremely horrified, and hurriedly asked the Uchiha people behind him to take a defensive posture. He never expected that Shimura Danzo would dare to make a move. Isn't he afraid that people in the village will use this incident to force him to step down? You have to know that as a Hokage, you have to attack a family. The impact of this matter is not trivial, let alone one of the Konoha clans such as the Uchiha clan. Snapped. I saw Shimura Danzo folded his hands together, and chakra rioted at this moment. This print. For a while, no matter which faction the Uchiha people saw the seal made by Shimura Danzo in front of them, they were very familiar. Because it was the people who used this technique that smashed the arrogance of the Uchiha clan, made them CGBD, sign peace, and then established the current Konoha Shinobi village. Wood style. Birth of the tree world. A thick and powerful voice came from Shimura Danzo's mouth. But these 6 words shocked everyone present, their pupils shrank suddenly, and their hands trembled slightly. Shimura Danzo can also wood style. How can it be? How can this guy be wood style? Great Elder Uchiha roared madly in his heart. But in the next second, there was a violent vibration in the ground, like an earthquake with a magnitude of more than 10, shaking crazily. Bang bang bang, the surface of the earth seemed to be blasted apart, and then cracks like spider webs appeared. Under the astonishment of all the Uchiha people, big trees rushed out of the cracks one by one, covering the entire Tekia clan directly. After seeing this familiar and terrifying scene in front of them, the Uchiha people, whether radical or conservative, couldn't help but become dull, their eyes full of disbelief. Boom. But at this moment, a huge crack appeared at the feet of Great Elder Uchiha, and along with a terrifying roaring sound, Wenshi and Wei Dashu emerged from the crack. Not good. Great Elder Uchiha's pupils shrank suddenly, and then Sangoyu's Sharingan transformed into Mangekyo Sharingan, and the black skeleton of Susanoo emerged at this moment to withstand the impact of the giant tree in the sky. Bang! A trembling sound sounded, and Great Elder Uchiha was hit under the protection of Susanoo's skeleton, and the whole person fell into the sky along with the tree. And this is not over yet, and then giant trees popped up on the ground, directly surrounding the Great Elder Uchiha in the sky. But the rest of the radical Uchiha people didn't have the responsiveness of Uchiha Great Elder, and were directly entangled by the vines produced in the tree world. What made them even more horrified was that the vines were constantly absorbing the chakra in their bodies, and the chakra in their bodies was constantly flowing out like being attached to a faucet. Soon, all the Uchiha people, except for the Great Elder Uchiha, were exhausted by chakra who had exhausted his body and must not move a single bit. This stunned Uchiha Naoya and the conservative clan who saw this scene, staring at the scene in disbelief. And Uchiha Yuri's beautiful eyes showed a trace of surprise, but it was quickly covered up. Because Shimura Danzo knew wood style before she got married. But to her surprise, Shimura Danzo was able to use the secret technique used by First Hokage, wood style, birth from the tree world. You must know that the birth of the flower and tree world released by the shocking war that year made it difficult for Uchiha Madara to escape. Although it is said that what Shimura Danzo released in front of him is not as large as it was back then, it cannot be ruled out that Shimura Danzo did not use all his strength. After all, if a tree world of that size is used, I am afraid that the entire Konoha will become a well-deserved Konoha Shinobi village. Danzo, you actually mastered the wood style of the first generation master. Naoya Uchiha stared at the back of Shimura Danzo standing in front of him and whispered. He originally thought that his brother-in-law would not be too strong, but in the end he still had to take action from his younger sister, otherwise why would Uchiha Zili come here? But the current scene broke his cognitive view, and he couldn't even believe the scene in front of him. Because this is so shocking that people can't believe it at all. Jerry, you already knew about this. Uchiha Naoya whispered to Uchiha Yuri who was beside him. Because all the people present were shocked, only Uchiha Juri was calm and did not feel the slightest surprise, as if all this happened for granted. Well, I knew it a long time ago. Uchiha Yuri nodded and said softly. A long time ago. In other words, Shimura Danzo mastered wood style long ago. Chapter 170. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 170. Uchiha Naoya is now in extreme shock and can't recover at all. If Shimura Danzo has already owned wood style, then the opponent must know all the actions of the Uchiha clan. The reason why he has not taken action to eliminate the Uchiha clan is because he is fully capable of suppressing the entire Uchiha clan with his current strength. No wonder he promised himself to solve this civil strife. The biggest confidence is not his sister Uchiha Yuri, but his own strength. Thinking of this, Uchiha Naoya couldn't help shivering in his heart. Because every move of the Uchiha clan is under the surveillance of Konoha Anbu, which Uchiha Naoya can confirm. Otherwise, after Uchiha Kagami was intercepted by Uchiha Yuta and Uchiha Shongye, how did Shimura Danzō get the news and rush over? From this incident, it can be fully seen that Shimura Danzō knew every move of the Uchiha clan, otherwise, how could he rush to rescue Uchiha Kagami? A trace of cold sweat could not help but flow down Uchiha Naoya's back. Assuming that I really launch a coup with Uchiha Great Elder and others to seize the Konoha regime. So is it really possible for the Uchiha clan to exist? If it really came to that point, I'm afraid even my sister Uchiha Juri would not come to the rescue. After all, he knows Uchiha Zili very well, and the other party has been suppressing the radicals all the time, so that they dare not have any rebellious thoughts. The perspective turns back to Shimura Danzo's side. A-hole, why is he wood style? Great Elder Uchiha stood on the giant tree, looking down at Shimura Danzō with a gloomy expression. He originally thought that Shimura Danzo's strength was only about the same as his own, but he didn't expect that Shimura Danzō had inherited the wood style of First Hokage. Forget it, let's get rid of you quickly. Shimura Danzō shook his head in disappointment after looking at the Uchiha Great Elder fleeing everywhere. Originally, he thought that the opponent's strength could make him have a little fighting spirit, but he didn't expect to be on the run all the time, and he didn't have the slightest desire to fight. And those radical Uchiha tribesmen have almost become useless people, their chakra and physical strength have been exhausted, and they don't have the slightest strength to move. Now there is only Uchiha Grand Elder left. Snapped. Wood style. Wood dragon technique. Shimura Danzō formed a seal suddenly, and chakra, like the vast sea water, gushed out from the body again. Click. A wooden dragon emerged from the big tree in the sky in an instant, and the ferocious face exuded the sound of a dragon's low growl. Immediately afterwards, it bit at the direction of Great Elder Uchiha, and the speed was so fast that it was impossible to react for a while. Susanoo. The third form. Great Elder Uchiha knew that he could not escape the attack of the wooden dragon released by Shimura Danzō, so he simply re-evolved his own Susanoo as a defense. Immediately afterwards, Mangekyo Sharingan emitted a scarlet light, and 2 tears of blood flowed from the eyes of Great Elder Uchiha. At this moment, he could even feel that his vision in both eyes seemed to have dropped a bit. Susanoo is a special ability activated under Mangekyo Sharingan. Every time Susanoo is activated, there is actually a prerequisite, that is, Sharingan must be activated first. Only in the state of Sharingan can he activate Susanoo. After all, not everyone is Uchiha Madara, and Sharingan can be activated even when Rinnegan is activated. The next moment, the skeleton of Susanoo on Uchiha Great Elder directly went through a leap-like promotion, and black flames burned around him. The base of the skeleton is covered with meridians and flesh and blood, wrapped in a coat like chakra, and the Susanoo blade is held in the hand. But the evolution didn't stop, instead there was a rising stone. Afterwards, Wu Tengu's armor was worn on Susanoo's body, and bright golden eyes shone in the dark Susanoo. At this moment, no matter who it is, everyone can feel that the aura of Great Elder Uchiha has opened up to a new level. Bang! Turn around and slash directly at the wooden dragon's assault. A voice that shook the world suddenly sounded. Phase 3 Susanoo. Uchiha Naoya stared blankly at the Uchiha Great Elder in front of him, even Uchiha Kagami. Their survey data went wrong. Elder Uchiha has actually opened the third form of Susanoo, which is not at all the second stage as described in the information they investigated. You must know that the gap between these 2 stages is very huge. Even 2 Susanoos of the second stage may not be able to match the Susanoo of the third stage. This is a gap that cannot be crossed. In other words, if the couple Shimura Danzō and Uchiha Yuri did not intervene in this civil strife, then they will definitely lose. For a while, a sense of frustration quietly rose from Uchiha Naoya's heart. It is true that he has failed as the patriarch. Without his sister's suppression of the radicals, he has no way to maintain the status quo. The safety of the Uchiha family depends on Uchiha's eldest lady to protect it, which is undoubtedly a huge irony for him as a patriarch. I saw dust everywhere on the giant tree, but it was blown away by a sudden wind. Crack, crack, crack. I saw Great Elder Uchiha struggling to resist the impact of the wooden dragon with the pitch-black Susanoo blade in his hand, and there were even traces of Uchiha's armor. It can be seen how terrifying the power contained in this wooden dragon is. Susanoo in the third stage really has something, but it's a pity you met me. Shimura Danzō saw the scene where the Great Elder Uchiha was struggling to resist. A slight smile formed on the corner of his mouth. If it is said that before he got the wood style, he would have to waste some effort to defeat the Great Elder Uchiha, but now that he has the wood style, his strength has been directly improved by several levels. In addition, he has the wood style blessed by the sage mode of the Wetbone Forest, so his wood style is naturally different from the wood style used by Yamato in later generations, not to mention that he still has Ashura's chakra in his body. Give me back. Boom. I saw a strong aura erupted from the Elder Uchiha, and the black Susanoo blade directly exerted force, avoiding Shimura Danzo's wooden dragon. Afterwards, his figure quickly retreated, and his shortness of breath showed that his physical strength had been consumed sharply this time. Yo, looks like it's not as simple as I thought. Shimura Danzō frowned, watching the scene in front of him with interest. After all, he really didn't expect that Great Elder Uchiha could still explode with such power at this time. Maybe he also sensed that he wanted to summon a wooden dragon to attack from behind again, otherwise he would never have consumed his physical strength like this. Of course, Shimura Danzō won't hold anything back. Others can be handed over to Uchiha Naoya for disposal, but this Uchiha Great Elder cannot be kept. He's not dead, I can't sleep. With a thought in Shimura Danzo's mind, the motionless wooden dragon that had been repulsed launched a fierce offensive again. Bang bang, the wooden dragon bites towards Great Elder Uchiha, its momentum is like a rainbow, and it is as frightening as a long rainbow penetrating the sun. And Uchiha Great Elder recovered a little after getting a little respite, and once again met the attack of Shimura Danzō Great Dragon. So strong. Is this the strength of Theird Hokage? For a moment, the conservative Uchiha people looked at Shimura Danzo's back with awe. They originally thought that their eldest lady Uchiha Yuri would be the one who would make the final move, but they didn't expect that the main agent Hokage Shimura Danzō would be so powerful. But at the same time, they also felt somewhat rejoicing. If they had followed Uchiha Great Elder to seize the position of Patriarch and then staged a coup, I am afraid that they would be the ones who were swept away by the vines and exhausted their chakra and physical strength. After many years, they will never forget how correct the decision they made was. Wood Style is the natural killer of Susanoo, you don't have any chance of winning. Shimura Danzo's faint words reached the ears of Uchiha Great Elder, and this also made his face become a bit ugly. Indeed, as Shimura Danzō said, Wood Style is indeed Susanoo's nemesis, which cannot be refuted at all. The flexibility, mobility and regenerative nature of Wood Style made Susanoo, who was originally destructive, helpless. And looking at Shimura Danzo's relaxed appearance, it seems that he didn't try his best at all, he was just teasing himself. Ask for flowers. Thinking of this, Great Elder Uchiha couldn't help but feel an unknown fire in his heart. He didn't expect that he would be underestimated like this. Boom. After withstood the wooden dragon's impact with one knife, he retreated to the distance with the help of this huge impact, and then the jet black Susanoo blade in his hand was transformed into a jet black bow at this moment, and the black flame was filled with scorching heat. I can even feel that the surrounding temperature seems to have been raised a bit by the pitch black flame, it is so hot. Go to hell. Great Elder Uchiha's Scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan was filled with majestic killing intent, and Great Elder Uchiha suddenly pulled Susanoo's bow, and a jet black arrow full of black flames struck in the direction of Shimura Danzō. Call out. There was an astonishing sound of piercing through the air suddenly, and the air seemed to be scorched, making a sizzling sound. Danzo, watch out, get out of the way. Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Naoya exclaimed 10 times when they saw Shimura Danzō appearing in front of Shimura Danzō in that split second. Because they didn't expect the 3-stage Susanoo of Uchiha Grand Elder to have this ability. Doesn't it mean that a Susanoo can only have the ability form of one weapon? Why can the Elder Uchiha transform the long blade in his hand into a bow and arrow? At this moment, whether it is the conservative Uchiha tribe, Uchiha Kagami or Uchiha Naoya, they are all shocked by the scene in front of them. Even Uchiha Madara, who opened the full-body Susanoo, was never able to transform the Susanoo blade in his hand into a bow, but now the Great Elder Uchiha has done it. But Uchiha Yuri and Shimura Danzō were not overly surprised, instead they just knew all this. It's just that Uchiha Madara doesn't want to use a bow. If he wants, the full body of Susanoo can conjure any weapon without wasting too much effort. But arrows of this level posed no threat to Shimura Danzō at all. So seal it again. Wood Style. Wood Expulsion of. And just when he was about to use Wood Expulsion Jutsu, he suddenly felt an extremely huge wave behind him. The chakra are gathering. Yada mirror. A cold and ethereal voice sounded. Boom. A red chakra shield suddenly appeared in front of Shimura Danzō. At this moment, circles of spiral ripples emerged above the Yada mirror, and Uchiha Yuri behind him also opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. And the Uchiha people who can have this kind of eyes, that is to say, her eyes have already been blind once, and then a close relative gave her Mangekyo Sharingan to Feng Zibo. And her soft words made Shimura Danzo's excited expression stop slowly, and then carefully looked at Mangekyo Sharingan in Uchiha Yuri. Danzo, look into my eyes carefully. From this we can see how terrifying the Yada mirror's defense is. Shimura Danzō didn't ask where the Yada mirror in Uchiha Yuri came from, but instead showed a trace of anger on his face, and his tone was full of reproach and distress. Become eternal Mangekyo Sharingan Kue. Uchiha Zili smiled, full of amorous feelings, as moving as the bright moon. And the moment the black arrow hit the Yada mirror, it was bounced away without even leaving a trace. He knows how great the fit brought about by using the Mangekyo Sharingan, not to mention the consumption of chakra, the loss of vision alone is terrifying. Jerry, it would have been nice to have known that he would directly deal with the Elder Uchiha, otherwise Uchiha Juri would not have made a move. Zili for fusion, it is more like a combination of two shapes, without any sense of disobedience. Soon, he found that the Mangekyo Sharingan in Uchiha Juri was not like the ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan, and the pattern imprint was a simple windmill or other shapes. Now that Uchiha Yuri uses Mangekyo Sharingan, Shimura Danzō can't help but feel a lot of distress and self-blame. Didn't I tell you not to make a move? Don't you know how much harm the Mangekyo Sharingan is doing? So Shimura Danzō has not allowed Uchiha Yuri to use Mangekyo Sharingan, and everything is left to him. Chapter 171, The Uchiha Clan Incident is over. Chapter 171. Shimura Danzō stared at Mangekyo Sharingan in Uchiha Yuri, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He originally thought that Uchiha Yuri's strength should be a little worse than Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, but he didn't expect Uchiha Yuri's Mangekyo Sharingan and the fusion evolution to become Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. This is something Shimura Danzō did not expect. He always thought that Uchiha Yuri was just a Mangekyo Sharingan, and only his strong personal strength could suppress the radical faction of the Uchiha clan. But now it seems that his wife's strength should be comparable to his own, and may even have opened a full-body Susanoo. Miss actually opened Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. What's going on here? For a moment, when the conservative Uchiha people saw the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in Uchiha, their faces were filled with expressions of extreme shock. And even Shimura Danzō was obviously a little surprised by the situation in front of him. Originally, he thought that all the people in Uchiha knew that Uchiha Zili had the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, but judging from this expression, even they didn't know the status of the Sharingan in Uchiha Juri. However, Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Naoya were not surprised by this incident, and even showed a little guilt and self-blame in their eyes. The reason why Uchiha Yuri was able to open Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is all because of them. If it weren't for the suppression of radicals, Uchiha Zili would not have used Sharingan too much to cause blindness in the eyes. At that time, Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Shigeya had not yet activated Mangekyo 587 Sharingan. Therefore, the responsibility for suppressing radicals falls on Uchiha Yuri, who has opened Mangekyo Sharingan. And after being blinded, Uchiha Naoya gave Uchiha Kagami fusion with his father's Mangekyo Sharingan, and then opened the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. This is why Uchiha Zili has been able to suppress the radical Uchiha people for a long time. After all, Miss Uchiha's own strength is already outrageous, not to mention after opening the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Of course, all of this is because of Uchiha Zili's nostalgia for the sake of the fact that everyone is from the Uchiha clan. He did not kill them, but only warned and suppressed them. If someone from the radical faction had the strength of Uchiha Zili, I am afraid that the Uchiha clan and even Konoha would be changed. In the final analysis, Uchiha Zili is still too soft-hearted. And it is precisely this kind of personality that Uchiha Zili has, a heart of benevolence and righteousness, so he was able to develop the evil Nami. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, it seems that your strength, Yuri, is indeed not weaker than that of Uchiha Madara back then. After seeing the scene in front of him, Shimura Danzō slowly let go of his originally suspended heart at this moment. After all, the harm of using Mangekyo Sharingan was too great, that's why he was so worried about Uchiha Yuri's body, let alone her current pregnant body. Jerry, get rid of Susanoo, and leave the rest to me. Shimura Danzō stepped forward and gently stroked Uchiha Yuri's back and whispered. After all, if Uchiha Zili is allowed to get rid of Uchiha Great Elder, wouldn't his husband lose face? I see. After hearing Shimura Danzō's words of concern, Uchiha Juri felt a warm current in his heart, nodded and took Susanoo and Yatamura back, who were standing in front of him. Damn it, I didn't expect this guy to be so powerful after pregnancy. Uchiha Great Elder looked at Uchiha Yuri and Shimura Danzō below with a livid expression. At this moment, he was thinking of a way to escape, instead of fighting to the death with Shimura Danzō and others. After all, the matter had intensified to such an extent that it was completely beyond his control. There may still be a glimmer of hope in escaping. If he doesn't escape, then he will face certain death. So Great Elder Uchiha just wanted to escape at this time, and he didn't have any thoughts of fighting at all. After thinking for a while, Susanoo shot a few arrows with black flames towards Shimura Danzō. But this time, Shimura Danzō didn't hold anything back, because what happened just now made him blame himself, but more of it was anger. If Uchiha Yuri is not Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, then the trauma caused is irreparable, and this will make Shimura Danzō feel extremely guilty. Do you want to leave? If you walked with all your strength before, it is still possible. But now, don't even think about it. I saw a hint of killing intent in Shimura Danzō's eyes. Apparently, he has a murderous heart for Great Elder Uchiha. It can be said that since this level can be achieved, there is no big problem. He wants to kill me. In an instant, an unprecedented sense of crisis suddenly rose from the heart of Great Elder Uchiha. Even Uchiha Yuri never gave him this feeling. Wood style. Wooden golem jutsu. I saw the huge body of the wooden dragon began to move. Gradually, from the huge body of the wooden dragon, a wooden golem with a green face and fangs sprang out. Bang! Wooden golem directly crushed the giant tree of the sky under his feet, sitting on the ground. An extremely terrifying air wave swept in all directions. At this moment, he seemed to be soaring into the sky like a giant, looking down at the Great Elder Uchiha below. And the wooden dragon is like an ornament, wrapping around wooden golem's body. This wooden golem jutsu from First Hokage. First Hokage used this technique to defeat Uchiha Madara. All of a sudden, many Uchiha people recognized the technique in front of them. It was this wooden golem who suppressed their Uchiha clan's disdain for Sengoku back then, and defeated the invincible Uchiha clan. Now it was released again, reminding them of the shocking war that year. Go to the next life. Shimura Danzō murmured, and then wooden golem's fist slammed in the direction of Great Elder Uchiha with the momentum of destruction. Boom! A terrifying loud noise suddenly came out, and the earth trembled. Even the houses of the Uchiha family in the distance were not affected by the terrifying blast and the small-scale earthquake. From this point, it is enough to see how powerful this punch is. Even Susanoo in the third stage cannot resist it. But fortunately, here is the outskirts of Konoha, and there is Anbu ordered by Shimura Danzō to maintain order in the village, so no one will come here. After all, this can be said to be a scandal of the Uchiha family, and it must be covered up. Sure enough, First Hokage has a successor. Seeing this scene, the Uchiha conservative old man had complex expressions on his face, and a strange light shone in his cloudy eyes. Originally, their Uchiha clan had a person who could fight against Shimura Danzō. And that person is Uchiha Yuri. But now, Uchiha Juri is married to Shimura Danzō, which makes them feel strange. Okay, now that the matter has been settled, then I'll leave the rest to you. With a wave of Shimura Danzō's hand, the wooden golem turned into trees and dissipated, and then those giant trees returned to the ground. As for what to do with the rest of the Uchiha tribe, I believe the chief Naoya should know what to do. Shimura Danzō looked at him with slightly narrowed eyes and smiled slightly. Although it is said that we are relatives, we still have to be a little bit measured in this kind of thing. I see, thank you Hokage-sama. This kindness, I, the Uchiha clan, will always remember it in my heart. Uchiha Naoya also took a long breath and said slowly. Then his eyes narrowed, and he took the conservative Uchiha people to carry away the corpses of the radical Uchiha people. Danzo, I seem to. Uchiha Yuri suddenly seemed to have noticed something, but Shimura Danzo's eyes immediately caught her mind, and she didn't continue to speak. Come on, Yuri. Shimura Danzo chuckled lightly, because he also sensed that something appeared in the huge explosion just now. And this thing appeared just as Shimura Danzo expected, but he didn't catch the opponent. He wants to play chess now, and he wants to play a big game of chess. He wants to find out the person behind this scene. And this person is Uchiha Madara, who has been hiding behind. That's why Shimura Danzo kept Uchiha Yuri silent, because he wanted to know the exact location of Uchiha Madara. It is really difficult to find where the opponent is based on his strength, but with white Zetsu and black Zetsu leading the way, hidden in the dark, it is simply too easy to know the opponent's location. But for now, it just takes some patience. As a good hunter, he had plenty of time to wait for Uchiha Madara to take the bait. But Uchiha Madara doesn't have that much time, and he's sure to make a move. And at that time, it was time for Shimura Danzo to kill with one blow. If Shimura Danzo's guess is correct, Uchiha Madara should be behind the civil strife of the Uchiha clan. And Uchiha Yuri should have developed Izanami at this time to stop this battle, and then Mangekyo wrote about losing one eye, and then hid behind the scenes. Uchiha Kagami died in this battle, leaving offspring, who were reborn with the shop's generation, and Uchiha Shisui of the shop inherited what Uchiha Kagami called the Will of Fire. Judging from the red Susanoo and Yata mirror in Uchiha Jiri today, she should be the owner of the first generation Yata mirror and Ten-Fist sword. According to the information of the system, the successor of Uchiha Jiri is Uchiha Itachi. The reason why Uchiha Itachi is able to possess artifacts and stunts such as Ten-Fist sword, Yata mirror and Izanami should be the inheritance left by Uchiha Yuri. Otherwise, according to the materials of later generations, how could Uchiha Itachi have the identity of a descendant of Uchiha Jiri? You know, Yata mirror and Ten-Fist sword are not from Susanoo. The Uchiha Itachi of the later generations should have passed various assessments, but Shimura Danzo was quite curious. Then I got Yata mirror, Ten-Fist sword and Izanami. Why did Uchiha Madara do this? He has already left the Uchiha clan, and is not the same Uchiha Madara before. Now he doesn't have any love, hatred, or selfish desires, all of which are planned for Project Tasuki no Mi. But if you think about it carefully, this is obviously a bit of nonsense. How can anyone let go of hatred and betrayal? Not even a saint can do it. During the Fourth Ninja War, Uchiha Madara saw Kai. Killing intent flashed in Tobirama's eyes. Obviously he was still remembering the death of Uchiha Izuna, and he had been brooding in his heart. The reason why the Uchiha clan is designed now is because Uchiha Madara pulled all the Uchiha clan together to form Konoha. And when he wanted to leave Konoha, these Uchiha people refused to leave with him. In a sense, Uchiha Madara has indeed suffered a great betrayal. After all, as the patriarch, he wants to leave Konoha, but no one wants to go with him, which is obviously a bit ridiculous. But there is a little sadness and helplessness behind this ridiculousness. A generation of heroes, but ended up like this in the end. It is also very normal for him to take revenge on the Uchiha clan. But what Uchiha Madara didn't expect was that he planted a hidden time bomb for himself when he took revenge on Baozibo's clan. Izanami, the future owner of Uchiha Itachi, lifted the Impure World reincarnation, ushering in a huge turning point in the Fourth Ninja World War. Otherwise, with the Impure World reincarnation army gathered together and a strong man like Uchiha Madara, the so-called ninja coalition might really be no match. Of course, the premise is that Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto have not had the power of 6 paths before. Once you have the power of 6 paths, then everything will be empty talk. After all, everyone under 6 paths is like ants. This sentence is not just a joke. But thinking about it carefully, Uchiha Madara's revenge almost brought the Uchiha family's genocide ahead of schedule. Fortunately, there is a relationship between Uchiha Jiri and Uchiha Kagami. Without these two, Shimura Danzo might really have considered killing the time bomb of the Uchiha clan earlier. After all, their desire for power is indeed a bottomless pit, which cannot be satisfied at all. But don't worry now, the conservatives have gained power, plus Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Naoya. The Uchiha clan is now completely settled down, and the next thing to deal with is Uchiha Madara and the rest of the Big Four. He vaguely felt that the other four major nations were a little restless. Chapter 172. Uchiha Madara is not dead yet. Chapter 172. After the events of the Uchiha clan ended, Shimura Danzō also returned to an ordinary life. As for how those Uchiha people will deal with it, it depends on what Uchiha Naoya wants to do. But since Shimura Danzō chose to leave this matter to the other party, he probably knew what they would do. Presumably those Uchiha radicals will not appear in the public eye in the future. It can be said that since it can achieve this level, there is no big problem, and Shimura Danzō doesn't have to worry about the Uchiha clan rebelling again. Jerry, what's bothering you? Why didn't you go to Aunt Mito's place with Ling Shui today? After Shimura Danzō came back from Hokage's office, he saw Pochi Pojiri arranging the children's future clothes in the room and asked curiously. After all, usually at this time, both Uzumaki Lingshui and Uchiha Yuri will go to the Senju clan to listen to Uzumaki Mito's opinion. But today 26 was only Uchiha Yuri at home, which made Shimura Danzō a little puzzled. Could it be because of the events of the Uchiha clan that left an impression on the other party? Danzo, do you remember that breath that day? Uchiha Yuri said slowly after pondering for a while. Because one day a breath suddenly appeared under Wooden Golem's fist, which made Uchiha Yuri feel puzzled all the time. Logically speaking, Great Elder Uchiha should have been turned into ashes and died directly under that punch. Even with Susanoo's protection, the whole body could not be preserved. So after Great Elder Uchiha's stone disappeared, no one paid much attention to it. After all, the power of the Wooden Golem fist was too terrifying. What's more, most of them have seen the shocking war at the beginning, and subconsciously overlapped Shimura Danzo's Wooden Golem and Senju Hashirama's Wooden Golem. Ordinary people may not be able to detect that aura, but Uchiha Yuri can clearly perceive an extremely strange aura appearing between the lightning and flint, which looks like a human being, but not like a human being. And she felt as if she had sensed the source of this chakra somewhere, otherwise she would definitely not be so sure that someone saved Great Elder Uchiha in that instant. Originally she wanted to say it, but Shimura Danzō seemed to have insight into all of this, so she kept her mouth shut. Although she didn't understand what Shimura Danzo's intention was, she didn't point it out. After all, Shimura Danzō would never do meaningless things. The thing you said, I thought you forgot. Shimura Danzō smiled with surprise in his eyes. He thought that Uchiha Yuri would not care about this matter, but now it seems that the other party has taken this matter to heart. Otherwise, he would not go to the Senju clan with Uzumaki Lingshui, but chose to stay at home and wait for him to come back. After all, I would come back early every time to prepare a pregnant woman's dinner for the two of them, so the time plan was very clear. How could I forget? But now it seems that you have something to hide from me. Uchiha Yuri's deep, dark eyes flashed, staring at Shimura Danzō in front of him. She knew that as a wife, she shouldn't question Shimura Danzō like this, but it was about the Uchiha clan, and she couldn't help it. And she also wanted to know who in the ninja world dared to take such a risk to save someone under the eyes of herself and Shimura Danzō, and the one who saved was a member of the Uchiha clan. So, she's curious. She wanted to know why Shimura Danzō didn't let her speak out that day, and what was the reason behind it. In the face of Uchiha Yuri's inquiry, Shimura Danzō did not intend to hide. For that breath, you should have a little strangeness and familiarity. Shimura Danzō expressed what was in Uchiha Zili's mind earlier. You, how do you know? Uchiha Yuri's beautiful eyes lit up, and she looked at Shimura Danzō in disbelief. This is obviously what I was thinking just now, why the other party can know. Could it be said that Shimura Danzō can read minds? Guess, and with your temperament, if there is no strange reason for this kind of incident, you won't ask. There must be something in that aura that reminds you of something, that's why you did this. Shimura Danzō brushed Uchiha Yuri's messy hair slightly and smiled lightly. Because of Uchiha's character, he can be said to be very clear. I do feel that the breath is a little familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere before. Uchiha Yuri said slowly after a complex look appeared on his face. That is the breath of Uchiha Madara, and the person who rescued Uchiha Great Elder was created by Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, she has been thinking hard for the past 2 days, but she still can't recall where she saw that breath. Because it was this ninja Shura who launched a shocking war in 2010, and Madara, the first generation fire set wave, is closely related. Uchiha Madara, but Uchiha Yuri's thoughts became extremely messy at this time, and his brain was shocked by the sudden information. Yes, you heard that right. Obviously, Uchiha Yuri was startled by Shimura Danzo's light words, and a storm arose in his heart. Seeing Uchiha Yuri's expression, Shimura Danzō smiled, and a flash of understanding flashed in his eyes. This person can be said to be the most taboo existence in the entire ninja world. Wait, Danzo, let me filter it first. But no matter what she thought, she couldn't remember. Uchiha Yuri even spoke slowly. Konoha, and even the Uchiha clan dare not mention him. Shimura Danzō said 733 lightly. Because the person who shouldn't have appeared here, and it was also a person who was impossible to appear, and he was obviously dead. Shimura Danzō nodded slightly and said slowly. But what he said directly made Uchiha Yuri look astonished, and his eyes were full of shock. Chapter 173. Forbidden Technique, Izanagi. Uchiha Zili's situation was obviously in his expectation, but he was a little helpless. But it was his wife anyway, so Shimura Danzō waited patiently for the other party to sort out the messy thinking in his head. After all, he himself is very aware of how important it is to achieve this level. After a long time, Uchiha Juri finally sorted out the messy thoughts in his head. Danzo, how can you be sure that breath is Uchiha Madara's? Uchiha Yuri said slowly. After being reminded by Shimura Danzō, Uchiha Zili also confirmed in his heart that the strange but familiar breath belonged to Uchiha Madara. The reason why she didn't think of it before was because Uchiha Madara was already dead, so she didn't think about where Uchiha Madara was at all. After all, Uchiha Madara has been dead for many years in the world's perception. How can the dead be resurrected? If Shimura Danzō hadn't mentioned it, she might not have been able to think of Uchiha Madara in her life. I saw Uchiha Madara many times when I was young, so it was easy to recognize the breath. Shimura Danzō said slowly. After all, he had seen Uchiha Madara quite a few times before, and even talked to him a few times. I have to say that Uchiha Madara's views on the current ninja world are somewhat deformed, but it is not unreasonable to think about it carefully. As he said, where there are people, there are fights, and where there are fights, there will be wars. The ninja era created by Senju Hashirama seems to be very beautiful, but it actually needs a person who can suppress the troubled times, and that person's strength is enough to disdain the 5 major countries. The most important thing is that he has no ambition to unify the entire ninja world. Originally, it was impossible for such a pure person to be born in this world. But, Senju Hashirama was born. Uchiha Madara also assisted him and established the Konoha Shinobi village together. With the strength of the two, they suppressed the entire troubled world and ended the chaotic Sengoku era. God of Ninja Senju Hashirama, Ninja Shura Uchiha Madara. With the existence of these two people, the other 4 major countries did not dare to make any mistakes. It was not until the Battle of the Valley of the End and the death of Senju Hashirama that all conflicts broke out. As later generations commented, the seemingly permanent peace treaty period of the first 5 Kages talks was actually the lifespan of Senju Hashirama. Everyone is afraid of this ninja god. After the death of Senju Hashirama, the First Ninja World War broke out completely, and the old and new accounts that had been accumulated for a long time were settled together. Danzo, why is this breath of Uchiha Madara's? How can he still be alive? Backquote. Uchiha asked in disbelief. This news was so shocking that Uchiha Yuri couldn't accept this fact for a while. You must know that when Second Hokage Senju Tobirama took away Uchiha Madara's body, many Uchiha people did not know about it, and only Uchiha Juri went to investigate. But instead of asking Senju Tobirama to return Uchiha Madara's body, she acquiesced in his research on Sharingan. Because she knew that even if she stopped the other party, it would be useless, and that would put the Uchiha family in a bad situation. Simply let Senju Tobirama study it, and didn't pay too much attention to this matter. At that time, she also confirmed that Uchiha Madara was dead, and there was absolutely no sign of resurrection. But now there is something about Uchiha Madara again, which has brought great shock to Uchiha Zili. Yuri, have you forgotten the sorcery about the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? After thinking for a while, Shimura Danzō said to Uchiha Yuri with a mysterious face. Shimura Danzo's words made Uchiha Yuri slightly stunned, but then he reacted. You mean Izanagi? Uchiha Zili suddenly exclaimed, and said these words slightly with his lips. Yes, Izanagi, a sorcery that can change one's own death. The price is to lose a Sharingan. This is what I saw on the materials about the Uchiha clan left by Tobirama-sensei. Combined with the aura that appeared that day, it can be concluded that Uchiha Madara used a Sharingan as a price to use Izanagi to change the ending of his original death. In this way, he fooled everyone, Master First Hokage, Teacher Tobirama, and you who are secretly investigating. Shimura Danzō talked eloquently, and analyzed to Uchiha Yuri in an orderly manner. All his theories are well-founded, so Uchiha Yuri had to believe in his theories and directly substituted his thinking into them. Well, then why didn't he show up? No, since he is not dead, why not continue to count Konoha? With his strength, it is completely easy to do. But it doesn't look that easy at the moment. Shimura Danzō sighed and shook his head slightly. Although she doesn't have much contact with Uchiha Madara, she can feel that he is a very ambitious person. At first I wanted to find some clues from Great Elder Uchiha, but now it seems a bit impossible. What he wants to do now is a conspiracy that can subvert the entire ninja world. I have to say that Uchiha Madara's courage is also very admirable. After all, this death made Uchiha Madara very clear about what he wanted to do. Shimura Danzō shook his head and smiled lightly. Based on what I know about him, he should have set his sights on the entire ninja world this time, rather than the leader of Konoha village. Uchiha Madara doesn't care about how much blood is shed behind it, what he cares about is whether the plan can be realized. Uchiha Yuri said slowly after thinking for a while. It seems that if you want to find out Uchiha Madara, you still have to waste some effort. Danzo, if it's really like what you said, then Uchiha Madara should be brewing a huge conspiracy. Because, he's not the same Uchiha Madara he used to be. Good, and all I have to do now is investigate where Uchiha Madara is. He wants to be the savior, so that there will be no more wars in the ninja world, so that everyone can get salvation. Uchiha Yuri covered his lips lightly, a little in disbelief at what Shimura Danzō said. In the past, he was fighting for his own selfish desires and some small ideals. Chapter 174. Danzo, why are you blocking me? Chapter 174. Then why did Danzo block me earlier? At that time, with the strength of the two of us, we could obviously stop that breath. Uchiha Yuri couldn't help asking curiously. Shimura Danzō sighed again at this time, which made Uchiha Yuri feel a little puzzled. After all, Shimura Danzō is a person who never regrets doing things, but now he sighs like this, which is really surprising. How to say, I originally wanted to have this idea. But when you think about it, if we actually asked him if he had a relationship with Uchiha Madara, how could he possibly tell us? Besides, if we do this, there is no guarantee that Uchiha Madara will know what our intentions are. The enemy is in the dark and we are in the light, so it is better to be cautious, and you and Ling Shui are pregnant now, how dare I act rashly? Shimura Danzō lightly rubbed Uchiha Yuri's head and smiled lightly. His words immediately made Uchiha Yuri feel warm, and she couldn't help but fell into Shimura Danzō's arms. It can be said that being able to marry Shimura Danzō is the happiest thing in her life. He didn't change because of the Uchiha clan's affairs, but trusted his elder brother to handle the Uchiha clan's affairs. For a moment, Uchiha 457 Zili was filled with emotion. If you have a husband like this, what do you want? In this life, I don't want any glory, wealth or other things, but I want to meet the right person. And Shimura Danzō was just the right person she met. Suddenly, 2 tear stains fell on both sides of Uchiha Zili's cheeks, and he didn't even notice it for a moment. Shimura Danzō, who was overlooking her, noticed this, and then smiled, reaching out and gently wiping Uchiha Yuri's cheek. Okay, how can I shed tears while talking? The soft voice rang in Uchiha Zili's ears, which also made Uchiha Juri come back to his senses and realized his gaffe. Okay, don't think about these annoying things so much. Leave it to me to solve it. Shimura Danzō patted Uchiha Yuri's back lightly, but it seemed to be caressing, soothing her mood. Danzō, I can't figure it out. You said Uchiha Madara, why did he defect? What is his plot? If he had such a CGBF conspiracy in the first place, why did he establish Konoha village with First Hokage? Uchiha Yuri dragged out all the doubts in his heart, and the 3 reasons made Shimura Danzō helplessly laugh. What a curious baby. Shimura Danzō sighed in his heart. He knew that when he told Uchiha Yuri these things, the other party must have a lot of doubts. After all, Uchiha Zili has been gifted since he was a child, and he is superior to all the Uchiha people in the same period, and there is no rival at all. It is also very normal for Uchiha Madara to notice this talented junior and talk to him. Otherwise, Uchiha Zili would not be so curious about what Uchiha Madara has come to this point. While it is said that Shimura Danzō knows what Uchiha Madara's ultimate ideal is, he cannot tell Uchiha Yuri, at least not yet. Because letting him know about this matter now is undoubtedly harmful but not beneficial, so it is good that only he knows about this matter. Zili, if you ask me like that, I don't know how to answer you. The information I have so far is similar to what you know. The only thing that is certain is that Uchiha Madara is not dead. Shimura Danzō said slowly after showing a wry smile. Looking at this expression, it is obvious that he is also powerless to these questions of Uchiha Yuri, and there is no way to answer them at all. And Shimura Danzō's answer was also expected by Uchiha Yuri. His eyes became slightly dimmed, and then he sighed helplessly. Seeing this appearance, Shimura Danzō felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. His lips were slightly opened, and he was about to speak, but he took it back. It can be said that he cherishes Uchiha Zili in every possible way, and he can't bear any sadness for the other party. But this time is different. It would do her no good to let Uchiha Yuri know about the conspiracy behind this. So in order to eliminate this danger, Shimura Danzō chose to hide this matter. It is also possible to wait until the time to find traces of Uchiha Madara, and then inform Uchiha Zili of the conspiracy behind the scenes. Okay, don't worry about it. When I find Uchiha Madara, the truth of all this will become clear. If you do this, it will have a bad effect on the fetus. Seeing Uchiha Yuri's appearance, Shimura Danzō was heartbroken, so he comforted him. Yes, I can't worry, otherwise it will have a negative impact on the fetus. The sky is big and the earth is big, the sky of children. Shimura Danzō tapped his head lightly, and said with regret. For a while, Uchiha Yuri also suddenly came to his senses, so he eased his emotions and threw away all those troubles. The child in her womb is the crystallization of love between her and Shimura Danzō, and she is also the future lady or young master of the Shimura family, so there can be no mistakes. Facing Shimura Danzō's playful look, Uchiha stretched out his fingers and tapped Shimura Danzō's forehead lightly with a smile. Uchiha Yuri suddenly seemed to think of something, and then asked Shimura Danzō in a hurried tone. A seemingly simple word is actually worth 1,000 words. After all, if his wife is happy, so is he. Okay, then you should pay attention to safety at home, don't bump into it. If you have anything to get, I'll get it for you when I come back. Maybe. This is life after marriage. Shimura Danzō changed his shoes and went out. Before leaving, he did not forget to give Uchiha Yuri a warning. Afterwards, Uchiha Yuri returned to his Yamato Nadeko character and smiled. Oh, look at my head, how did I forget about this? And this also made Shimura Danzō's originally tense mood loosen, and even the originally depressed mood got a lot of relief. By the way, speaking of children, it's getting late, why don't you hurry to Senju to bring Ling Shui back? You swore yesterday that you would pick her up today. You'd better pick her up quickly, or Ling Shui will be angry again. You've already dove her twice. Okay, stop playing tricks. Chapter 175, Uzumaki Ling Shui who has not played. Senju Clan Land. Shimura Danzō entered as usual, and no one came to stop him. Well, After all, it is Theird Hokage, and the teacher of the young lady, and the relationship with Senju is so good, so many people are already used to the sudden arrival of Shimura Danzō. And the other party came here for a reason. After all, Uzumaki Lingshui was here, and that was Shimura Danzō's wife. Now it is very normal for him to come to pick up his wife home. Danzo. When Uzumaki Lingshui saw Shimura Danzō while drinking tea in the courtyard, he disregarded the etiquette, and a look of joy appeared on Yu's face. Then he trotted forward and hugged Shimura Danzō tightly, as if he hadn't seen him for a long time. And this also made Shimura Danzō have a helpless smile on his face, but it was so happy and fulfilling. It can be said that the life after marriage has made the relationship between them more intimate. Uzumaki Lingshui's little woman character brings a lot of fun to Shimura Danzō's life. A Yamato Nadeko type, an eccentric type, it can be said that Shimura Danzō is the happiest person in the ninja world. Teacher. Tsunade also saluted slowly after seeing Shimura Danzō coming. Shimura Danzō also nodded slightly in response. And Mito. Shimura Danzō also greeted after seeing Uzumaki Mito with a flat face. After all, Uzumaki Mito can be regarded as his elder. Danzo, you haven't come for several days. You haven't come to pick up Ling Shui these few days. This girl has a lot of grievances. Uzumaki Mito glanced at Uzumaki, who was enjoying the tender Uzumaki Lingshui in Shimura Danzō's arms, and smiled lightly. But there was a trace of discomfort and unhappiness in the depths of those benevolent eyes. As if the person in this arms should not be Uzumaki Lingshui, but another person. And even Uzumaki Mito didn't realize that such a horrible thought would come to his mind, just like Shimura Danzō's wedding. Uzumaki Lingshui suddenly let out a rage, and a little resentment flashed in his eyes. But there was no trace of blame. Instead, he supported Shimura Danzō's chest with a happy face. For a while, even Tsunade looked at her with a bit of a bad look, but he didn't dare to show it because there were too many people. Because this kind of fancy dog abuse is indeed a bit too much. Okay, Ling Shui, I have something to say to Danzo. Lingshui, take Tsunade to get what I said first. Uzumaki Mito smiled helplessly after seeing the happy and sweet two, and then said slowly. And the meaning in her words is not difficult to hear. This is to distract Uzumaki Lingshui and Tsunade from talking about things with Shimura Danzō. It is not yet possible for them to know. Uzumaki Lingshui was not capricious, so he nodded and led Tsunade to leave Uzumaki Mito's courtyard. Because she knew that what Uzumaki Mito and Shimura Danzō were going to discuss should be about the Uchiha clan. Although she said she could know, knowing the mystery of these things would not do her any good. And Uzumaki Lingshui just wants to stay quietly beside Shimura Danzō and be a little wife. Facing such obedient Uzumaki Lingshui, Shimura Danzō felt that there was no surprise, but smiled in his heart. Even though Uzumaki Lingshui has a bit of a temper in his daily life, and occasionally willful, Shin is still very sensible. And Mito, you want to ask about the Uchiha clan. Shimura Danzō smiled slowly after looking at Uzumaki Mito with a flat face in front of him. The wolf ambitions of the Uchiha radicals had already been shown, but because there was no excuse, Tobirama did not attack them at first. But it was the existence of Tobirama that made them dare not make any mistakes. They didn't do this until after Tobirama passed away, but it was soon suppressed by that girl Zeely, and it didn't happen until you married Zeely back home. Uzumaki Mito talked eloquently. It is not difficult to hear from her words that she already knew these things about the Uchiha radicals. However, she is just a woman and has no way to intervene in these matters, so she just watches from the sidelines. Ask for flowers. I'm sorry for you. It hasn't been a day since you joined Hokage. Uzumaki Mito said with a somewhat complicated tone. Because at this time, Konoha is at the point when it is green and yellow, and it is difficult for the older generation to die in battle and wounded to go to the battlefield again. Fortunately, the younger generation is supported by Shimura Danzō, so Konoha will not be too threatened. It's hard to imagine, if Konoha doesn't have Shimura Danzō to support it, God knows what it will be like. But in the end, he's not dead yet. If Sarutobi Hiruzen is only able to suffer this hardship, maybe Sarutobi Hiruzen is quite happy. Hey, if it weren't for this war, where would so many things happen? But this time, Shimura Danzō did not answer Uzumaki Mito's words, but became silent instead. But if you have the chance, you can experience the opportunity of being a Hokage in Uchiha Madara's Tsukuyomi. Master Mito, you are too serious. As third Hokage, these are my responsibilities. But unfortunately there is no hope. After all, what he desires most in his life is his position as Hokage. Behind this, Shimura Danzō has put in a lot of hard work, so that Konoha, which is waiting to be done, can get back on the right track. At the beginning, he was opposed to this war, but Mr. Tobirama, as the main combatant, directly vetoed his opinion. Shimura Danzō shook his head and chuckled. Because the benefits brought by the war are too great, even Senju Tobirama can't bear it. Now that he has become third Hokage, it is only natural for him to carry Konoha on his back. What is all this for? What is it worth? Uzumaki Mito suddenly sighed and looked up at the sky. So there is no such thing as hard work or hard work, everything is for inheriting the will of fire. Because this first ninja war did not seem to be initiated by Konoha, but in fact Konoha was the party that gained the most benefits. But Uzumaki Mito can assert that if Shimura Danzō hadn't been third Hokage, then Konoha would definitely not be in such a prosperous scene at this time. Chapter 176, Uchiha Madara's Prudence. Chapter 176. Somewhere in the ninja world. In the damp and dark cave, Uchiha Madara sits beside Geto statue. But his complexion seemed to be a little bad, as if he was affected by something. And his expression surprised White Zetsu, who was hiding in the dark, and dared not approach Uchiha Madara. After all, the face of the other party is so gloomy now that no one dares to touch the bad luck. To know that if Uchiha Madara is not happy, they may all die under this anger. Master Madara, it seems that the third Hokage Shimura Danzō is not as simple as we imagined. 593, and your niece, Uchiha Zili, also opened the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. And there is Yata mirror in her Susanoo, which means that the Ten-Fist Sword may also be in her hand. Shimura Danzō is even more wood style with Senju Hashirama can release wooden golem. It seems that this couple is not as easy to deal with as expected. A white Zetsu who was sitting in front of Uchiha Madara spoke slowly. After all, he is the person in charge of investigating Konoha and Shimura Danzō, so no matter how bad Uchiha Madara's face is, he still has to report and analyze. After listening to White Zetsu's analysis, Uchiha Madara fell into deep thought. Because he didn't expect that things were completely beyond the scope of his plan, and even developed to the point that he couldn't imagine. Uchiha Yuri of Eternal Mangekyo, Shimura Danzō of Senju Hashirama wood style, and Uzumaki Mito of unfathomable strength in the village. At this moment, even if Uchiha Madara returns to his peak, he still can't guarantee that he can take down the entire Konoha village. After all, the strength of these three people is almost equal to his own, at most it is a little short, but the number can make up for it. It can be said that things have progressed to such a point that it is already extremely bad, at least it is the status quo that Uchiha Madara does not want to see. At this time, he can be said to be determined to kill the thief but unable to revolving heaven. All that can be done now is to lie dormant, and then wait for the opportunity to make a move. Wait, Uchiha Madara sighed faintly, which contained an endless sense of loss. Because Uchiha Madara knows that the situation is completely out of his control. As for the reason why the Uchiha Great Elder brought him back, he wanted to take away his Mangekyo Sharingan. Although it is useless now, it is guaranteed that this pair of Mangekyo Sharingan will not play other roles in the future. Wait, after seeing Uchiha Madara's sigh, White Zetsu was also quite surprised by it. Originally, he thought that Uchiha Madara would use the power of Geto statue to return to the top, and then went to Konoha village to capture Ninetails Jinchuriki. But from the sigh of Uchiha Madara, it can be seen that he has no intention of showing any signs of doing anything to Konoha, and he doesn't even have the idea of arresting One-Tail Shukaku. That's not how Uchiha Madara does things. But if you think about it carefully, it is also a very normal thing. After all, Uchiha Madara can be said to be the public enemy of the ninja world, and when he appears, everyone will regard him as the #1 enemy. You must know that Uchiha Madara has the power to suppress troubled times, enough to make everyone fear him. Leaving aside other countries, Konoha will never allow the existence of Uchiha Madara, and everyone will definitely attack. That's why Uchiha Madara has never shown up. Because he knew how great the influence he would bring, he stayed in the cave of Geto statue and never got out. It's not that he is afraid of people from the outside world, but that he knows that he wants to use this identity of death to confuse the world. After he finds his suitable successor, the news that Uchiha Madara is not dead can be made public to the ninja world. Eternal Mangekyo, Uchiha Madara murmured to himself. He didn't expect that after himself, there would be someone who could activate the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and that person was a woman. But it's a pity that she got married, and she married Theird Hokage, the eldest lady of the Uchiha clan. This also made Uchiha Madara have some serious curiosity about Shimura Danzō. He doesn't know whether Shimura Danzō and Uchiha Yuri got married because of love or because of some factors. But in my heart, I have a 3.5 favorable opinion of this third Hokage. After all, his approach means that he can tolerate the Uchiha clan, and he has successfully resolved these matters of the Uchiha clan. If Senju Tobirama were to handle this matter, I am afraid that the Uchiha clan would really be wiped out, and there would be no one left. It seems that the opponent not only inherited Senju Hashirama's wood style, but also inherited Senju Hashirama's will. It's a pity. If there is a chance, I really want to meet, but I'm afraid I will miss it in this life. Uchiha Madara murmured with words in his mouth. Chapter 177. Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Lingshui in the expectant period. Chapter 177. It's autumn and winter. The Uchiha clan also became settled down after that rebellion incident. Uchiha Naoya and Uchiha Kagami, represented by the conservatives, completely eliminated those bad voices in the Uchiha clan. After solving this matter, Shimura Danzō was quite satisfied with it, and removed Anbu surveillance of the Uchiha clan. A year went by and passed quickly, as if in a trance, which surprised Shimura Danzō. But at present, he is still accumulating strength, quietly waiting for the outbreak of the Second Ninja World War. Because he knows that he can never start a war, otherwise he will complain and lose people's hearts. Doing so will do him no good. So after some careful consideration, Shimura Danzō decided to make major reforms to the ninja school. 26 has expanded the venue of the ninja school by nearly 4 times, and the expansion of the ninja school's enrollment is also the same. Lack of ninjutsu, but those who meet the requirements of physical skills can enter the ninja school, but they need to practice chakra the day after tomorrow to make up for the shortcomings in the early stage. And Shimura Danzō's approach also made all the children of Konoha gear up, hoping to pass the assessment of the ninja school. As the days passed, Uchiha Zili and Uzumaki Mizu's bellies gradually grew. After that, the two of them couldn't go out at will, and could only stay at home to prepare for the birth. Uzumaki Mito came more often. After all, these two are like her daughters, busy all day long. But her hard-working appearance made Shimura Danzō feel a little embarrassed for a while. After all, this is his wife, but so far he has not been of any help, which is a little embarrassing. It's all a bit dreamy. Who would have thought that I was ready to have a child? Shimura Danzō sighed slightly while sitting in the courtyard smoking a cigarette. The last time I sighed alone like this was when I got married. After all, it was the first wedding in his life, not even in his previous life. It's a pity that I didn't receive the blessings from my friends in my previous life during the wedding, which is a little regrettable. However, there was no big problem with this wedding. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a prosperous age, and it was blessed by everyone. It's just that Shimura Danzō felt a little emotional for a while. He really never thought that he would get married and have children. Although it is called Hokage, it still cannot escape the shackles of fate. Danzo, you're smoking again. This thing is not good for your health. A soft voice rang in Shimura Danzo's ear, and then two winds of fragrance rushed into his chest. At this moment, two figures were slowly sitting beside him. Violet, red rose, two different scents filled Shimura Danzo's nose. It's as wonderful as a fairyland on earth. It can be said that to be able to enjoy this kind of blessing, there is probably no other person in the entire ninja world except Shimura Danzō. I'm going to destroy it now. Shimura Danzō smiled brightly when he saw the appearance of Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Lingshui, and then extinguished the cigarette in his hand. After all, the two of them are pregnant now, and everything must be focused on the child and wife. It is precisely because of this that Uchiha Zili and Uzumaki Lingshui fell into the petty tenderness of Shimura Danzō. Well, stop talking, go back to your room and sleep. Because they didn't expect Shimura Danzō to go to other places even to smoke. But facing Shimura Danzō who smokes so cautiously, the two couldn't help but laugh. After seeing Shimura Danzō showing a perverse look, the two also burst out laughing with a poof. Afterwards, Shimura Danzō embraced Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Lingshui, and went back to the room to sleep. Shimura Danzō explained with an embarrassed smile. Uzumaki Lingshui asked curiously, but this trivial detail made the two of them feel 313's endless tenderness in their hearts. Annoyance. After all, she and Uchiha Yuri searched around but couldn't find Shimura Danzō, until finally they found him sitting on the side of the yard smoking a cigarette. Well, isn't this a bit annoying? Why don't you smoke a cigarette? Isn't the matter of the Uchiha family settled? What else can you worry about? Shimura Danzō didn't intend to speak out, which also made Uzumaki Lingshui a little helpless for a while, but it was not easy to ask. After all, she hasn't seen anything that can bother Shimura Danzō, except for this civil unrest among the Uchiha clan. Are you sitting here alone, waiting for you to go back to your room to sleep? After all, this is Shimura Danzō's business. As a woman, she just needs to support silently behind her back. Uzumaki Lingshui asked. Chapter 178. Two wives entering the delivery room, Danzō in dismay. Chapter 178. Konoha for 20 years, November. Today seems to be a peaceful day for Konoha, but for the Shimura clan, as well as the Uchiha clan and even the Senju clan, a big event happened. Uchiha Zili and Uzumaki Lingshui entered the delivery room at the same time. Originally, Shimura Danzō had just said hello and left home to Hokage's office, when news came that the two daughters were about to give birth. This made Shimura Danzō stunned for a moment, and then burst out and returned home at an unprecedented speed in the next second. But at this moment the door was closed tightly, and only the painful voices of Uzumaki Lingshui and Uchiha Yuri could be heard. What's going on? Did it happen? What happened? What's going on now? When Shimura Danzō just stepped into the yard of the delivery room, he said in an extremely fast tone. Patriarch, don't worry, the two ladies are giving birth now, all you can do now is wait. Shimura Ayaka was already waiting at the door for Shimura Danzō's arrival. But when she saw Shimura Danzō's flustered expression, she couldn't help but speak out. Can I not be in a hurry? The one inside is my wife. Shimura Danzō said anxiously. Then, a burst of screams came again. No, it should be said that they are two, but they are sent out together and mixed together. Obviously, these two voices are Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Lingshui. Immediately, Shimura Danzō stepped forward, about to open the door of the delivery room and walked in directly. No, wow, Patriarch, you can't go in now. If you go in now, it will distract the two ladies, and it will be troublesome if the child is not born by then. Seeing Shimura Danzō's behavior, Shimura Ayaka hurried forward to stop him. Because during this period of time, she is also checking the information about the mothers, so as to ensure that the two wives can give birth smoothly. If Shimura Danzō broke in now to distract Mrs. Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Lingshui, then there was a little accident. Then she, Shimura Ayaka, will be guilty for the rest of her life. Shimura Danzō sighed helplessly, and then could only sit on a chair in the yard. But the screams from Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Lingshui cut Shimura Danzō's heart like a knife. Although he knew that such a thing would happen a long time ago, it was the first time he heard that the pain of childbirth would be caused by such a reason. A-hole, Danzō, when my mother gives birth to the child, I will not spare you. Suddenly, a roaring sound came, directly making Shimura Danzō a little astonished. After hearing Uzumaki Lingshui's words, Shimura Ayaka secretly laughed in her heart, but her face was still holding back a smile. This. Shimura Danzō was a little confused by the shouting. It seems that the character of Uzumaki Lingshui, the little pepper, is fully revealed at this moment, and it also reflects how terrifying the birth of a child is. Okay, Danzo, just wait. The only thing we can do now is wait. Suddenly a voice came from behind Shimura Danzō, and the figure of Uzumaki Mito seemed to appear out of thin air. And Mito, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to help Zili and Lingshui give birth inside? Shimura Danzō said in astonishment after seeing the other party's appearance. After all, Uzumaki Mito lived in the Shimura clan for a few days just to wait for the birth period. But now Uzumaki Mito didn't go in, but outside. This made Shimura Danzō confused for a while. Is there any reason? I am the avatar, and the main body is inside to help those two children. Ontology asked me to tell you not to worry. After all, this matter cannot be rushed. Uzumaki Mito's clone shook his head and said lightly. And his words also made Shimura Danzo's originally suspended heart slowly let go at this moment. After all, with Uzumaki Mito helping Uchiha Juri and Uzumaki Lingshui, he is naturally much more at ease. No problem. Go and prepare things according to the things on this list. After all, he did not forget the scene of Shimura Danzō panicking just now. Suddenly, the screams stopped. Shimura Danzō suddenly smiled wryly. The Shimura group hid after receiving the list. A gust of wind swept across in an instant, and the figure disappeared in place in an instant. The cries of two babies pierced the sky, seeming to resound through the entire Konoha. At least let me do something, otherwise I'm really ashamed of the two of them. This is something that is necessary after the birth of a child, and it has not been prepared before. Uzumaki Mito smiled and handed Shimura Danzō a list. Uzumaki Mito thought to himself. It's the first time I've seen Danzō so panicked. After all, these are two women who are giving birth to their own children. If they don't do something, I'm afraid it's really hard to say. In less than 10 minutes, the figure of Shimura Danzō reappeared. And he was carrying big and small bags in his hand. It seems, he loves Zili and Lingshui, the two little girls, very much. Apparently, he bought everything on those lists, and double. Then Aunt Mito, what can I do now? Chapter 179. Birth of a daughter, bursting with happiness. Chapter 179. When Shimura Danzō heard the cry of the baby, his body was slightly startled, and he was completely stunned. The things in the hand are also slowly falling down at this moment. If it weren't for Shimura Kaijia's quick eyesight and quick hands, I'm afraid these things would all be broken. Crack, the door was opened. Then Shimura Danzo's originally sluggish mind suddenly woke up at this moment. Uzumaki Mito and a Shimura woman hold two children in their hands. But, Shimura Danzō didn't seem to care about this, and directly bypassed Uzumaki Mito and entered the room. This series of actions made Uzumaki Mito and the woman slightly taken aback. Obviously they didn't expect Shimura Danzō to do this. After all, this is his child. Without even looking at him, he went straight into the room and cared about his two little wives first. It seems that the two little girls Lingshui and Zili are indeed married to the right person. After seeing Shimura Danzo's behavior, Uzumaki Mito also showed a relieved smile on his face. After Shimura Danzō stepped into the room, Uzumaki Lingshui and Uchiha Zili were holding hands, but their delicate body was already dripping with sweat and their hair was messy. And when they saw Shimura Danzō coming in directly with a blush on their face, they were ashamed. After all, they just gave birth, and their makeup and other things haven't been taken care of. Shimura Danzō always feels a little shy when he sees his gaffe. Zili, Lingshui, I'm sorry, you have suffered, Shimura Danzō said guiltily, and then kissed the two of them lightly on their smooth foreheads. After all, they gave birth to two children for themselves, and Shimura Danzō felt very guilty for enduring such severe pain. Although I already knew how painful it is for a woman to give birth, I didn't expect it to be so painful that even Uchiha Yuri couldn't bear it. Danzo, UBD, it hurts. Uzumaki Lingshui opened his small canine teeth and bit Shimura Danzo's shoulder directly, as if to vent his previous pain. It seemed to be very powerful, but Uzumaki Lingshui didn't use too much strength, and just left a shallow tooth mark on Shimura Danzo's shoulder. Okay, I got it. It was my fault. Shimura Danzō patted Uzumaki Lingshui's shoulder lightly and comforted softly. Danzo, you have to make it up to Sister Harry and me this time. Uzumaki Lingshui looked at Shimura Danzō with resentment and said, Okay, I will definitely make up for you this time. Shimura Danzō fondled Uzumaki Lingshui's head, and then took Uchiha Yuri into his arms. By the way, where's the kid? Why didn't I see the child? Uchiha Yuri was curious for a moment. After all, Uzumaki Mito and the woman carried a child out together to show Shimura Danzō, so generally speaking, shouldn't they be carried in? Ah, children. Oh yes, and children. Shimura Danzō looked dazed, and then he came to his senses. Just now Uzumaki Mito seemed to come out with the child in his arms, but he didn't care because he was worried about the bodies of Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Lingshui, and walked in directly. You didn't even look at the child. Uchiha Yuri said with some astonishment. No, I didn't watch it, I just cared about you too, so I forgot to watch the child in a moment of excitement. Shimura Danzō smiled awkwardly. Uchiha Zili and Uchiha Cgag Lingshui also looked at each other helplessly, but they both showed happy smiles. Married to the right person. Then, footsteps came. Stop looking for children, here they are. Uzumaki Mito walked in slowly with the women of the Shimura clan, and they held 2 children in their arms. Danzo, go get the baby. 17. Uchiha Yuri signaled Shimura Danzō to come forward and hug the 2 children one by one. And the moment the crying child entered Shimura Danzo's arms, he calmed down as if he felt tenderness. This also caused surprise expressions on everyone's faces. You must know that the 2 children were not crying so fiercely just now, why they suddenly settled down as soon as they arrived in Shimura Danzo's arms. And Shimura Danzō looked at the 2 daughters in front of him, and suddenly there was an indescribable excitement and happiness in his heart. Zeely, Lingshui, our daughter is so cute. While looking at the 2 daughters, Shimura Danzō let out a silly laugh. PFF, you daughter slave. Children are all alike, how do you know they are cute? Uzumaki Lingshui gave Shimura Danzō a look and smiled lightly. I don't care, my daughter is the cutest in the whole world, no one can compare to her. Shimura Danzō didn't care about these, just hummed softly. But when seeing the 2 daughters, the smile on the face turned into tenderness and doting again. For a while, Uchiha Zeely and Uzumaki Lingshui felt a little sour in their hearts. Unexpectedly, they would still eat their own daughter's jealousy. By the way, Danzo, what are you going to name them? Uzumaki Mito asked hastily. After all, the name is a matter of a child's life, and Shimura Danzō should have already prepared it. Since there are 2 daughters, let's use the same name. Is that my sister? Shimura Danzō asked curiously. After all, he doesn't know who was born first. The children in Zeely came out first, about 7 or 8 seconds early. Uzumaki Mito chimed in. The elder sister's name is Luli, and the younger sister's name is Lunai. What do you think? Shimura Danzō said after thinking for a while. Ruri, Runai. Alright, let's call them Luli and Liunai. Chapter 180. The Trend of Ninja World. Ruri and Rina, Uzumaki Mito murmured, carefully considering the name that Shimura Danzō said. What do you think? Shimura Danzō said to Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Lingshui when Uzumaki Mito was thinking about the names of his 2 daughters in detail. After all, Uchiha Zeely and Uzumaki Lingshui, as their mothers, naturally wanted to ask their opinions. And Shimura Danzō is just preparing the names for his 2 daughters, and the final decision is still in the hands of the 2 wives. Well, Danzo, then just decide. After Uzumaki Lingshui and Uchiha Yuri looked at each other, they also nodded to indicate that they had no objections. Because Shimura Danzō is the father of these 2 children and the backbone of the family, the 2 of them will naturally not have any objections to what he said. Good. Shimura Danzō showed joy on his face, and the stone hanging in his heart was put down here. After all, he was really worried that his well-prepared name would be opposed by Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Lingshui. But so far it seems that there is no big problem. Luli, you will be a big sister in the future, remember to love your little sister. Shimura Danzō looked at Shimura Luli who was holding in his left hand with a soft smile on his face. And watching Shimura Danzo's smirking scene, Uzumaki Mito, Uchiha Yuri, and Uzumaki Lingshui all understood that Konoha will have a serious daughter slave in the future. This daughter slave will be the most powerful person in the ninja world, every move will shake the ninja world. It is enough to imagine how spoiled the 2 princesses of the Hokage family will be. At least one thing is certain. Among the leaves, no one dared to provoke these 2 princesses. Soon, news spread that the family of Theird Hokage Shimura Danzō had 2 daughters. Many families sent people to congratulate, but many people have great admiration for Shimura Danzō in their hearts. After all, he not only became the 3rd Hokage, but also led Konoha to the economic prosperity before the war in just 2 years, and it was even better. It is enough to imagine how powerful Konoha will be under the wise rule of the 3rd Hokage for many years to come. But, the rapid development of Konoha also made the other 4 major countries feel a crisis of their previous actions. Even when Senju Hashirama was alive, the other 4 countries never felt this way. It took them 2 years to recover only a little bit of the economy, and even the population has not recovered. Of course, Konoha did not restore the population to the state before the war. It's just that Penultimate is in the lead in terms of economy, and his series of policies have also benefited many Konoha village residents. Since that incident, Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to have evaporated from the world, and has since disappeared from the public eye. After all, it was a miracle that he was able to survive so much suffering. Whether it is state affairs or family affairs, he is a top winner in life. All this sounds really embarrassing. Ask for flowers. Those who are familiar with that matter must feel that Sarutobi Hiruzen is particularly unlucky. 0. But compared to Shimura Danzō, a winner in life, his companion Sarutobi Hiruzen's experience is quite miserable. Because since taking over Konoha, everything has been going smoothly without any obstacles at all. 3rd Hokage, Shimura Danzō, this person is indeed to be feared. But no one knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen retreated into the ground and turned into a root to protect Konoha. But now people don't hear much about him either. As long as the happiness index of the citizens of the country of fire reaches a good level, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes to create a human being by then? On the occasion of the big wedding, he was robbed by someone, and his fiancée was still pregnant with someone else's seed. But behind all this, it seems that there is an invisible big hand planning all these people. Anyway, that's what Shimura Danzō intended. When the economy is doing well, are you afraid that you won't have children? The position of Hokage was seized by Shimura Danzō. Chapter 181. The Shimura House's Daily Plays. Chapter 181. And after the birth of her two little princesses, Shimura Danzō can be said to be waiting for her every step of the way. Of course, after dealing with Hokage affairs, after all, as third Hokage, he naturally has to fulfill his duties. But as soon as the Hokage affairs were settled, Shimura Danzō went back home to watch as if he clocked out of get off work on time, and he never left. And this also made Uchiha Zili and Uzumaki Lingshui feel jealous. You must know that the honeymoon after their marriage was not so sweet, and they really hold these two daughters in the palm of their hands, and they are reluctant to let go. Uchiha Jiri and Uzumaki Ling, 290, Shui never imagined that the two secretly fought and were jealous before. But I didn't expect to eat my daughter's jealousy now. Even Uchiha Chiri is the same. Danzo, won't you just look at us? Your two beautiful wives are here. Uzumaki Lingshui looked at Shimura Danzō with resentment and said. But at this time, Shimura Danzō seemed to have not heard Uzumaki Lingshui's voice, and was still teasing Shimura Luli. This, Sister Ling Shui, look at him. Uzumaki Lingshui turned his head angrily and looked at Uchiha Yuri beside him. Because Shimura Danzō seems to only have those two daughters in his eyes, as if he regards his wife as heir. Lingshui, I can't help it either. However, his love for these two children is completely beyond my expectation. I never thought that he would like these two children so much. Uchiha Yuri also shook his head and smiled wryly. Really, at least pay attention to us. Although there is a little resentment in Uzumaki Lingshui's words, it is more about happiness. Originally, when she learned that both of them were daughters, she was very flustered, afraid that Shimura Danzō only liked boys and not girls. After all, boys can carry on the family line. However, as a woman of Shimura's family, she failed to give birth to a son for Shimura Danzō, which also made Uzumaki Lingshui feel a little uncomfortable. But seeing Shimura Danzō doting so much on his two daughters, the slight discomfort in his heart disappeared at this moment. Uchiha Yuri's thoughts are not much different from Uzumaki Lingshui's, but they are not so serious. Ah, what were you talking about just now? Suddenly, Shimura Danzō seemed to have reacted, and then turned to Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Lingshui and asked. No, nothing. After finishing speaking, Uzumaki Lingshui stepped forward and grabbed Shimura Danzō's waist, then twisted gently. Don't, take it easy, the child just fell asleep. Shimura Danzō originally wanted to shout out, but seeing that Shimura Ruri and Shimura Ryunai had been lulled to sleep, they didn't dare to make a sound, so they could only watch by themselves. Okay, Ling Shui, please forgive him this time. After seeing Shimura Danzō's patience, Uchiha knew that the child should not be woken up at this time, otherwise he would have to work again. HMPH, I'll let you off this time. After Uzumaki Lingshui heard Uchiha Zili's words, he let go of his hand with a snort, but a distressed look flashed in his eyes. After all, the person pinched just now was her husband, so how could Uzumaki Lingshui not feel distressed? Okay, I know that I have really neglected you these 2 days. But there is no way to do it. Who made these two children so cute? When talking about the two sisters Shimura Ruri and Shimura Ryunai, Shimura Danzō couldn't help showing a happy smile on his face. After all, an angel came to him, so he naturally cherishes this hard-won happiness very much. HMPH, when you have a daughter, you forget about your wife. Shimura Danzō said slightly helplessly. UBD, ask for a fight. Yeah, I still don't admit it. Whoever is jealous, who will be jealous of someone like you? I don't know if he said that he forgot his wife when he had a daughter. In front of him, Uzumaki Lingshui is like a stubborn and willful little girl who will never grow up, always putting on an arrogant look. It would be a lie to say that she didn't have any trace of resentment in her heart. After all, the most interesting part of every day is watching Uzumaki Lingshui bicker with Shimura Danzō, and then arrogantly refuse to admit it. Well, that red-haired girl is really interesting. And her arrogant behavior also made Uchiha Yuri, who was watching from the sidelines, smile at 2.4. And the two of them were just playing lightly, not daring to make too much noise. Uzumaki Lingshui's tone suddenly became a little flustered, and he quickly retorted. Shimura Danzō's tone became a little bit weird for a while. Uzumaki Lingshui blushed for a moment, and he raised his sleeves as if he was about to hit Shimura Danzō. Uzumaki Lingshui said with a cold snort. After all, the child is still resting aside. After all, Shimura Danzō was tired of being with them in the past, but now it seems that Shimura Danzō is suddenly lost, which makes Uzumaki Lingshui naturally unable to adapt. You, how old are you? You are still jealous, and you are still jealous of your own daughter. 5th. Chapter 182, Visiting the Root Base. Chapter 182, The Base and Root of the Leaves. It can be said that the current root has entered the formal process, and most of the personnel are selected from Konoha's orphanage. Of course, all this still has to ask the children's own wishes, and also distinguish the pros and cons of it for them, and finally let them join the root. And Shimura Danzō acquiesced in all this, and did not make any objection. Because he is very clear that the existence of the roots is of great significance to him, and it is also necessary for his existence. Otherwise, he would not let Sarutobi Hiruzen lead the route, let alone let the other party select personnel from the Konoha orphanage to enter the route for training. Of course, compared to the routes created by Shimura Danzō in the original book, this time there is a big difference. Because the roots are not completely in the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and what they are loyal to is not an individual, not Sarutobi Hiruzen. Rather, 26 Hokage, Mu-Yi, is the root tissue that serves for Konoha. That's why Shimura Danzō is so relieved to hand over the root tissue to Sarutobi Hiruzen for processing. Because he knew that even if the other party wanted to do something, he would be monitored under his own crystal ball, and it was impossible to make any small moves. Moreover, he made a decision on the selection of root personnel after careful consideration. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen can only obediently train the root members for himself, and there is no way to implement the evil thoughts in his heart. Today, Shimura Danzō also took advantage of this free time to visit the root base for inspection. The setting of the root base is also very monotonous. There is no light in the empty hall, only endless darkness. Danzo, the selection of root personnel and training equipment are basically ready. I believe that in less than 3 years, the members of these roots will be able to carry out their tasks. After Sarutobi Hiruzen walked beside Shimura Danzō, he introduced and analyzed Shimura Danzō carefully. After all, the root was created with all his painstaking efforts, so naturally he knows everything about it. You must know that in order to build the root, he took out all his savings and even emptied his wife. Anyway, his wife ran away with others, so it was useless to keep her. With a cruel heart, all the money was directly poured into the construction of the roots. He believes that his efforts will definitely be rewarded, and that reward will be immeasurable. Every time he thought of this, the pain in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart also dissipated a lot. Even if he can't realize the ideal in his heart in a short period of time, he can still use the members at the root to slowly earn back the lost money. It's just a matter of time. As long as it is done in a more secretive way, I believe Shimura Danzō should not be able to see any clues. Hiruzen, you need to know how dark the tasks and things that root ninjas have to do and deal with. So I hope you will be tight-fisted in terms of secrecy. If there is any information leaked, I will absolutely not show any mercy. Ziho Danzo's eyes suddenly became fierce, and a trace of killing intent emerged in his eyes. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen beside him tremble when he felt the cold killing intent. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't catch his breath because of the coercion condensed from Shimura Danzō invisible. At the same time, it is also extremely shocking. Why Shimura Danzo's strength is so strong is simply elusive. Don't worry about that, we've known each other for so long. I do things, you just need to rest assured. Sarutobi Hiruzen promised 140 to Shimura Danzō with a confident face. Naturally, there is no need to remind Shimura Danzō in this regard. As the leader of the root department, he must have considered this matter immediately. After all, he is deeply aware of what will be involved in everything that the root will do in the future, so it is natural to brainwash the members of the root. Of course, this brainwashing is something special, it just makes them unable to tell what they are doing in the root. You know, even Anbu can't handle the things Genbu will have to deal with in the future, so one can imagine how terrifying the darkness is. Okay, since you have made such a promise, then I have nothing to say, let's move on to the next place. After receiving Sarutobi Hiruzen's answer, Shimura Danzō also nodded slightly, and then motioned for the other party to take him to meet the root members. In any case, he is considered a half-root leader, so it is necessary to meet these future special subordinates. Chapter 183, Sarutobi Hiruzen's Inner Struggle. Chapter 183. Soon, under the leadership of Sarutobi Station, Shimura Danzō came to the root training base. The roots at this time have just been established and have not yet developed. Although it has the support of Theird Hokage Shimura Danzō in the back, it still takes time for slow development. All the root members in front of me are basically 7 or 8-year-old children. At this time, they have completely lost the childishness they should have at this age. On the contrary, they all have flat expressions and no emotions at all. It's as if they don't even care about their own life and death. Such people are often the most terrifying existence. Danzo, how? These days, I have followed the training method you mentioned, and I have almost reached the standard required in the planning book in terms of emotions. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled at Shimura Danzō beside him. But there seems to be a hint of complacency in the words, as if they are saying to praise me quickly. But this time, Shimura Danzō didn't open his mouth to hit Sarutobi Hiruzen, but nodded slightly satisfied. I have to say that what Sarutobi Hiruzen did in the dark is really beautiful. And he was willing to put all his money into the roots to build such a huge root base. You must know that Shimura Danzō did not give Sarutobi Hiruzen a penny, but let Sarutobi Hiruzen pay for it himself. And what he did was too crazy in the eyes of others. After all, the root organization is not decided by Sarutobi Hiruzen alone, so much money is only exchanged for the position of a root leader. And the true leader of the roots is none other than Shimura Danzō. That's why Sarutobi Japan and South Korea's father is so opposed to Sarutobi Hiruzen throwing all his own money into the roots. This is simply a loss-making business. But Sarutobi Hiruzen will only think that his father is completely short-sighted and has not set his goal in the long run. Sarutobi Hiruzen is well aware that Shimura Danzō just has some time to manage the roots now. When the time comes to get busy, then the roots will give full authority to themselves to direct. And at that point, it was when the ambition in Sarutobi Hiruzen arose. Not bad, Hiruzen, you have lived up to my trust in you. Shimura Danzō smiled in satisfaction, then patted Sarutobi Hiruzen on the shoulder and said. And his words also made Sarutobi Hiruzen laugh. Where, if it weren't for Danzō, you gave the privilege all the way, the root would not have been built in such a short period of time. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately said modestly. Because what he has to do now is to reduce Shimura Danzō's defense against himself, so as to achieve the effect he wants. Shimura Danzō is best to forget about him and his roots completely. Then the roots can be completely in their own hands, and it is only a matter of time to want to have all these. It's also thanks to you, Hiruzen. I didn't give any money to the root, you can't blame me. Shimura Danzō whispered, How come? I can understand your difficulties, Danzo. After all, the roots are really not conducive to appearing in the public eye. If the village's funds are used, I'm afraid it will let others know about it. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately shook his head and laughed. Although on the surface it looks like it doesn't matter. But the actual heart is bleeding. After all, how could Sarutobi Hiruzen not be distressed by such huge funds? But when he thinks that he can earn back by relying on his roots in the future, Sarutobi Japan and South Korea's heart doesn't hurt so much. It's good that you understand, Zhao Hao. I just got married, and I don't have much money to support personally. So giving you privileges is the only thing I can do. A guilty look crossed Shimura Danzo's face. When mentioning the word, marriage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed a hint of ferocity. Because, this can be said to be the most taboo thing in his life. But since it was Shimura Danzo who spoke out, he dared not vent his inner anger. Hiruzen, let them stop their training, I have something to say to them. Chapter 184, Sarutobi Hiruzen's demon self-reading appears. Come here, all of you, if Master Hokage has something to say. After Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted, the root members who were training quickly gathered towards this side. Master Hokage, Aokiji's voice rang out, but there is a trace of depression. It can be seen that Sarutobi Hiruzen's training these days and the depressing environment have caused a little change in their personalities. Although Hiruzen has already said these words, as Hokage, I would like to reiterate. What the roots are dealing with is dark, and once you're in the roots, you can't get out. Life is the man at the root, and death is the ghost at the root. Shimura Danzo looked at the root member 117 Daikatsu who wore fox and various animal masks and said. After all, even Anbu couldn't carry out the tasks to be performed in the future. It is conceivable how dark it is. But none of the root members made a sound, nor did they move. Because they know that keeping silent at this time is the best answer. Okay, since you like it, then I hope you will not have any regrets. After speaking, Shimura Danzo took Sarutobi Hiruzen and walked outside. Danzo, you're relenting after all. CGFE, you know, even if they quit at this time, it is too late. The root base is not allowed to be known to anyone, and this is also your own special case. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, looked at Shimura Danzo in front of him and said. Because Shimura Danzo's soft-heartedness is indeed a little too much. Hiruzen, I know what I should do, and you don't have to ask. I hope you can develop the roots well. Let them deal with things in the shortest possible time. Shimura Danzo shook his head and said slowly. For him, the root is just a tool, a decoy to keep Sarutobi Hiruzen at bay, or fuel his ambition. All right. After hearing these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen also nodded helplessly. Since Shimura Danzo won't let him ask, he has nothing to say. Then Hiruzen, I'll go back first. The root matter has to trouble you a lot. If the guy didn't show up, he even thought that the guy had disappeared without a trace. Sarutobi, you are such an idiot. Don't worry, since the root has been handed over to me, I know it well. Sarutobi Hiruzen said coldly. He didn't expect someone to help him at his most desperate moment. Even if you use me, then I am willing. The voice of the inner demon sounded again, causing Sarutobi Hiruzen's face to change slightly. It can be said that what Shimura Danzo did touched Sarutobi Hiruzen very much. And Danzo pulled me through my toughest moments. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to slap himself. Now that the roots are in my hands, Danzo can't talk about using me. And at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Sarutobi Hiruzen's head. After Shimura Danzo saw that it was getting late, he asked Sarutobi Hiruzen next to him. How could he think so of Shimura Danzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, and then Shimura Danzo's figure disappeared into the spot. Demon, what do you want to say? And that person was Shimura Danzo whom he had always hated. Don't you see that he is using you? Chapter 185, Shimura Danzo's Conspiracy Theory. Master Hokage, this is a report on the frontier part, please check it yourself. After Nara Shikyu handed a document to Shimura Danzo, he said solemnly. Report from the border, that side. After hearing Nara Shikyo's report, Shimura Danzo couldn't help frowning, and then he received the document handed over by the other party. You should know that this kind of thing is usually handled by Nara dear. But today, the other party actually gave this report to him to watch in person. Could it be that a war broke out on the border? Even Nara and the deer can't solve it by themselves. For a time, many conjectures floated in Shimura Danzo's mind. Immediately afterwards, he opened the folder and looked at the information in it. The more you look at it, the more obvious the change in Shimura Danzo's face. And Nara Shikyo didn't speak, just quietly waiting for Shimura Danzo's speech. After all, he knew very well that he couldn't handle this matter, and he still had to let Shimura Danzo decide it himself. It seems that the country of the vortex is quite smart, knowing that it is good to enjoy the shade under the big tree. Shimura Danzo said in a flat tone after closing the folder slowly. But I couldn't hear any emotions or fluctuations, as if I was just talking about an unimportant thing. Hokage-sama, I think if this continues, I'm afraid it will completely ossify our relationship with Miss Shinobi. After all, the Kingdom of Vortex and us are only allies. Their purpose of doing this is to use the power of our Fire Nation to make Mist Shinobi dare not take any action against them. Naradir said with careful analysis. After all, the impact of this matter is indeed a bit big. No, let them go. Perhaps, there is no need for the Kingdom of Vortex to exist anymore. No. It should mean that this ally is not needed, but a dependent country is needed. Shimura Danzō spoke slowly after thinking for a while. As soon as he said this, Narashika and his pupils shrank suddenly, and he looked at Shimura Danzō in disbelief. Naturally, he knew what Shimura Danzō meant by his cleverness. But if you do this, I'm afraid it will cause some people's dissatisfaction. Master Hokage, would it be inappropriate for you to do this? It's a bit extreme, you know. Shimura Danzō rolled Naradir with a glance. Because Shimura Danzō's approach is so crazy, he had to persuade him. And it's even more difficult for Mrs. Lingshui and Mito. But after this reminder from Shimura Danzō, Narashikao instantly understood what Shimura Danzō meant. It seems that the other party misunderstood what he meant. I didn't ask you to take someone to do it. He wanted to kill people with a knife, so that the country of the vortex was attacked by the country of water, and even the country was completely broken. Naradir and Shimura Danzō thought that Shimura Danzō wanted to destroy the country of Uzumaki. Ask for flowers. Ling Shui and Aunt Mito don't matter, I know what to say. But doing so would be a bit too much. And since the country of Vortex has already achieved this, there is no problem that night. We must know that there are still some people in Konoha's middle and senior management who do not support Shimura Danzō. If they do so, they will leave a lot of talk. After all, a series of reforms by Shimura Danzō touched their interests, so they naturally did not support Shimura Danzō, the third Hokage. I have my own measure. Naradir said hurriedly. Chapter 186, Danzo's Conspiracy. Chapter 186. Lu Yu, do you think I will start a war by doing this? Shimura Danzō looked at the Naradir in front of him and said lightly. Don't dare. The subordinates believe that everything Hokage-sama does is justified. Naradir said hastily, because he knows very well that everything Shimura Danzō does is for the benefit of the village. It's just that I didn't think about what the 170 of the Shimura group thought, and I couldn't understand what the other party was doing. You must know that if the country of the vortex is allowed to go on like this, it may cause dissatisfaction on the side of Kurigakure, and then a war will be provoked. The most important thing to do at this time is to stop the actions of the country of Vortex and let them stay in peace. Otherwise, if Mist Shinobi really can't bear it, it will inevitably provoke a war. Lu Yu, you are still thinking too superficially. The reason why I did this is because there is really no need for the country of the Vortex to exist. You have to know how many times I have given them opportunities since I took office, but I didn't cherish them. Although some things are very secret, I know. Shimura Danzō's tone was flat, unable to hear any emotional fluctuations. And Shimura Danzō's words also silenced Naradir. As Shimura Danzō said, the country of the vortex plundered the merchants and merchant ships of the country of water, and Konoha provided help and negotiation many times. For Konoha to be able to do this, it is already the utmost benevolence. And Narashikao also knows that Shimura Danzō is concerned about Mrs. Lingshui and Mito-sama. If you act forcefully, you may be in a dilemma. After all, the Uzumaki family is the family of Mrs. Mito and Mrs. Mito. Even though they are already members of Konoha at this time, it is inevitable that they still have some feelings for their family in their hearts. That's why they indulged the Vortex Kingdom in such a way to do whatever they wanted by relying on their sealing techniques. Naradir was pretty sure. If it weren't for the relationship between Master Mito and Mrs. Lingshui, Konoha would have been able to destroy Uzumaki himself without the need for others. After all, the country of Uzumaki controls the sea defense line in the west of Konoha. In other words, the western waters are completely controlled by the ninjas of Uzumaki. If the country of the Whirlpool and the country of Water launch a big surprise attack on Konoha, then Konoha will not be able to react at all, and there will definitely be heavy casualties. How could Nara not know this, let alone Shimura Danzō who is third Hokage? I see, Lord Hokage. Nara Luyu nodded, but there was a sigh in his heart. Alas, the country of the vortex, the country of the vortex. Don't you learn to restrain yourself a little bit? You must know that although you have amazing barriers and seals, there is no barrier in the world that cannot be broken. Among the many forces in the ninja world, the country of Uzumaki is a sweet pastry. Many people are thinking about the exquisite sealing technique and amazing enchantment of the country of vortex. Even Konoha, who is an ally, has a little covetous heart for the sealing technique of Uzumaki Kingdom. But now that Danzo of Village 1.2 has decided to do so, Nara and Luyu are not very good at speaking for them. So we can only hope that the Kingdom of Vortex can wake up from this joy, otherwise it will really be close to extermination. It's good that you understand. Luyu, the plan for the country of Vortex is entrusted to Lai to formulate. I trust you to give me a plan that will amaze me. With a smile on Shimura Danzo's face, he said with a chuckle. Chapter 187, Happy Little Days. Shimura Danzō didn't have too many worries after dealing with the matter of the country of Vortex. After all, many small things in Konoha village are now handled by Nara, while Shimura Danzō only needs to be a Hokage who handles big things. To put it simply, it is to fish with confidence, and when there is a big event, it will be handled by hand. But it is basically impossible for the current ninja world to have too many major incidents, unless the country of the wind can't help its own exploitation of them, so it wants to set off the Second Ninja World War. But this theory is not realistic. Because the Kingdom of the Wind has agreed to the condition of Shimura Group 26, so long means that they don't want to fight with Konoha at all. Right now is the period when the Kingdom of the Winds is developing and growing, only Second Hokage has no problem in his mind, and he will definitely not dare to jump into any war. After all, Konoha's strength is too strong, and it has grown to the existence of the largest ninja country indistinctly, and no one dares to offend it. But it is true, the overall strength of Konoha is under Shimura Danzō's series of policy improvements, and the economy has developed rapidly, which is beyond the reach of other countries. Hey, it turns out that being a Hokage can be so easy. Shimura Danzō sighed while lying on the Taishi chair, holding a daughter in his arms. And this child is naturally the elder sister Ruri, the daughter of Shimura Danzō by Uchiha Jiri. Half a year has passed, and little Luli is no longer the wrinkled look she was at the beginning, but has gradually become cute. This nose, follow your mother, this face, follow me. Shimura Danzō teased little Ruri with a happy smile on his face. To be honest, he never thought that he would have a daughter, and two wives, Uchiha Zili and Uzumaki Lingshui. To be honest, although it is legal for two women to serve one husband together, it is rarely seen. After all, it is obviously impossible for that woman to share her husband with other women. But Shimura Danzō did, and even threw a grand wedding ceremony for his two wives. It's up to you, hurry up and take a look. She was almost driven crazy by Luna. Uchiha Zili stepped forward and gave Shimura Danzō a glance. Shimura Danzō is definitely the smartest person she has ever met, and the most daring to delegate power. Set up a special organization to divide all Konoha's documents into upper, middle and lower third-class documents. The middle and lower documents can all be handed over to the government agencies led by Naradir, and Shimura Danzō can make their own decisions without asking Shimura Danzō. All major events are handled by Shimura Danzō, and it is the 630 event that requires a meeting. But I don't know when this kind of incident will happen once, so Shimura Danzō will be very leisurely on weekdays. Staying at home all day with my two daughters, talking and laughing with Uchiha Zili and Uzumaki Lingshui. Such a day is simply as comfortable as a fairy. Like this. Then I'll go and have a look. Shimura Danzō suddenly became curious, then handed the little glass to Uchiha Yuri and walked towards the door. And just as Xiao Luli broke away from Shimura Danzō's arms, she burst into tears and surrounded Uchiha for a while. You girl, unexpectedly, there is no eunuch. Chapter 188, Uzumaki Lingshui who eats his daughter's jealousy. Chapter 188. Shimura Danzō entered the house, and the cry of a child was heard. And Uzumaki Lingshui is caring for Xiao Lunai carefully, but it doesn't do anything. This also made Uzumaki Lingshui's face full of helplessness. There is no way, this is my daughter, what can I do if I don't coax her? No one wants to be safe. Uzumaki Lingshui seemed to see a savior after seeing Shimura Danzō coming in. Danzō, quick, come and coax her, I really have nothing I can do. Uzumaki Lingshui hurriedly hugged Xiaoyuna and walked to Shimura Danzō's side, crying without tears. She really used everything she had learned, but she couldn't coax Xiao Lunai well, which made Uzumaki Lingshui question whether she was a failure as a mother. You must know that what she has learned is from Uzumaki Mito and the female relatives of the Senju clan, and it will work as soon as it is agreed. But all the methods have been tried, but they didn't work at all. Instead, the crying became more and more fierce. Okay, you go out and take a break with Zili first, I'll coax her. Shimura Danzō smiled helplessly after seeing Uzumaki Lingshui's embarrassed appearance. But it makes sense when you think about it. After all, Uzumaki Lingshui became a mother for the first time, and her own character is also so careless. Although there have been many improvements after having a child, it is still difficult to get rid of the carelessness and impetuousness. So, Shimura Danzō took over Ryunai and started coaxing her. Xiao Yunai, don't cry. Dad is here. Shaking gently, the voice was as soft as water and murmured. In an instant, Xiao Yunai, who was crying constantly, became quiet at this moment. And at this moment, Uzumaki Lingshui, who was about to open the door and leave, also felt a sense of failure in his heart. What does this mean? Crying in her arms, and being obedient when she gets to her father, this is too much. Ah, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Luckily, Uzumaki Lingshui turned around, then quickly stepped forward and lay down on Shimura Danzō's back, the little tiger teeth opened and bit down. Hiss. For a moment, the pain from the shoulder made Shimura Danzō gasp suddenly, unable to speak at all. Because if he vented the pain in his heart at this time, then Xiao Lunai in his arms would be awakened, and that would be even worse. So he could only endure the pain, and then slowly put little Lunai on the crib beside him. Gently covered Xiao Yunai with a quilt. Ling Shui, how come you are jealous of your own daughter? Shimura Danzō whispered to Uzumaki Lingshui. He didn't expect that Uzumaki Lingshui was still subdued by his small temper, but he was also pretty good. After all, life is tasteful like this, isn't it? HMPH. It's not wrong to say that the daughter is the lover of the father in his previous life. Every time you hug the two children Luli and Lunai, you stop crying, what a weirdo. There was a little resentment in Uzumaki Lingshui's tone. It can be heard that she is indeed a little Qian Lihao jealous. After all, these two children are like two goblins, as if they only know their father but not their mother at all. This makes Uzumaki Lingshui, who is a mother, of course sulking. Aren't you making too much sense? It must be normal for this daughter to be close to me. Shimura Danzō couldn't laugh or cry for a while. And this also made Uzumaki Lingshui continue to sulk, wrapping his hands around Shimura Danzo's neck and refusing to let go. Chapter 189. Ling Shui, why are you jealous of your daughter? Chapter 189. Facing Uzumaki Lingshui's reluctance, although Shimura Danzo felt helpless in every possible way, he did not dare to express it. After all, if Xiao Luna is woken up at this time, I'm afraid it's not just Shimura Danzo who has the big head. Okay, Ling Shui, let's go out first and let the child rest under the quilt. Shimura Danzo gently carried Uzumaki Lingshui on his back and said softly. In the face of Shimura Danzo's compromise, Uzumaki Lingshui was also very aware of the current situation, so he stopped playing petty temper and let Shimura Danzo leave the room behind his back. Click. Shimura Danzo opened the door carefully, and then stared intently at Ryunai on the crib, for fear that he would be woken up by the slight sound. Okay, let's go out. Uzumaki Lingshui saw that Xiaoyuna did not wake up because of this small voice, and then whispered in Shimura Danzo's ear. After Shimura Danzo nodded slightly, he stepped out the door, and then left together. Crunch. The door was closed softly. Shimura Danzo and Uzumaki Lingshui breathed a sigh of relief that the imaginary baby crying 213 did not come. After all, they are both parents for the first time. Naturally, they seem to be in a hurry when facing these movements of their children, and they can't deal with them at all. If there is no Uzumaki Mito to pass on the experience of these two mothers taking care of their children, I am afraid it will be a headache. Call. Shimura Danzo also slowly put Uzumaki Lingshui down and breathed a deep sigh of relief. If Xiao Lunai was still crying just now, he really couldn't handle it. Danzo, I suspect that little Ruina is not my daughter at all. Uzumaki Lingshui looked at Shimura Danzo with a bit of resentment and said. There was an inexplicable light in his eyes, but it was more of the resentment from the woman. What are you talking about? This is really born of you, why do you still say such things? Shimura Danzo smiled helplessly for a moment. He's convinced by Uzumaki Lingshui's terrifying idea. No, it should be said that he is a big nerve. This kind of words can be said. But fortunately, I don't have such a serious character, so I don't go back and blame Uzumaki Lingshui. If Uzumaki Mito heard these words, Uzumaki Lingshui would definitely have to preach. Hey, I'm not talking nonsense. 11. Why don't you stop crying every time you hug her and coax her a few times? I have to spend a lot of effort to coax her well. Uzumaki Lingshui looked at Shimura Danzo with resentful eyes, and said in a quiet tone. It feels like I gave birth to a fake daughter. Oh no, what the rumors say. The daughter was the lover of the father in the previous life, and she came to be the little lover in this life, and she, the mother, was just a courier. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Lingshui's exquisite jade face couldn't help puffing up at this moment. At first she had a jealous rivalry with Uchiha Yuri, and then a secret rivalry with Shimura Danzo. After finally accepting that the monogamous couple got married, she gave birth to a daughter for Shimura Danzo, an unconscionable guy, and only had eyes for her father. Co-authoring her and Uchiha Yuri was redundant after the birth of the two daughters, like a nanny CGEB. Hey, you, how can you still be angry with your own daughter? You girl, I don't know what's going on in your head. Shimura Danzo also felt a little helpless after hearing what Uzumaki Lingshui said. He didn't expect Uzumaki Lingshui's brain circuit to be so strange, which made him unable to turn the corner for a while. Danzo, Yuri was right. Luli and Lunai, these two little girls are just like your little lover in the previous life, they want to cling to you all day long. Uchiha Yuri sat on a chair in the courtyard and hugged Xiao Luli, and said with a trace of resentment in his tone. The degree of clinginess of these two little guys made Uchiha Yuri have a self-doubt life for a while. How can you believe this kind of talk, Zili? It's not like you at all. Shimura Danzo looked at Uchiha Yuri with some surprise. You must know that it is impossible for Uchiha Yuri to believe these weird claims on weekdays, but today it is strange. Snort. If you have a daughter, forget your wife. At the beginning, Sister Zili and I worked desperately to give birth to these two precious daughters for you. Seeing Shimura Danzo's appearance, Sui Lingshui immediately hummed. For some reason, she is jealous, even if the object of her jealousy is her own daughter. Nonsense, how can I forget you? You guys were married after I wasted so much effort. Shimura Danzo's smile suddenly became a bit cheap, and these words couldn't help but make Baoji Pojiri and Uzumaki Lingshui's faces turn red. Master Patriarch, two ladies. Suddenly, Shimura Ayaka's voice sounded. It interrupted the flirting of the three of Shimura Danzo, and also stopped Shimura Danzo's behavior of wanting to eat tofu, and hurriedly distanced himself from Uchiha Yuri and the other two. Ayaka, what's the matter? In a panic, Uchiha Yuri said calmly. There was no panic at all because of Shimura Danzo's previous behavior. Master Mito is here. Chapter 190. Uzumaki Mito visits. Chapter 190. Aunt Mito is here. All three of Shimura Danzo showed surprise on their faces. What, can't I come and see my two precious granddaughters? Outside the courtyard, Uzumaki Mito's voice came slowly, and Lien Bu walked into it gently. Aunt Mito, what you said, you naturally come whenever you want. Kaijia, serve tea to Huyinj. Shimura Danzo hastily smiled. After all, he is very clear about Uzumaki Mito's character, so it's better to wait for him first. Hey, where's little Luna? Why didn't I see her? Uzumaki Mito saw that Uchiha Yuri was holding Xiao Luli in his arms, but Uzumaki Lingshui did not hold Xiao Liuna, which made her a little confused for a while. Damn, Just put that girl to sleep just now, or I'm going to cry now. Shimura Danzō said with a helpless look on his face. Although he had expected the child to behave like this, it was indeed a bit of a headache to actually face it. Children are like this, just get used to it. It was the same way when I took care of Tsunade. Uzumaki Mito smiled lightly, saying that she could understand the hard work involved. Teacher, I'm coming to see you. Suddenly, a voice full of vitality and youth sounded. I saw Tsunade jumping down from the roof and appearing directly in front of everyone. Tsunade, if you wake up little Luna later, I will ask you to coax her to sleep. Seeing Tsunade so loud, and she jumped off the room where Ryunai was resting earlier, Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. She really didn't want to hear that cry anymore, it was lingering in her ears like a dream. Why is taking care of children so tiring? Yeah, I got it. Tsunade stuck out his tongue, realizing that what he did just now was indeed a little too much. She has experienced Xiaoyunai's crying, and knows how powerful it is, and she can't be coaxed well at all. You have to wait until the other party is tired from crying before you can rest and sleep. Hey, Sister Zeely, can I give little Luli a hug? Tsunade looked at the quiet little Ruri in Uchiha Zeely's arms, his eyes were full of tenderness. After all, Tsunade prefers the quiet little Luli compared to Xiaoyunai's crying character. Yes, but don't make her cry. If this child starts to cry, he won't be younger than that girl Luli. Uchiha Juri handed Xiaoluli to Tsunade, and Tsunade nodded carefully and took it. Xiao Luli, I am Sister Tsunade. Call my sister. Tsunade stretched out his onion fingers and gently teased little Luli. And this warm scene also made Shimura Danzō and others smile gently and gratifiedly on their faces. Aunt Mito will stay for dinner tonight. Ling Shui and I have learned some new dishes recently. I want you to taste them. Uchiha Yuri looked at Uzumaki Mito and said. Then he winked at Uzumaki Lingshui. Obviously, she understood that Uzumaki Mito came to Shimura Danzō with a private matter, and this matter may be related to the Uzumaki clan. Although it is said that Uchiha Yuri has been at home, she is also aware of some things about Konoha, and Shimura Danzō usually tells them something, so it is extremely normal to know something. In the next second, Uzumaki Lingshui immediately understood what Uchiha Zeely meant. Yes, Aunt Mito, Danzo taught us a lot of heart dishes for you to taste. Uzumaki Lingshui smiled while hugging Uzumaki Mito's arm. Okay, since you are so caring, I will stay tonight to taste your cooking skills. Uzumaki Mito smiled and nodded in agreement. Then let's get busy in the kitchen first. Danzo, please entertain Aunt Mito well. Uchiha Zeely nodded, and then pulled the water and left the courtyard. And Tsunade had already carried little Luli to play elsewhere. After all, the Shimura clan had a lot of interesting things, so there was no need to stay in the courtyard and listen to the adults talking. If so, Shimura Danzō also thinks that there is no big problem with this matter. Aunt Mito, you probably came to talk to me today. Shimura Danzō looked at Uzumaki Mito who was drinking tea calmly in front of him. And when he said these words, Uzumaki Mito's calm eyes fluctuated slightly at this moment. Sure enough, nothing can be hidden from you, Danzo. Presumably, you also know about the recent events in the country of the Vortex. Uzumaki Mito spoke slowly. Sure enough, it seems that those actions of Uzumaki country cannot be hidden from you, Aunt Mito. Shimura Danzō nodded and nodded. Uzumaki Mito knew that this matter was extremely normal, after all, it was not unusual in the ninja world. And Uzumaki Mito came here today, probably because he wants to know what his attitude is. After all, this approach of the country of the Vortex is really unreasonable, and as Hokage, he didn't make any moves. Ask for flowers. Danzo, I know I shouldn't be meddling in Konoha village or asking you Hokage for advice. But as an ancestor of the Uzumaki clan, I cannot watch them perish. Uzumaki Mito's tone was extremely complicated, and his eyes were full of pleading. And at this moment, Shimura Danzō was stunned. It was the first time he saw Uzumaki Mito showing such a bowed expression. You know, as Uzumaki Mito, there is no need to beg Shimura Danzō like this, and you can use a negotiating tone. So, Danzo, even if there is a trace of blood left, I know that sooner or later this will lead to their doom, but I just want to ask you to keep a bloodline for the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Mito saw that Shimura Danzō was silent and knew what was at stake. 0. She simply pulled down her face and begged Shimura Danzō today, which was the last thing she could do for the Uzumaki clan. And Shimura Danzō also realized that the atmosphere had become depressed, and then sighed helplessly. He knew that things would develop like this, and Uzumaki Mito still couldn't let go of the Uzumaki. After all, he won't tolerate the country of Uzumaki continuing to jump around, looking upset. Aunt Mito, I know your difficulties. Shimura Danzō said slowly. Uzumaki Mito's words were full of endless apologies. Because she knew that Shimura Danzō did it because of herself and Uzumaki Lingshui. Shimura Danzō chuckled lightly. Otherwise, with the character of the other party, the country of Vortex might not survive today. Danzo, I'm sorry. Of course, if the Uzumaki clan can withstand Miss Shinobi and other national retaliation, all this is up to them. Okay, Aunt Mito, if that's the case, then I thank you for the Uzumaki clan. He also realized that this matter could no longer be discussed, after all, it was too heavy. Let alone Uzumaki Mito, there is Uzumaki Lingshui behind. At first, his idea of destroying the Uzumaki family to seize the sealing technique was really not advisable. How about this, let the Uzumaki clan become Konoha's vassal state, and everything will obey Konoha's arrangements from now on. And this is an idea he can accept at present. His idea is exactly the same as the conversation with Naruluyu in Hokage's office, and this is the most conservative approach. Let's put this aside first, let's go and see Xiaoyunai. Chapter 191, Orochimaru in Anbu. Chapter 191. Hokage Office. Shimura Danzō sat on a chair and checked the documents submitted by Naruluyu. Although many things on weekdays are handled by Naradir, Shimura Danzō is also bored in the Hokage office, so he asked the other party to send some documents to the Hokage office minister. Click. At this moment, the door was opened and an Anbu walked in. But unlike other Anbus, the dark ninja in front of him is much taller in comparison. Long black and purple hair hangs down, with Anbu's exclusive mask on his face, and Anbu's short blade on his back. Orochimaru, here you come. After seeing the person in front of him, Shimura Danzō had a gentle smile on his face. That's right, the young-looking Anbu ninja, 600, in front of him is one of Shimura Danzō's disciples, Orochimaru. Previously, Orochimaru was arranged by Shimura Danzō to enter Anbu for training, and his strength and experience have greatly increased. There's a reason why Tsunade and Orochimaru weren't brought into Anbu together. Because the task that Anbu is currently going to perform is too dark, and it is simply unacceptable for Tsunade's kind of mind. Of the three disciples, only Orochimaru was the most suitable. And he, as a teacher, has also fulfilled a lot of obligations, and Shimura Danzō is also very clear that there is not much that he can teach these three children. Simply let them find their own way. Jiraiya went to Mount Myoboku to practice, and later traveled to the ninja world to find the Son of Prophecy. Orochimaru entered Anbu for training. The purpose is for Shimura Danzō to let Orochimaru take charge of Anbu and the roots of Sarutobi Hiruzen in the future. And Tsunade was handed over to Uzumaki Mito to teach, and then sent to the Wet Bone Forest to practice. It can be said that the paths of the three children are clearly arranged, and Shimura Danzō plays a guiding role. Be responsible for giving them the correct outlook on life and values so that they will not go astray in the future. And this is the only thing Shimura Danzō can do. As for the rest of the road is up to them to go. What kind of future success will be achieved depends on themselves. Master Hokage. Orochimaru knelt down on one knee and said respectfully, Orochimaru, there is no one else here, just call me sensei. Shimura Danzō shook his head and smiled lightly. Is teacher. Orochimaru's heart suddenly warmed up, and his tone changed from that respectful and rigorous tone to the usual softness. This small gesture brought Shimura Danzō to another level in Orochimaru's heart. Orochimaru, it seems that the experience in Anbu during this period has made you grow a lot. Shimura Danzō smiled gratifiedly after feeling the vague fierceness on Orochimaru's body. It all depends on the cultivation of the teacher. If it is not for the help of the teacher, I am afraid that it would be difficult for Yin Snake to get to where it is today. There was gratitude in Orochimaru's respectful tone, as did the face beneath the mask. His profound guide, Shimura Danzō, did not personally teach him because he was Hokage, the Hokage of Konoha village. So it is impossible to have so much free time to teach them these disciples. And Orochimaru also had a conversation with Shimura Danzō before entering the route, and he also knew the teacher's apology to him. Hey, Orochimaru, even without me, you can get to where you are today, it's just a matter of time. With your talent, this huge ninja world will be your stage sooner or later. Shimura Danzō waved his hand and smiled lightly. What he said was true. Because Orochimaru's talent is enough to step into the cage level, and I just let him avoid some detours. And let him join Anbu because Orochimaru just happened to be a good fit. Because Orochimaru is different from other children, his heart is able to adapt to the darkness under those dark leaves. If it is other children of the same age who come into contact with these, I am afraid that they will really doubt life. In this regard, Orochimaru is identical to Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi in the original book. The teacher is absurd, Orochimaru said modestly. He knows that his current strength is just about the same as other Anbu members. Captain Lee's strength is still far behind, and he needs to work harder to become stronger. Okay, don't say much, I came to you today for a purpose. Let's take a photo of the mask first. Shimura Danzō said slowly after a chuckle, while Orochimaru was puzzled, but took off the mask as Shimura Danzō said. The delicate and feminine face showed a serious and calm face, and there was no fluctuation in the startled eyes. It was discovered that the country of Uzumaki, relying on the support of Konoha, brutally plundered Miss Shinobi's merchant ships and merchants. Orochimaru replied with a nod. You can even feel a trace of killing spirit between the brows. Shimura Danzō stared into Orochimaru's eyes and said slowly, Orochimaru, you should know something about the friction between Uzumaki and Miss Shinobi. Then Kurigakure started to take some forceful measures against Uzumaki. So I have some understanding of this matter. Because he knew that Shimura Danzō would hardly ask him to come here on weekdays, and this time there must be some important task that he needs to perform. But Orochimaru couldn't bear the curiosity in his heart to investigate the friction spark between Uzumaki and Kurigakure. 0.4 Then I had a discussion with my fellow Anbu ninja, but I didn't talk to a deeper level. Teacher, please speak. After all, these matters are left to Mr. Hokage and Konoha's high-level officials to discuss, and they just need to implement whatever they want. Although it was said that no one was killed, this small friction made the businessman in the country of water and the ninja of Shigain a little angry. The serious and respectful look on Orochimaru's face. because he had indeed received this mission before, and he also heard about the country of Vortex and Kurigakure on the way. Well, I was on a previous mission to hunt down the mist shinobi ninja who sneaked into the border of the Fire Nation. It can be seen that Orochimaru has indeed killed many people during his long experience in Anbu, otherwise he would not have condensed such a murderous aura at such a young age. You, a small country of Vortex, dare to bully the country of Water, one of the 5 great countries, are you impatient? Chapter 192, Location of Ruchi Cave. Chapter 192. However, the sealing technique and enchantment mastered by the Uzumaki family made it impossible for them to do so. After that, I moved out of the backing mountain, Konoha. This also discourages mist shinobi ninjas who want to get their hands dirty. After all, they are very clear about what kind of giant Konoha is. Although First Hokage and Second Hokage have passed away one after another, the new Third Hokage is well known in the ninja world. After taking power, he directly adopted a series of policy measures to improve the current Konoha, and the decadence brought about by the Japanese War. When they got married, no one dared not give face. Even Third Mizukage, who had nothing to do with each other on weekdays, sent someone to send congratulatory gifts. And the Kingdom of Wind is even more afraid of this Third Hokage, not daring to offend him in any way. Therefore, Kurigakure was very helpless with these behaviors of Uzumaki, and did not dare to make big moves at all, at most it was just a small fight. Whoever puts others behind his back is Konoha, the leader of the 5 great powers. Then if that's the case, it's easy to handle. 26 inches. I want you to lurk in the country of the Vortex, and give me the friction between the country of the Vortex and Kurigakure every day. Shimura Danzō said slowly. After pondering for a while, he found that this matter had to be done secretly, and the Anbu ninja could not be allowed to go there. After all, the country of Vortex is still related to the country of Fire, so the less people know about his plan for the country of Vortex, the better. And Orochimaru happens to be one of the people he trusts the most, so entrusting this matter to him is not a big problem. Teacher, do you want it? Orochimaru's pupils shrank suddenly, and he looked at Shimura Danzō in disbelief. How clever Orochimaru's mind was, he understood what Shimura Danzō was doing in an instant. And let himself take off Anbu's mask to go to the country of Vortex, the purpose is to let him go in a private capacity. There are some things that are not suitable to be said, as long as you understand it yourself. Shimura Danzō gave a mysterious smile, which surprised Orochimaru too. He didn't expect Shimura Danzō to be so bold. You must know that the land of Vortex and the land of Fire are long-lasting allies. Of course, I won't let you run in vain this time, eyes full of horror. Teacher, For a moment, Orochimaru's emotions became extremely agitated, and there was a trace of anger in his eye sockets. He didn't expect the teacher to care about him so much, and even secretly searched for the location of Ruchi Cave for himself. Was my envious look in my eyes remembered by the teacher? The teacher is very kind, because there is nothing in return. Orochimaru knelt down on one knee again, tears streaming from his eyes. He thought he was the most ordinary one, and he needed to rely on his own efforts step by step to chase Tsunade and Jiraiya running in front of him. Because on that day, I learned that Jiraiya had obtained the inheritance of Mount Myoboku, and was about to go to Mount Myoboku to practice and then travel to the ninja world. He felt very uncomfortable. Quote, I have already found out the location of Ruchi Cave, which is on a small island on the border of the country of Vortex. As for whether you can be recognized by Ruchi Cave, it depends on yourself. In an instant, Orochimaru's mood suddenly became extremely intense. Because the tail of the crane that was left behind by him actually got such an adventure, and he was still moving forward slowly. Originally thought that Tsunade would be the same as himself, but he found that he was thinking too much. Tsunade, as the princess of the Senju family and the granddaughter of Mito-sama, it is not too easy to obtain the inheritance of the Wetbone Forest. They also had a short conversation a few days ago, from which Tsunade said that she had entered the Wetbone Forest to practice and began to receive the teachings of Katsuyu Daisen. These bursts of blows made Orochimaru feel powerless, and he couldn't even hope to chase after him. Get up first. It's too early to pay back. I need you to pay attention to the movement of the country of Vortex and Mist Shinobi during the exploration of Ruchi Cave. This will be a little tiring, I hope you can understand. After all, only you can do this kind of thing, and you also know that the less people know about this kind of thing, the better. Shimura Danzō said calmly after taking a deep breath. Yes, I see. Orochimaru nodded gravely, because he is very clear about how important this matter is, and he also knows that Shimura Danzō is entrusting him with an extremely important task this time, and he cannot be sloppy in the slightest. Well, if that's the case, you're ready to go. I'll talk to Anbu over there, so don't worry. Shimura Danzō nodded and said, well, teacher, I'm going to prepare first. After Orochimaru answered respectfully, he opened the door and left. It can be seen how many forces crisscross in this small friction. Shimura Danzō said helplessly in his heart. In the end, the teacher told him the location of Ruchi Cave, which means that the teacher has been silently caring about him. This kid, sure enough, he still has a strong will to not admit defeat. Let Orochimaru, who was originally a genius type, be surpassed for a while, the arrogance in his heart is naturally unacceptable. But Orochimaru can only cultivate slowly and ordinarily, and this kind of progress naturally cannot surpass Tsunade and Jiraiya. And this also proves that the contradictions between countries have begun to further escalate. There are not only the country of whirlpools and mist shinobi, but also other small countries around them, and even the shadow of Cloud Shinobi's intervention can be seen behind them. The friction between Uzumaki and Mist Shinobi is evident enough. So Orochimaru joined Anbu so firmly later because he didn't want to be left too far behind by Jiraiya and Tsunade. Sure enough, the ninja world is about to start to turmoil again. After all, the three holy places, Mount Myoboku, Shigu Lin, have already chosen Tsunade and Jiraiya for inheritance. Finally the war will be triggered. Although he also searched for the whereabouts of Ruchi Cave during his mission in Anbu, he found nothing after all. But it is very normal to think about it carefully. After all, the impact brought by Jiraiya and Tsunade is not ordinary. Shimura Danzō looked at the departing Orochimaru with a gentle smile on his face again. Now that Shimura Danzō told him the location of Ruchi Cave, he was naturally ecstatic. It has just been peaceful for 2 years, and there is another movement. Chapter 193, The Turbulent Situation in the Ninja World. Chapter 193. Master Hokage, is there something wrong with your arrangement? Although Orochimaru performed well in Anbu, he can be said to be a rare talent. But you sent him on such a dangerous mission, it is too dangerous. Naruluyu sat on a table and chair in the distance and said with a worried tone. He's not questioning Shimura Danzō. After all, he knew very well that Shimura Danzō would never do anything to lose money. Not to mention that Orochimaru is also one of Shimura Danzō's disciples, and he would certainly not be allowed to take such a big risk. But the other party's decision really made him feel extremely puzzled. Although Orochimaru's strength is outstanding, it is only flat compared to other Anbu ninjas. Why is Shimura Danzō so reassuring to let him investigate the battle between Uzumaki and Kurigakure? You know it is very dangerous. I asked Orochimaru not just to investigate the matter. The main thing is to let him experience some experience, and then find some adventures that belong to him. After all, both Jiraiya and Tsunade were accepted as disciples by one of the three holy places to practice, and they have surpassed Orochimaru to a large extent. And I can't teach him too many things, so I found some adventures for him. As for how far he can go, it depends on his own luck. Shimura Danzō mused. He didn't hide too much about Naruluyu. After all, he was one of the people he trusted the most. As for the Ruchi Cave, don't tell Naruluyu. It's good that only Orochimaru and Shimura Danzō know about it. Therefore, I can only tell Naruluyu some one-sidedness, and cannot fully explain it clearly. As that's so, Master Hokage, please take care of me. Quote. Naruluyu instantly understood what Shimura Danzō meant, and then nodded slightly. If you do that, it all makes sense. After all, those things about Jiraiya and Tsunade were also mentioned by Naruluyu from Shimura Danzō. Orochimaru, who was originally the most talented in the team, was overtaken by two teammates in an instant. He even entered the Mount Myoboku and the wet-bone forest of the three holy places for practice, which can be said to have left Orochimaru far away from the starting point. No one can accept these things, and Orochimaru has always been a genius. It doesn't matter if you spend a little time, as for whether you can seize this opportunity, it depends on that kid. Shimura Danzō smiled slightly, although it is said that Orochimaru's original work was approved by Ruchi Cave, but it is the original work. Who knows if Orochimaru can get the inheritance of Ruchi Cave this time, all this is unknown. But Shimura Danzō is also ready for a second strategy. That is to let Orochimaru major in water style, and give Orochimaru all the water style experience of Teacher Tobirama during his lifetime to practice. After all, being able to apply water style to the extreme can also become a strong cage-level player. Shimura Danzō believes that with Orochimaru's talent and Senju Tobirama's water style experience, it is not too easy to reach the level of Senju Tobirama. As for human experimentation and Senju Tobirama's forbidden technique, Shimura Danzō would never let Orochimaru touch it. You must know that all of this is the fuse for Orochimaru's defection, so he has to hand over all these things to Uchiha Yuri for safekeeping. Even if it is placed in the strongest place under Konoha's surveillance, Shimura Danzō is still not at ease. After all, only he can keep these things safest. So as early as a few months ago, he brought all the research on Hashirama cells and the sealed book left by Senju Tobirama back home to Uchiha Yuri for safekeeping, and then asked Uzumaki Lingshui to reverse the seal. Except for Uzumaki Lingshui, even Uzumaki Mito couldn't crack this extremely powerful seal. As for why Shimura Danzō did not study the Book of Seals, it is because there are not enough people in Konoha to practice the Book of Seals. Some ninjutsu seem to be tailor-made for certain people, so Shimura Danzō feels that the time has not come. Lu Yu, tell me about the recent developments in other countries. Shimura Danzō asked slowly after pondering for a long time. As Hokage, he naturally needs to be very clear about the situation in the ninja world, but he can't leave Konoha easily. So Naruluyu is his pair of eyes, a pair of eyes that stare at the whole ninja world. Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi are naturally quiet. Rock Shinobi has just finished the ninja war and urgently needs to recover, so naturally he will not make any moves. Quote, Sand Shinobi, needless to say, they dare not violate the covenant. Second Hokage knows very well that their current strength is not enough to provoke Konoha. Naruluyu paused for a moment, then said slowly. But there seems to be some movement on Cloud Shinobi's side. According to reports from the ninjas on the frontier, they seem to have mobilized some Jonin to the sea area of the country of Vortex. Although it's a mission, what mission is worth dispatching so many Jonin? Naruluyu's eyes became extremely serious, and his face was full of rigor. You must know that there is friction between Uzumaki and Kurigakure. Although there is no large-scale war, the small battles between the two countries have not stopped. But Kurigakure did not dare to directly declare war on Konoha because of the huge Konoha standing behind Uzumaki. After all, his declaration of war directly, made the situation in the ninja world turbulent again, and he will face the attack of Uzumaki and the two countries at the same time. They, Mist Shinobi, had just finished their first ninja world war, and Second Hokage had died before they had time to recuperate, so naturally they didn't dare to mess around. In the end, what they were afraid of was not the sealing technique and barrier of Uzumaki Kingdom, but the sudden attack from Cloud Shinobi on the right and the eyeing Konoha. Cloud Shinobi. They can't stand the loneliness so soon. Shimura Danzō was lost in thought, but the smile on his face grew stronger. Let's make a fuss, let's make a fuss. But Shimura Danzō knew that this little friction was not enough to start a war. But if it is long-term friction and long-standing anger and hatred, it is enough to arouse people's blood. At that time, the Ninja World War will just start. Chapter 194, Uchiha Madara's Guess Result. Chapter 194. Somewhere in the ninja world. Master Madara, according to your plan, the Land of Vortex has already had a small conflict with the Land of Water. Although it is only a small conflict, if it accumulates for a long time, it will be as expected. White Zetsu reported on one knee in front of Uchiha Madara. After all, the current Uchiha Madara cannot appear in the ninja world, so White Zetsu is his eyes, staring at the ninja world in the dark. It seems that it is still difficult to start a war again. After all, the first ninja world war has just passed, and the losses of all countries are very huge. Naturally, the Kingdom of Water will not be so stupid as to start a war and stir up troubles, they also yearn for peace and accumulate strength. Uchiha Madara murmured with a strange gleam in her black eyes. Just as he thought, the Ninja World War has just ended, and all countries are in a stage of recuperation. Because the loss caused by the war is not only money, but more talents. In this Ninja World War, apart from Sand Shinobi, I am afraid that all countries will be seriously injured, and a lot of elite ninjas will be lost. Even Konoha is no exception. The opponent of Konoha's first Ninja World 363 battle was Cloud Shinobi, who was famous for his combat power penultimate, so it was naturally a fierce battle. The war lasted for several years, and the two sides were deadlocked. Fortunately, Second Hokage Senju Tobirama was brave and shrewd, directly leading the raid force to attack Cloud Shinobi himself. As a result, Cloud Shinobi suffered a disastrous defeat without any precautions, thus losing the balance of the battle situation. Since then, the balance of victory has tilted heavily towards Konoha, and it is an irreversible situation. If it weren't for the fact that Konoha and Cloud Shinobi had Jinjiaoyinjiao to assassinate in the negotiation between Konoha and Cloud Shinobi, I am afraid that Konoha would be stronger than it is now. Master Madara, Yin Yi seems to be doing nothing. The wife of Theird Hokage Shimura Danzō, Uzumaki Raisui and Uchiha Yuri gave birth to two daughters. My older sister is called Shimura Ruri, and my younger sister is called Shimura Ryunai. White Zetsu suddenly seemed to remember something, and then said to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Yuri's child. A trace of astonishment appeared on Uchiha Madara's face, and surprise appeared in his eyes. He, CGDD, did not expect that Theird Hokage Shimura Danzō and Uchiha Yuri would give birth to a child, which surprised him a bit. You must know that the status of the Uchiha clan in the village has been a bit embarrassing after they left. And this Theird Hokage has such courage, married a girl from the Uchiha clan, and then gave birth to a daughter. For some reason, Uchiha Madara suddenly had a slight liking for this Shimura Danzō who had never met before. Because there are very few examples of Uchiha girls marrying outside in history, after all, they want to ensure the purity of blood. Not to mention that Shimura Danzō was a student of that Senju Tobirama guy. You must know that Senju Tobirama has always been hostile to the Uchiha clan, but Shimura Danzō, who was his student, has a different opinion from his teacher on this matter. Not only put down the rebellion of the Uchiha family radicals, but also appease the Uchiha family, thus stabilizing this time bomb, and there will be no worries from now on. It can be said that Shimura Danzō's series of behaviors contain deep meaning, which ordinary people can't see at all. But how could Uchiha Madara, who has grown up, fail to see what Shimura Danzō is doing? His series of actions completely solved the internal problems of the Uchiha clan, and it can also be said to solve the problems left by Senju Tobirama. Although Uchiha Madara has left Konoha, she knows all about the Uchiha clan. The Konoha garrison established by Senju Tobirama, and its members are all members of the Uchiha clan. The current Uchiha patriarch serves as the captain of the Konoha garrison. The Uchiha family can participate in the decision-making of all major events that happen in Konoha. This seems to treat the Uchiha family well, but in fact it has excluded the Uchiha family from the core of Konoha's rights, and it has caused many people to be dissatisfied with the Yajibo family. It can be said that although the guards are beautiful, no matter whether it is the ninjas of Konoha's village or the ninjas of other villages, they will have a certain amount of hostility towards them. For a time, this made the prestige and reputation of the Uchiha clan reach a peak, resulting in complacency and pride. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but sneered inwardly. If only it were that simple. Others don't know Senju Tobirama, but Uchiha Madara knows how insidious Senju Tobirama is. Even if Senju Tobirama is dead, his plan against the Uchiha clan is going on quietly. Only him Uchiha Madara can think of this level. I am afraid there will be no one else. You must know that although the security forces are good, they offended a lot of people when they were arrested, and it is certain that they cannot avoid offending other families. Well, Those people's resentment is all directed at the Uchiha clan. Later, due to such power for a long time, the Uchiha clan began to expand, and then became arrogant and domineering, causing public anger. And these are exactly what Senju Tobirama wants to see. It is said that the Uchiha family is used to monitor the people in the prison, but it is actually to isolate the Uchiha family, which makes them unable to make friends with other families. It has to be said that Senju Tobirama's calculation can be said to have paved the way for the Uchiha family. The road to perdition is doomed. But man is not as good as God. Senju Tobirama never expected that his disciple, Shimura Danzō, would marry Miss Tien of the Uchiha clan. Then put down the rebellion of the Uchiha clan and completely suppressed the entire Uchiha clan, which led to the failure of Senju Tobirama's wishful thinking. Thinking of this, the corners of Uchiha Madara's mouth curled up, and he couldn't help laughing. Ha 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 ha. Senju Tobirama, no matter how hard you count, you can't count. Uchiha Madara has a hearty smile, very free and easy, but also proud and crazy. For some reason, seeing through Senju Tobirama's thoughts made his originally gloomy state of mind suddenly brighten up at this moment. Even the smile that is not easy to show on weekdays is revealed. Chapter 195, Senju Tobirama's Conspiracy Web. Chapter 195. Facing Uchiha Madara's crazy smile, White Zetsu looked a little astonished, unable to understand Uchiha Madara's neurotic behavior. After all, he hadn't seen Uchiha Madara smile like this for a long time. You must know that Uchiha Madara is usually unsmiling, with an extremely cold face, without even the slightest emotion at all. But today he was laughing so crazy, which made White Zetsu feel deep doubts in his heart. Master Madara, why are you laughing? White Zetsu asked tentatively. Although he is not a human being, he still has a curiosity in his heart, not to mention the person he is facing is someone like Uchiha Madara. The trap laid by Senju Tobirama was completely cracked by his disciples. Who would have thought that the killing scheme he set up for Uchiha would be cracked by Hokage's successor, the only designated by his own direct disciple? Uchiha Madara said with a pleasant smile. He hadn't been this happy in a long time. You must know that he wanted to kill Senju Tobirama more than once in these years to avenge the passing of his younger brother Uchiha Izuna. But because he wants to realize his plan, he didn't use his shot to kill Senju Tobirama. After all, he can't show up in the ninja world, otherwise he will be attacked by all countries. Uchiha Madara herself is very clear about this. Of course he is strong, one person can destroy a country. But it would be a little difficult for him to face the 5 countries and even the whole world alone. After all, he is not like Senju Hashirama, chakra will be exhausted one day. What's more, to implement Project Tsuki no Mi, we can only wait for a successor to appear, and then hand over all the plans to him. Senju Tobirama's plan to kill Uchiha. For a moment, White Zetsu was a little confused. He didn't understand what Uchiha Madara meant by these words. You must know that he has been collecting information about the ninja world, and he knows everything about the Uchiha family. Now that Uchiha Madara uttered such inexplicable words, White Zetsu wondered whether his intelligence system was real or not. To know that he can't find out about such a conspiracy, this really makes him feel a little shameless. After all, he once boasted in front of Uchiha Madara, there is nothing in the ninja world that he cannot know. But now Uchiha Madara uttered such incredible words, which naturally made White Zetsu extremely puzzled. It's normal for you not to know about this, after all, I just thought of it. Uchiha Madara could see what was going on in White Zetsu's mind at a glance, so he replied flatly. He is really in a good mood today, otherwise he wouldn't have talked so much nonsense with White Zetsu. If this situation happened on weekdays, he would have released his momentum to tell White Zetsu to get out, and then stayed alone quietly. It's okay to tell you. After Uchiha Madara thought about it for a while, he began to tell White Zetsu what he had just thought. After hearing this series of analyses by Uchiha Madara, White Zetsu's eyes were filled with surprise. He didn't expect that Senju Tobirama's layout was so deep. This was a comparison of the Uchiha clan to a dead end. Regardless of whether the Uchiha clan will rebel or not, the Uchiha clan will definitely be exterminated many years later, and there is no way to escape this fate. I didn't expect the layout of Senju Tobirama to be so deep. Even after death, the Uchiha clan was calculated to death. White Zetsu said in an extremely amazed tone. He really didn't think of this layer, and it really made people have to marvel at Senju Tobirama's layout. That's why I admire him. Although his strength has always been inferior to me and Hashirama, in terms of conspiracy, he can be said to be the most terrifying person in the ninja world. He can always count everyone in it, and he can always give the opponent a fatal blow when the opponent thinks he has won. That's how Izuna died at his hands. Mentioning Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Madara's voice suddenly became a little deep. Ask for flowers. The scene of his younger brother Uchiha Izuna's death still haunts his mind. Senju Tobirama is a very shrewd person, he can do things seamlessly. In negotiations with Cloud Shinobi, he could have used Flying Thunder God to leave, but he didn't. He chose to hand over the hope of survival to the younger generations, and let them pass on his will, thus leading Konoha to a higher level. That's what's scary about him. Uchiha Madara said in a flat tone. And it turned out that what Senju Tobirama did was correct, even exceeding his original expectations. 0.0. Theird Hokage Shimura Danzō brought up Konoha, which was waiting to be done, and far surpassed the other 4 major countries in terms of economy and other areas. Later, He married the eldest lady of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Zili, and further pacified the Uchiha clan. It can be said that what he has done is close to the honor of First Hokage Senju Hashirama, Second Hokage Senju Tobirama and others. If you give him a little time, he will become the Hokage of Konoha history. Of course, this is Uchiha Madara's one-sided evaluation of Shimura Danzō. After all, he has never met him, and he just learned about him from what he heard. But judging from Konoha's current situation, it is only a matter of time before it rapidly develops into the number one power in the ninja world. Senju Tobirama is so scary. White Zetsu was completely shocked. If you think about it, what Uchiha Madara said makes sense. If it weren't for Third Hokage Shimura Danzō's mistake, the Uchiha clan would be completely suppressed. It is inevitable that the Uchiha clan will perish just like Senju Tobirama's plan. Thinking of this, White Zetsu suddenly understood why Uchiha Madara laughed so wildly. After all, Senju Tobirama is his enemy, how can he be unhappy now that his plan has completely failed? Chapter 196, Tsunade hits a bottleneck. Chapter 196. For Shimura Danzō, no matter how the situation in the ninja world changes, it has nothing to do with him. Today, he has already married and established a business. Without the enthusiasm of the past, he just wants to live a safe and stable life with his 2 wives and 2 children. Even if he now has the strength to suppress the entire ninja world, he has no choice to do so. After all, this is really tiring, and there is no need to do it. Originally Shimura Danzō planned to marry Uzumaki Lingshui and Uchiha Zili, and then start to make arrangements, and then attack the entire ninja world. But since the birth of the 2 children Shaoliri and Luna, Shimura Danzō gave up the idea of 2-4-3, and turned to a Buddhist mentality. He doesn't want to delay accompanying his child's growth because he has to deal with affairs in the future, which is not advisable for Shimura Danzō. What's more, one generation does what one generation does. Shimura Danzō has done enough, there is no need to go deeper. If the work of several generations is done at once, then the big stage of the ninja world will lose a lot of meaning. In the future, powerful legends such as Konoha's White Fangya, Ninja Sannin, Golden Flash, and Shisui will not appear. Tisk, when did I feel so emotional about my life? I'm only 24 years old. Shimura Danzō's sluggish eyes regained their previous clarity at this moment, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. He has been stuck in the previous state recently, unable to extricate himself at all. Little girl, you slept soundly. Shimura Danzō looked at the obedient and quiet Shimura Ruri in his arms, stretched out his right hand and gently touched Shimura Ruri's face. Shimura's glazed eyelids trembled slightly, as if he was about to wake up. Little ancestor, don't wake up, you just fell asleep. Seeing this scene, Shimura Danzō hastily shook Shimura Luli lightly to comfort him to sleep. And precisely because of this, Xiao Luli's original sign of waking up went down at this moment, breathing evenly, not crying loudly like Shimura Danzō imagined. Call. Seeing that Xiao Luli hadn't woken up, Shimura Danzō took a deep breath, and drips of sweat dripped down his back. He had managed to comfort this little girl to sleep before, and if he woke up now, it would be really troublesome to the extreme. Why does it feel like a treasure has been arched? It doesn't look like my intimate little padded jacket at all. Shimura Danzō showed helplessness on his face, and whispered in his mouth. Click. The door was opened. Uchiha Yuri came out of the room. Danzo, hurry up and take the baby to sleep. It's windy outside, it will be so cold that the child will not be well. Uchiha Yuri said lightly, okay, you can take her back to sleep. I have something to leave Konoha today. Shimura Danzō nodded, and said after carefully handing the little colored glass in his arms to Uchiha Yuri. Leaving Konoha, where are you going? After Uchiha Yuri received Xiao Luli, he was puzzled when he heard Shimura Danzō's words. You must know that Shimura Danzō, as a Hokage, cannot easily leave the village. Although it looks relatively leisurely on weekdays, there are always things in Hokage's office that Shimura Danzō has to deal with in person. So Uchiha Yuri is very good at Shimura Danzō leaving Konoha. After all, she was really curious about what could make Shimura Danzō leave the Konoha. It doesn't count as leaving Konoha. I have to go to the Wetbone Forest. Tsunade's practice has encountered a bottleneck period, I will go to point out. Shimura Danzō explained with a faint smile. Uchiha Yuri has nothing to hide about this matter, and it's not a big secret anyway. Wetbone Forest. Uchiha Yuri's phoenix eyes showed a hint of surprise. She didn't feel too unfamiliar with this name. After all, she was also well informed, so she naturally knew the existence of the 3 holy places. Whoosh. Wetbone Forest, Mount Myoboku, Ruchi Cave. If it is really urgent, you can crush the jade pendant I gave you, and I will come back immediately if I can sense it. 3 of Shimura Danzō's disciples went to the 3 holy places to practice, and she knew about it. Then I'll go first. The sage mode mastered by her husband Shimura Danzō comes from the Wetbone Forest, so being able to go to the Wetbone Forest is also a very normal 5.2 thing. Well, Wetbone Forest. After Shimura Danzō confessed, he made a seal. White smoke rose instantly, and Shimura Danzō's figure suddenly disappeared in place. And Orochimaru left Anbu not long ago to look for the location of Ruchi Cave in the country of Vortex. Shimura Danzō asked before leaving. If there is no accident, Orochimaru's child should be able to obtain the inheritance of Ruchi Cave. After all, she has also seen that child and knows how talented Orochimaru is. Tsunade was taught by Aunt Mito and went to the Wetbone Forest to practice. Jiraiya was taken away by the toad of Mount Myoboku to practice, saying that he was looking for the son of prophecy in the future. Thump. I see. Uchiha Yuri nodded slightly. She naturally means Mingyu Shimura Danzō. If Naruluyu has any important documents, you can put them on the table and wait for me to come back. Chapter 197. Revisiting the Wet-Bone Forest. Chapter 197. Wet-Bone Forest. A huge tree with a height of 100 meters stands here. The dense forest is impenetrable even by the sunlight in the sky. The mountains line the sea and the countless towering ancient trees are really a sight to behold. What is surprising is that the trunks of these ancient trees are not dark brown like ordinary giant trees. It seems to have been eaten, but at first glance from a distance, it is pale and slender, with a kind of bone-like penetrating and terrifying feeling. This is the meaning of bone in Wet-Bone Forest. The 4 seasons here are like spring, different from the current autumn in the ninja world. The gentle breeze sweeps over the body, and there is no trace of coldness. Sure enough, the air and climate in Wet-Bone Forest are comfortable. Simply a resort. Shimura Danzō stretched her waist and smiled comfortably. Indeed, compared to the current weather in the ninja world, the Wet-Bone Forest is simply a desirable place. The air is fresh, the climate is mild, and it is quiet and peaceful, without noisy and hustle and bustle. It can be said that if you are irritable in the future, lying here for a while may make a difference. At least Shimura Danzō thinks so. After all, for his current salty fish mentality, the Wet-Bone Forest is too beautiful. When the 2 little ones grow up, it's time for them to get in touch with the Wet-Bone Forest. Shimura Danzō said to himself after pondering for a while. Mastering the sage mode of the Wet-Bone Forest is beneficial to them, and the physique of these 2 children is extremely special, so Shimura Danzō began to think about it. He himself is a complete sage body, and has Ashura's chakra on him, so it goes without saying how strong his physique is. At this time, he is not far behind Senju Hashirama, who is also a perfect sage body. Xiao Yunai is the daughter of Uzumaki Lingshui. She must be born with a perfect fairy body. As for whether she can awaken wood style, it depends on fate. But what worries Shimura Danzō the most is his daughter, Ruri, with Uchiha Yuri. His blood flowed from Luli's body, that is to say, he inherited 100% of Shimura Danzō's immortal body. The most important thing is that her mother is Uchiha Yuri, a Uchiha tribe who started the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He was really a little afraid that his daughter didn't even need to open the Sharingan, and just relied on Sage Body and Sharingan to open the Rinnegan in a daze. Although in theory there should be Indra and Ashura's chakra, but this is all an unknown factor, who knows whether these 2 things will be needed. Thinking of this, Shimura Danzō couldn't help but feel dizzy. Danzo, what's bothering you? Just as Shimura Danzō was annoyed, the voice of the Empty Valley Ghost suddenly sounded. This also made Shimura Danzō, who had been wandering in the sky, pull back his thoughts, turned around and saw that the speaker was Uzumaki Mito. And Mito, I just suddenly remembered something, nothing. Plus, Shimura Danzō said hello and smiled lightly. After all, it's good that only he knows these things, there is no need to let other people know, who doesn't have any secrets in his heart. What else in this world can bother you? I'm a little curious about this, after all, you didn't pretend to be like you just now. Uzumaki Mito suddenly became interested. You must know that Shimura Danzō in normal times has always been planning strategies, with extreme confidence, and has never missed a single time. Even in the face of everything, he is extremely calm. Of course, except for the incident with Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Lingshui, he did everything perfectly. In addition, Shimura Danzō's current strength can already disdain the entire ninja world, and basically no one is his opponent. Well, it's not because of those 2 little girls. Shimura Danzō knew that he couldn't get away from this topic, so he brought out the 2 children Xiaoyunai and Xiaoli. Uzumaki Mito was surprised when he heard this, and smiled. His phoenix eyes were full of smiles. Indeed, there is no one else in this world who can make you look so troubled except those 2 children. Uzumaki Mito said with a faint smile. After all, after marriage and having children, all the focus has shifted to the children. Being a parent and thinking about your children is not a joke. Although it is said that Tsunade in the original book can only practice 100 healings mark, but this time with the existence of Shimura Danzō, he is confident that he can teach Tsunade to practice Sage Mode. Because these 4 people are the bottom line in Shimura Danzō's heart, no one is allowed to touch them, whoever touches them will die. Uzumaki Mito then also went with Shimura Danzō. After all, the main purpose of his coming to the Wet-Bone Forest this time is to teach Tsunade to practice Sage Mode. It looks like this, then I have to go and have a look. Closer to home, Shimura Danzō asked Uzumaki Mito. Shimura Danzō nodded, and then walked towards the depths of the Wet-Bone Forest. Well, I'll go with you. It's not going so well, Katsuyu Daisen is teaching her, but it might be better if you come to teach. After all, as her teacher, you have also practiced the Sage Mode of Wet-Bone Forest, so it is the best choice. But if the 2 children Uchiha Zili, Uzumaki Lingshui, and Luli and Luna are really involved, then everything will change qualitatively. Uzumaki Mito said after pondering for a while. But at present, it seems that the situation Tsunade encountered is exactly the same as what he encountered at the beginning, and he does not have a high affinity for the natural forces in the world. By the way, how is Tsunade's current cultivation progress? After all, Tsunade's practice can't be pulled down, she will still become the existence of Sanin in the ninja world in the future. Although Shimura Danzō is very chic on weekdays, he has a tolerant attitude towards many things. From the incident of the Uchiha clan, it can be seen how tolerant he is Hokage. She originally thought that her eldest granddaughter would be extremely relaxed in practicing sage mode, unlike herself who has difficulty perceiving the natural power of heaven and earth. I heard Katsuyu Daxian said that her current process of practicing sage mode is not very smooth. Chapter 198 Arriving at the Wet Bones Forest. Chapter 198 Reaching the Wet Bones Forest. Afterwards, Shimura Danzō and Uzumaki Mito walked towards the inside of the Wet Bone Forest, because the current Tsunade is practicing silently inside. This time Shimura Danzō knew that it must be very difficult for her to practice sage mode. After all, I practiced sage mode, and I played all because I have a pervert system, so I was able to practice sage mode. But now this Tsunade is a completely different existence from himself. Tsunade also wanted to practice sage mode in the previous plot, but Kei couldn't do it at all. Until the finale, he was not able to practice sage mode, so it is indeed a little bit difficult for him to practice sage mode all of a sudden now. However, if you want to gain a foothold here, you must cultivate sage mode. Otherwise, when you wait for the big battle in the future, if you don't have sage mode and you have sage mode, you will have two completely different grades. Not long after, the two appeared in the depths of the Wet Bone Forest. At this moment, Katsuyu, who had been observing Tsunade's practice, saw the two coming and hurried over. With a look of shame on his face, he looked at Shimura Danzō in front of him and said, "I'm sorry, Danzō, this time it's all my problem, so please come here yourself. I have tried my best, but I have no clue at all. I don't know how to awaken him to sage mode. I feel that I have already used all the methods I want to use, but they are not of much use at all, and I think this girl is working hard, but none of them are effective." Quote. After finishing speaking, Katsuyu showed a trace of sadness in the whole person, and said, "Is it possible that this little girl can't awaken sage mode? If so, it is a huge problem." Mito, who was standing aside, smiled lightly for an instant, and said, "Okay, Katsuyu, although you can't do it, I believe Shimura Danzō must have a way. Shimura Danzō has always had a high IQ, and has always been very calm. There is nothing he cannot accomplish." Katsuyu thought about it, and it seemed that this was really the case, so at this moment, the whole person behaved abnormally calm, without the previous panic. Smiled softly, looked at Shimura Danzō in front of him, smiled wryly, and said, "Shimura Danzō, it is really possible to rely on you next time. After all, apart from you, I feel that there is nothing else at all. There is a way." Shimura Danzō patted him on the shoulder lightly, smiled wryly, and said, "Don't worry, I'll leave this matter to me, but let him rest for a while now. After all, I believe he should understand this most. Let him practice for a while and see if he can find his own shortcomings. Only after I know his obstacles, can I help him solve his immediate difficulties, but if I don't know his shortcomings, I can't help him solve his difficulties." At this moment, Katsuyu nodded lightly, staying obediently by the side, not daring to have any suitable disturbances at all. At this moment, Tsunade couldn't help but glared at Mito viciously, and then his whole face was filled with deep complaints, and he said, "Master, well, this person is a very busy person, and suddenly he ran over. Doesn't it make me feel very embarrassed to help me solve the problem?" Shimura Danzō smiled softly, touched Tsunade's forehead, smiled, and said, "That is necessary, and your aunt has already harvested. Your cultivation has encountered a bottleneck. It seems that you have encountered difficulties. I am sure, come and have a look." A smile appeared on the corner of Mito's mouth instantly. After all, as long as he can solve his niece's problem, all the scholars said. I also thought about asking him to use other methods to cultivate, but he said that this kind of fit is the highest. If you use other methods to cultivate, you will have no chance, so I just let him do it like this. And now he only cares about his niece's problems. There is no doubt about it, as long as his niece doesn't have any problems, he feels that everything is worthwhile. And this is not a big problem. I believe that my cultivation time is too short. When I practice for a long time, nothing will happen at all. Katsuyu nodded slightly, and said, "Yes, he has never communicated with other postures, and he has not changed other cultivation methods, but has been cultivating here silently." This made him couldn't help touching his eyes, then opened them again, and found that Shimura Danzō at this moment was still in front of him. Mito, who was standing aside, suddenly saw Shimura Danzō's worried expression, and felt a little uneasy in his heart. Shimura Danzō nodded, with an extremely distressed look on his face, although he really wanted to take a look, but he was a little careless in his heart. After all, I can't bear to see my niece's painful expression every day. Shimura Danzō smiled softly, and said, "Don't worry, although I'm not very sure about this, but this time, if I can't help him solve the problem here, then I will definitely not leave the man." With a troubled expression on his face, he looked at Shimura Danzō beside him, and asked, "Danzō, are you sure this time? If you're not sure, I think it's fine." At this moment, Tsunade, who was originally practicing, woke up slowly, but at first glance, he found that Shimura Danzō was beside him. "Since you have already encountered difficulties in cultivation, if you can't come over and help you solve them in time, I'm afraid it will delay your training." Shimura Danzō looked at Katsuyu beside him with curious eyes, and asked, "Has this girl practiced like this from the very beginning until now?" The whole person couldn't help but rushed up, gave Shimura Danzō a huge bear hug, and then the whole person's face was full of excitement, and he said, "Hee, Master, I didn't expect you to do this. Did you come in person?" Wang Hao, if he accidentally disturbed him, he would still make some irreparable mistakes. Chapter 199 Excited Tsunade. Chapter 199 Excited Tsunade. Mito, who was standing aside, heard Tsunade's words, and there was a trace of wry smile in the corner of his mouth. With a helpless look, he looked at Shimura Danzō beside him, smiled wryly and said, "You see it now, right? I have this niece now, and you, the master, forgot about my aunt in a blink of an eye." And the look he gave me made me feel very heartbroken. Hey, I can only say that my problem is a bit serious now. Besides, I have always been very kind to my niece. You see, this guy has forgotten me in a blink of an eye. It's too much. Shimura Danzō smiled wryly, and did not answer the conversation. After all, this topic was beyond his reach. So instead, he remained silent. At this moment, he knew that it would be a better choice for him to remain silent. Tsunade smiled wryly, and said, "Nothing, aunt, you must have misunderstood. I just saw the master, and I was more excited in my heart. After all, even I have almost forgotten that I haven't met the master for a long time, and now that I meet suddenly, I must feel the special excitement in my heart." Shimura Dan 760 Zhang smiled softly, and walked directly in front of him, looking seriously at Nasho in front of him. The expression of the whole person suddenly became extremely dignified, staring closely at Tsunade in front of him, and asked, "Tsunade, tell me, what kind of discomfort did you encounter in cultivation, or what kind of feeling did you encounter? Unsuitable place. If you have problems in this area, you can directly speak out. I know that, and if there is a solution, I can help you out." Quote. There was a bitter smile in the corner of Tsunade's mouth, especially when he saw Shimura Danzo's expression. He knew that this guy was not joking. I could only sigh helplessly, and said, "Master, as for the problems in cultivation, I did encounter some difficulties, but I feel that these should be the reasons for my lack of cultivation time. I always feel that the elements around me are very repulsive to me, and they don't listen to my command at all, so it is really very difficult to cultivate to that level." Shimura Danzō saw Tsunade's dejected expression in front of him, touched his forehead lightly, smiled bitterly, and said, "Tsunade, you have to imagine, if the realm of the immortal can be cultivated so easily, there wouldn't be so many people suffering from it. And everyone's physique is different, so it is very difficult to realize this thing itself, and it will not be able to realize it in a short time." Tsunade nodded lightly. He still knew about this, so at this moment, he acted relatively calm. He said, "It's okay, master, as long as I don't cultivate this thing in one day, I will definitely not leave here. This time, no matter what I say, I have to cultivate the realm of the immortal. If I don't cultivate it, I won't be able to help the master very much after I go out." Shimura Danzō nodded very gratified, feeling that his apprentice is indeed kind-hearted, and his mind is relatively pure. Chapter 201 Congratulations. Mito, who was standing aside, suddenly looked very embarrassed, looked at Shimura Danzō beside him, and asked, "Danzō, what should we do next to help him? So if this is really the case, I feel like I'm holding back. If it really comes to that moment, both of them will have cultivated to the realm of immortals, and they will be able to serve the master." Mito, who was standing on the side, when he heard this, his expression became a little depressed, because from the current situation, it seems that there is really something unhealthy. Up to now, he was still thinking about this for himself, and he felt very relieved, so there was a hint of a smile in the corner of his mouth. After Shimura Danzō finished speaking, he looked serious and stared at Tsunade in front of him, wanting to hear what Tsunade would say next. After finishing speaking, the expression of the whole person suddenly became a little silent, and Shimura Tuanzong, who was standing aside, looked over curiously. "But if at that time, I still can't cultivate out of the realm of the immortal, I feel that I can't help much, and then I will be the only one among your apprentices who can't cultivate out of the realm of the mountain man. It is precisely because of this that no matter how boring the cultivation is, I have never thought of going out, and I have always wanted to continue cultivating here." At least there is still a big gap with what he imagined, so at this time he is still quite entangled in his heart. After finishing speaking, the whole person quickly walked towards his hut. Tsunade, who was standing aside at this moment, was not at all depressed because his master didn't help him figure out a way. After this CGCF incident is over, as for everything else, it's much better. Let's have dinner first, and I think about what to do. Mito smiled wryly, and said silently, "Okay, then let's go and have a rest first, and we'll talk about cultivation issues later." "What's the matter? You lively and lovely little girl, how can you suddenly stop talking? And such a silent person is not a good thing, you can just say what you want." There was a wry smile on the corner of Tsunade's mouth, and he said, "If I hadn't been jealous, the other two people must have made great progress in their cultivation, and they must not be far from the realm of immortals. But I know that if my strength doesn't improve, I won't be able to help the master at all, so even if I go out, I must be a burden to the master." When Shimura Danzō heard this, a wry smile instantly appeared on the corner of his mouth. This guy said so much, but he still wanted to say that he wanted to cultivate to the realm of a fairy. The expression of the whole person, on the contrary, still showed a trace of excitement, holding Shimura Danzō's hands all the time, and hurriedly said, "Master, you don't know, I'm going to be bored to death here, every day in addition to cultivation or cultivation." Shimura Danzō thought about the color change, and looked at the sky. It seemed that it was quite late. He shook his head, smiled wryly, and said, "Let's talk about this matter later. Everyone go back to the room to rest first, the sky is already dark now, it's late." Chapter 200. Chapter 200. Now if he didn't guess wrong, it should have almost become his obsession. If he doesn't want to help him solve it, he will definitely not let it go. Thinking of Shimura Danzō here, he smiled, looked at Shimura Danzō, and said, "Don't worry, little girl, I am still very clear about your thoughts, and I am also quite anxious. I'm here this time specifically for your fairyland problem, so you don't have to worry, I will definitely find a way to help you solve it. Although I really don't have any good solutions in a short time, we have a lot of people, so we can try one by one slowly. Anyway, nothing important is happening in the outside world, so I have plenty of time to stay here." At this moment, Tsunade heard this, looked at the handsome face of his master in front of him, and there was a hint of a smile in the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he suddenly didn't want to cultivate the immortal realm so quickly, but he also hoped that the immortal realm he cultivated could be slower. The two nodded lightly, and then quickly walked towards the distance. It didn't take long for everyone to appear in the small room. Seeing that the table was already full of food, Tsunade quickly said, "Master, eat quickly. Aunt Mito made this herself. I have been eating the food made by him recently. It is very delicious. After all, if you don't know, it might be gone after a while. The meals he cooks are very delicious, and they are all in demand here." However, Katsuyu, who was sitting opposite, had no intention of eating at all, but stared at Shimura Danzō in front of him with a serious face. "Danzo, if my guess is correct, within such a short period of time, I think you should have some ideas and strategies. 17. If it is someone else, I think he will definitely not have any way to make him cultivate to the realm of a fairy. But you have always been an exception, so I feel that you must have a certain way, but you still don't want to say it now, right?" Shimura Danzō immediately put down the food in his hands, looked at Katsuyu in front of him with a helpless smile, and said, "Actually, I really have a way to tell the truth, but this way is not necessarily correct. Wait until tomorrow. All of us will absorb all the elements about it into its surroundings, let it slowly change and slowly absorb. We need to spend a lot of time in this process, but in this way, it will be easier for him to absorb it. All of this is for his sake. Although this effect is not too great, we should at least give it a try. Maybe it can really have some strange effects. At least it will make him feel friendly and get closer to the cage." Katsuyu's eyes lit up. His reaction has always been relatively slow, so he never thought about it, and now he suddenly felt that this is indeed a very feasible solution. After thinking of this, he nodded hastily, smiled, and said, "Okay, I think this is a very feasible method, let's use this method." Shimura Danzō nodded lightly, and suddenly saw that everyone's expression was full of deep excitement, which made him feel very bad. Chapter 203 Tired. Immediately with an obsessive expression, he looked at the people around him and said, "You guys had better not be in a hurry, after all, he just practiced today, so he must be very tired. So this kind of thing should not be rushed. Since he is very tired, let's wait for a while, and we will take action after we have recovered enough energy tomorrow." Everyone's faces were instantly filled with hope. At least this was a solution, at least it was much better than when they were very helpless. Tsunade, who was standing aside at this moment, was also full of excitement, and quickly said, "Master, with your help this time, I feel that I can definitely do it. After all, with your help, I feel pretty good. It's just Master, are you sure about tomorrow?" Shimura Danzō shook his head lightly, with a wry smile on the corner of his mouth. He said helplessly, "I'm not too sure, but don't worry, I'm not sure about this, but if it doesn't work, I still have a second way. This second path is definitely guaranteed, so you can rest assured that there will be no problems at all. Ask for flowers." Tsunade heard Shimura Danzō's words, a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he nodded quickly. "Indeed, I can feel it. The surrounding atmosphere has always been particularly repulsive to me, so I have been unable to absorb it. If there are more this time, maybe I can really succeed." Shimura Danzō, who was standing aside, heard this, and instantly smiled wryly, because he knew that although he was telling the truth, but he always felt that it was definitely impossible to succeed this time. If it was so easy to succeed, Tsunade should have already cultivated into sage mode in the previous moment. But he didn't say it. After all, he can't dampen this guy's excitement. It's not easy for him to be in such a good mood. If he disturbs him like this, it's really wrong. The next day, early in the morning, in the depths of the forest, I saw Shimura Danzō standing together with Mito and Katsuyu forming a triangle, and the center of the triangle was Tsunade. Shimura Danzō asked with a calm face, "Tsunade, how is it? Are you calm now? If you are calm, then we will start." Tsunade took a deep breath, and then, as if he had made up his mind, he said, "Master is ready, we can start." When the three of them heard Tsunade's words, they made imprints in their hands. This imprint seemed to be very beautiful and mysterious at the same time. I saw a mysterious light shining on everyone's body, and everyone couldn't help looking over with curious eyes. At this moment, Tsunade hastily closed his consciousness, and began to feel the atmosphere around him, wanting to sense this mysterious atmosphere quickly. But this time he didn't know why it was still the same as Simon's before. These atmospheres always felt very resistant to him. This made him feel very distressed, and he really wanted to grasp this breath quickly, but he always felt that this kind of thing was actually far away from him. Tsunade's forehead was instantly filled with thick cold sweat, and he felt very distressed by the matter in front of him. Chapter 201 New Method. But it is precisely because he understands the truth in front of him that at this moment he is still full of deep helplessness, and there are several times in his heart that he has the idea of giving up immediately. But when I think of my master watching from the side, and always cheering me up, if I just give up like this, it seems that I really shouldn't. So at such a moment, he is also filled with deep anxiety in his heart, forcibly suppressing the pressure in his heart. Standing aside, Shimura Danzō also had thick cold sweat on his forehead, as if he was very nervous. But in the end, he forcibly endured it, took a deep breath, and said, "Don't be nervous, this is also the most critical moment, whether you can sense the 487, and get the surrounding breath is the most important. If you can sense it, but you can't absorb it, then it's nothing, you can still understand it, but, if you can't even sense the breath around you, then I think it's really difficult for you." After Shimura Danzō finished speaking at this moment, the whole person became abnormally silent in an instant, and had no intention of continuing to speak at all. Tsunade at this moment was also full of thick cold sweat on his forehead. One can tell at a glance that he must have received a great grievance this time, and at the same time, he can definitely see that the trouble of coming here this time is really quite big. With a serious look on his face, Katsuyu looked closely at Tsunade in front of him, and said silently, "Tsunade, you must persevere. After all, think about it, your current master is still here. At least think about your master. Your master still hopes that you can perform well, so you must be able to withstand the pressure." Tsunade said to himself, "I can't admit defeat, I can't admit defeat, I can definitely grow into a fairyland, I can definitely do it, others can do it, and I can definitely do it too." After finishing speaking, the elements around him became more and more, and some elements were even absorbed by Tsunade, which made his aunt see this, and her eyes were instantly filled with strong joy. After all, being able to see that their master can perform this way makes them feel very happy in their hearts, and this is exactly what they want, at least they can feel at ease. However, this happened in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, things suddenly became more different from what I had imagined. In the blink of an eye, before a few people felt happy and excited, they suddenly discovered that the elements around Tsunade had become even rarer this time, which made them all feel particularly headache. Uzumaki Mito looked at Shimura Danzō with an uneasy expression on his face, and asked, "Shimura Danzō, what should we do next? Is this method really not working?" Shimura Danzō sighed helplessly, a wry smile appeared from the corner of his mouth, and he said silently, "It is indeed impossible, everyone has tried their best just now, it seems that this method is indeed not feasible, but don't worry, I still have a backup plan." Because not long ago, at this moment, the system suddenly gave a reminder. Host, if Tsunade's willingness to become Sage Mode reaches 100%, then he can achieve Sage Mode, which is currently 95%. At this moment, Shimura Danzō sighed helplessly. Unexpectedly, there is still a difference of 5%. Although it may be 5%, it is completely different. He still understands this point very well, so at this moment, he still understands this very well in his heart, 5%, and he doesn't know how long it will take for Tiancheng to complete. A wry smile appeared from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the people around him and said, "Mito, Katsuyu, don't waste your energy. No matter how much we go on, it will be useless." Katsuyu's eyes widened in an instant, and he looked at Shimura Danzō beside him with an unbelievable expression, and roared, "Don't think that you are able to speak like this because your cultivation level is higher than mine. Let me tell you, that is simply impossible. You have to pay some price for what you said. You can only give me a reasonable explanation." Shimura Danzō smiled wryly, and said, "I think so too, but it has nothing to do with us, the most important thing is because of Tsunade's own problems." Seeing that Katsuyu was about to lose his temper, Mito quickly stopped him, looked at Shimura Danzō in front of him with a curious look, and said, "I know, you usually. You wouldn't say that, after all, I know that you like your apprentice very much. Quote, so since you have already said this, there must be a reason, please tell me, we are all waiting for your statement. If it is reasonable, we can indeed forgive you, but if what you say is unreasonable, then we will certainly not be willing." At this moment, Katsuyu also nodded lightly, suppressing the anger in his heart forcibly, and Tsunade has also exited the cultivation mode. After all, he is also very curious about how it has something to do with himself. He wants to listen to it. After all, he knows that his master will never miss a class. Shimura Danzō glanced at Tsunade, with a wry smile from the corner of his mouth, and said, "I'll give you an explanation, just hope that you don't get angry because of this matter." 5.1 Tsunade became even more confused, some people didn't quite understand what they meant by this, but they nodded slightly. "Don't worry, as long as you say it, I will definitely not be angry, and I have no reason to be angry at all, right?" Shimura Danzō nodded lightly, smiled, and said, "It's fine if you have such an idea, and I can tell you clearly that the reason why others can achieve Sage Mode is entirely because they have enough confidence, and they have enough confidence and I am also very confident. Of course this is the first, and the second is because they all want to be Sage Mode very much. Your belief in wanting to be Sage Mode is not too big, so it is the current result." Chapter 202 Find the problem. You may feel that your pursuit of Sage Mode is already great, but this obsession is not so big, that persistence, so you have never been able to become Sage Mode. Mito stared closely at Tsunade beside him with shocked eyes, and asked, "Tsunade, is that so?" Tsunade bit his lip, finally sighed helplessly, and said, "I didn't have such an idea before, but, after too much time, and too many disappointments." It is also because of the accumulation of these disappointments that I have already questioned myself. I feel that I am definitely not good enough, and it is definitely impossible to become someone else. So, from that moment on, I have always been unconfident, and it is only because of this, so until now, what the master said is indeed correct. After finishing speaking, the whole person shed tears of shame instantly, which made people feel very distressed. At this moment, Katsuyu did not have any anger on his face at all. On the contrary, he was full of deep self-blame, smiled bitterly, and said, I am here only as a guardian. In terms of opinions, there is no way to give him too much wind. So, speaking of this matter, it seems that it is really my problem. If it is not my problem, maybe he must have a different achievement now. After finishing speaking, the tears on the face of the whole person became more and more, and Mito, who was standing aside, didn't know how to comfort him at all. Shimura Danzō shook his head lightly, and said, no, it's not really your fault, it's actually a big problem with him, he doesn't have that much faith, and other people can't save him all. After finishing speaking, a wry smile leaked out of the corner of his mouth, and he didn't know how to comfort him at all. After all, it's not good to comfort one, but it's still a bad thing. Mito looked uncomfortable, looked at Shimura Danzō beside him, and quickly asked, then what else can I do? This is the only niece I have now. If he can't achieve the fairyland because of this matter, it will definitely be painful for the rest of your life. Katsuyu also nodded hastily, and said, yes, I have been very self-blaming until now, after all, there is indeed my own problem here. Shimura Danzō smiled wryly, and said, there is really no way, after all, it is all related to his own willpower. If his willpower is strong, everything is easy to say. So up to now, this matter can only depend on his own situation. If he can adjust it well, then everything will be easy to talk about. At this moment, Tsunade's face was full of deep sadness. Shimura Danzō said silently, okay, let's go, let him be alone, maybe it will be much better. After speaking, everyone left the place directly, leaving Tsunade alone, squatting on the ground and crying bitterly. Shimura Danzō smiled softly, and then said silently, I understand, and I have found your problem now, then you should work hard and work hard, I will go back now, after all, the family still needs I. After a while, Tsunade came in with a face full of shame, looked very sorry, looked at Shimura Danzō beside him, and said, Master, I'm sorry, this is my problem at all. If something unexpected happened to me suddenly, at that time, you said that it was the instinct to stimulate the potential in his heart. Will there be unexpected gains at that time? Shimura Danzō smiled, and said, the environment in which he practiced is too safe now. If we can give him a little sense of crisis, it may be able to stimulate his potential and achieve his fairyland. And there is no danger in itself, why not do this kind of thing? 553. After Shimura Danzō finished speaking, a smile appeared from the corner of his mouth, and Mito, the vortex at this moment, looked over with curious eyes. After all, if the potential in his body is suddenly stimulated, maybe because of the problem of hatred, the potential of his body can be stimulated, and then the problem of self-confidence will not be thought of at all. Tsunade nodded quickly, suddenly thought of something, and asked curiously, then master, when are you planning to leave? Everyone at this moment, after making a decision, everyone discussed the strategy. Tell me, what is your idea? If your idea is suitable, then everything is easy to talk about. If your idea is not suitable, then I have nothing to do. Shimura Danzō smiled softly, and said, don't worry, haven't you already found out what your problem is? I believe you will be able to achieve the realm of immortals in a short time, and you can come out and find me directly at that time. Isn't it? Finally, after hesitating for a moment, Wei Wei said, is the method you mentioned really feasible? I feel that the feasibility is still a little low. After all, it is because of me that you bother me. This really makes me feel very helpless. During this period of time, I will definitely reflect on myself and strive to break through the current situation as soon as possible. Shimura Danzō smiled slightly, and said, actually, I do have certain plans. You all know that Tsunade has always cared about me. Tsunade stared at Shimura Danzō with a worried expression on his face, and asked, Master, are you going back so soon? You are going back too fast, right? When will you come again? Within a room, Uzumaki Mito at this moment, silently glanced at Shimura Danzō, and said, come on, it's impossible for you to call us here all of a sudden for no reason. Whirlpool Mito didn't have any reason to refuse at this moment, and there was a bit of a wry smile from the corner of his mouth, and he said, since you two have already agreed, if there is any reason to refuse, we will agree. Quote, Katsuyu seemed to think of something, nodded lightly, and said, in this respect, you know more than us, so I agree with your idea. Chapter 203A Smart Strategy. Shimura Danzō smiled softly and said, tomorrow, just choose tomorrow morning. Tsunade nodded hastily, with deep reluctance in his eyes. After all, he felt that the time he spent with the master was too short, which filled his heart with deep reluctance. The two stayed together and chatted all night. At this moment, Tsunade missed his master even more. Early in the morning, Tsunade looked at Mito beside him with very curious eyes, and asked, and Mito, where is Katsuyu? Why didn't I see him come to see off the master? Mito smiled helplessly, and said silently, your Katsuyu is angry, after all, Shimura Danzō said that about you yesterday, and he started playing his own temper. Tsunade frowned instantly, smiled helplessly, and said, "Hey, I can't blame others, after all, it's my shortcoming, if my master doesn't say anything, it's wrong." Quote. Mito said helplessly. "Forget it, he has such a personality, don't worry about him, just let him play casually, he will figure it out after a while." Tsunade nodded slightly, and did not continue to speak, but his whole expression became calmer. However, at this moment, Tsunade's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly said, "Master, be careful to open the edge." Shimura Danzō turned his head in a daze, and instantly found that a dagger had been pierced into it, causing his face to change drastically. Before he could react, he fell down instantly with his head down. Tsunade's complexion instantly became extremely ugly, especially when he saw his master fell in front of him, which made his heart full of deep pain. "Before I could see my master's injury, suddenly, a strange black-clothed man appeared in the sky, and said proudly, 'Ha ha ha, Danzo, I have already disliked you, now, I am so happy that I have the chance to defeat you.'" At this moment, Tsunade's eyes were filled with thick bloodshot eyes, which made people look abnormally terrifying, and made people feel frightened when they looked at it. Mito, who was standing by the side, also felt a particularly distressed feeling when he saw this, and even wanted to stop it, but, thinking that this was related to Tsunade's future, he forcibly endured it. Tsunade roared angrily at the man in the sky, and said, "Who are you? Today, I will kill you." After finishing speaking, a pair of eyes were filled with deep anger in an instant, as if he wanted to quickly resolve the matter in front of him. The man in black suddenly heard a sound of surprise, and said silently, "Hey, who are you? You are so murderous, but I don't even bother to shoot a little doll like you. Even if Shimura Danzō came out personally, I can easily solve it, let alone you, a little doll. I think dealing with you is just a matter of one finger." After finishing speaking, he lightly took out his blade to Tsunade and hit it. At this moment, Tsunade couldn't bear the blow at all, and retreated directly behind. "In terms of attack, can't you use a little more force? I don't feel that there's any harm in this kind of scratching." At this moment, when the man in black saw this, his eyes widened instantly, and he said to himself, "Aren't these two guys too lazy? If you are interested, you can tell that this man in black is exactly Katsuyu, who has never come out to give Danzo a gift, and he just covered himself up perfectly with a black coat." Tsunade's change made Katsuyu's heart full of excitement, and he quickly said, "Haha, girl, your attack is not bad, so, can you stop tickling me like this?" Quote. Thinking of the man in black here, there was a wry smile in the corner of his mouth. No matter how much he couldn't bear it, he could only keep doing it. At this moment, Tsunade didn't have any melancholy at all, his eyes were full of bloody tears of Jiao which made people look extremely sad, but the movements in his hands became more ruthless. After finishing speaking, there was a trace of wry smile from the corner of his mouth, and some of them didn't know what to say. After all, this situation was indeed very different from what he imagined. At this moment, the man in black landed directly on the ground, with arrogant eyes, staring closely at Tsunade in front of him, seeing Tsunade's expression. At this moment, Mito hurriedly said, "You stay, I will deal with him." After all, he didn't expect that Shimura Danzō could even see this. This is not 1 or 2 points better than letting him practice here all the time. Katsuyu in front of him was also filled with deep shock in his heart. He never thought that Tsunade's potential was so great, which was completely beyond his expectation. At the same time, in his heart, Shimura Danzō I admire even more. Thinking of this, his expression suddenly became extremely sinister, looked at Tsunade in front of him, and said, "Danzo is a piece of trash, there is no need for you to cry with him. Acting is so ineffective, you lose with one trick. If you think too much about it, it's full of loopholes. This acting is too exaggerated." After finishing speaking, he turned directly to the sky and, at this moment, Tsunade was still full of deep worry in his eyes, but he didn't open his mouth to speak. After finishing speaking, he directly took out his weapon and wanted to deal with the man in black, but the man in black dodged lightly, and then a blade directly pierced into Mito's body, and Mito fell to the ground quickly, can no longer get up. My heart is full of deep intolerance, and I even want to give up the idea of continuing to attack Tsunade many times, but when I think about the importance of this matter, and the bad guys have already done it, then let's just do it to the end. I think you might as well follow me. After all, following me, you can still get good results. Following me is much better than following him. Although you can't see this now, it won't be long before you will be able to find out. Come on, even if you fight now, you will definitely not be able to beat me. It was a pair of eyes that stayed motionless, looking at the sky, but at this moment, Mito roared directly, "Look at me." Chapter 204 Revenge. Although the man in black spoke like this, his heart was filled with deep shock, because he could feel that Tsunade's strength was much stronger. At this moment, Shimura Danzō could only show a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. After all, what he wants to see most now is the current situation, and now that this situation has happened, his heart is full of deep emotions excited. The system said silently, "Congratulations, host, Tsunade's Sage Mode has reached 98% compliance, and now the distance has been increased by 3 points, and only 2 points are left for success." Shimura Danzō smiled wryly when he heard this, completely making him wonder what to say. Because he can feel that there's really a big gap between his current situation and what he imagined. So his heart has always been full of great entanglements, but now that this matter has developed to such a point, there is no way to do it, and it is always better than 95%. The man in black also had a deep smile on the corner of his mouth. After all, he could feel the changes in Tsunade. In particular, it is the closest to Tsunade, so he knows the changes of Tsunade best, but it is precisely because of this that his heart is full of deep joy. At least Tsunade's strength has been improved, which is what he is very happy about. If this is the case, at least there is some comfort in his heart. The man in black looked at Tsunade in front of him and said, "Why, is it going to die so soon? Don't you want to avenge your master? Even if you really want to avenge your master, but with your current attitude and your current level, do you still want revenge?" After speaking, the corner of the man in black's mouth showed a trace of disdain, as if he looked down on Tsunade at all. Tsunade's forehead was instantly filled with thick cold sweat, because he could feel that he was really underestimated. This feeling of being underestimated made him extremely uncomfortable all over, and he even had an urge to feel pain. Because he could feel that although the other party didn't fight back, CGCJ still felt particularly weak in his body. This feeling of physical weakness made him feel particularly helpless, and he didn't even know how to describe it to express his current feelings. Tsunade smiled helplessly, and said, if it wasn't because you attacked my master, would you still want to defeat my master with your strength? It's just wishful thinking." Shimura Danzō saw that at this critical moment, these two people were still chatting, which gave him an urge to vomit blood. Could it be that the people in black now don't know that at some critical moments, they should grasp the current situation? Once the current situation is over, this guy might react, and if the master finds out by then, he will definitely be able to hate them to death. So in this, Tsunade is still very entangled in his heart until now, and even now he feels very uncomfortable. Tsunade is now full of helplessness in his heart. After all, he feels that there is still a huge gap between this time and what he imagined. This made him completely unsure of what to say. After all, if one of them said something bad, the pressure would be very great. Tsunade directly summoned a very strong tone in his heart, and rushed forward again without any hesitation. The speed of the whole person is extremely fast, and it is also a feeling of fright for others to see this at this moment. The man in black, Katsuyu, had the urge to cry bitterly. He felt that he had really wasted Tsunade's cultivation for so long. By the way, I almost forgot to tell you. In fact, your master still exists in one breath. Katsuyu, who was standing aside, saw his excited face, and instantly became uneasy in his heart, and his whole expression suddenly became abnormally shocked. After finishing speaking, Tsunade felt the strength coming from who knows where, and the whole person could feel the breath and poop and rushed directly towards Katsuyu in front. After Katsuyu finished speaking, there was a sneer in the corner of his mouth, which made Tsunade standing aside, who was still smiling happily, suddenly became very humble and unbearable. So his whole face was filled with thick cold sweat instantly, and he said, "Isn't it just to defeat you? Isn't this a piece of cake? Even if he does have a chance to live, but I will not give him the chance to live, it still has no effect at all, and he still has to die." After finishing speaking, a slight sneer appeared in the corner of his mouth in an instant, and he didn't take other people at this moment into his heart at all. He hurriedly ran to Shimura Danzō's side, touched Shimura Danzō's heart, and found that there was indeed a breath hanging there, which made his eyes instantly filled with deep joy. There was no hesitation at all, and the speed was extremely fast, and it didn't take long for him to appear in front of them. I have been exercising for such a long time, and I haven't exploded the potential in his heart without his master casually stimulating his potential. After all, after some things, he really almost forgot the matter in front of him. If it wasn't for reminding him, he would have almost completely forgotten it. Tsunade was not overly shocked when he heard Katsuyu's words, instead he acted unusually calm. Hastily said, "Sure enough, my master still has a trace of breath. As long as he has this trace of breath, he can be completely revived. You can figure it out yourself, but according to my calculations, he can still survive for half an hour at most. If you can take him away now, there may be a possibility of medical treatment, but if you let him stay here, he can only die." He opened his mouth and said, "I said, did you make a mistake? Haven't you discovered until now that I have the final say on everything here? No matter how much you struggle, this is my territory after all." Quote, Katsuyu said, "Tsunade, I didn't expect that your strength has improved a lot, but with your strength, it seems that you still can't save your master." This feeling made him instantly feel a special sense of self-blame, and he even didn't know when to say something at all. Chapter 205 Doubling. Even the speed of the whole person is very fast, so that other people at this moment will be terrified to see this place. Katsuyu couldn't help but said to himself, "I'm going, can't I? Such a fast speed, it's just a little bit of pressure, since it can double its speed." Shimura Danzō, who was lying on the ground, nodded in relief when he saw this scene. At least he could only see such a result, at least it was a little bit of behavior. He never thought that just giving him a little pressure casually would double his strength, so he felt that he could still accept it more or less in his heart. In an instant, Tsunade hit Katsuyu with a first-level attack, which made him take a step back accidentally. Seeing Shimura Danzō here, I also know that I will continue to hide here, and it is completely useless. If he hadn't guessed, the other party might have seen through this scene, so his expression suddenly became calmer. The whole person smiled softly, and stood up directly from the spot, causing the two people who were still fighting to look over with a little bit of incredulous eyes. Tsunade couldn't help rubbing his eyes, staring at Shimura Danzō in front of him with an incredulous look. "That, master, weren't you still seriously injured just now? Why are you all healed all of a sudden?" It was completely reasonable for Shimura Danzō to come out at this moment. Originally, he didn't want to come out, but after hearing the system's prompt, he couldn't help but rushed out directly. That's right, within the short time that just passed, the system gave a reminder that the time has reached 100% now, but he needs to be made a place of ancestors, and he must be watched by the side, and the time will probably take a day. Thinking of this, he didn't want to continue to waste time here. After all, the longer the time wasted here, it would not be a good thing for them. It is precisely because of this that the whole person's expression suddenly became relatively calm, and he hurriedly said, "That's right, Tsunade, you are not mistaken at all. In fact, I am not injured." Tsunade's eyes instantly showed a deep sense of disbelief, and at the same time, Nien Nien said to himself, "If you are really not injured at all, then who is this man in black standing in front of me?" The man in black immediately pulled off the mask and black cloth on his body, and Katsuyu walked out of it slowly, without any hesitation at all. He smiled and said, "Yes, it is indeed me. In fact, when I was fighting with you, I felt that you seemed to have recognized me at a later moment." There were thick tears in Tsunade's eyes, as if he would cry directly in the next moment. Looking at the scenes in front of him with incredulous eyes, he asked, "Why, Master, why is this? Why are you all cheating here?" Katsuyu smiled bitterly, knowing that if Shimura Danzō couldn't give a reasonable explanation at this moment, this girl would definitely not let him go. This girl's determination can be seen from the appearance just now, so her whole heart is full of deep melancholy and wry smile. But now that things have developed to such a point, there is absolutely no way to do it. "These 10 dishes are very clear," Katsuyu said slightly. "Tsunade, in fact, your master did all this for your own good. I believe you don't need me to say, you should also understand your master's heart." Tsunade didn't answer the topic, his whole eyes were still fixed on Shimura Danzō in front of him. He said, "Master, I have always trusted you very much, so I know that since you did this, it must be your reason. Because the harvest this time is quite big, it makes me feel pretty good. After all, as long as there is a harvest, then everything that follows will be particularly easy to deal with." Looking at him with unusually curious eyes, he asked, "What's the matter? I thought you were fine just now, why did you suddenly look like this?" Shimura Danzō said, "Okay, since you understand now, that's fine, but your thinking ability is not bad, at least it saved me a lot of talking." Tsunade heard what Shimura Danzō said, and didn't hesitate too much. The whole person's expression still looked abnormally sad, which made Shimura Danzō couldn't help being curious. However, it is precisely because the environment you live in every day is too safe, so you will not feel any pressure on your body at all. If it wasn't for his own sake, he definitely wouldn't have made such a move. He was very clear about this, so his whole expression also showed a trace of calmness. 0. But now that I have been deceived, can't you tell me why? Shimura Danzō smiled gratifiedly, and said, "It's okay, although this sacrifice is indeed a little bit big, it doesn't affect it overall." Tsunade nodded slightly, and smiled bitterly for a moment, because he knew what his master said was very reasonable. "Ask for flowers." Shimura Danzō immediately smiled helplessly, and said, "All of this is because the environment you live in every day is too comfortable. Why? If you really understand something, I think you have already seen it from the battle just now." Everyone nodded lightly, they all knew this very well, and they were able to say something about this issue. Tsunade smiled wryly and said, "Master, this time I really bothered you, even in order to show this situation, since I will make such a decision. It's also because of this that until now, you don't even know what it means to be powerful. It's also because of this that your strength can't keep improving." And all of what his master said is indeed very reasonable, and he also understands that all of this is completely for his own sake. Even in this living environment, you have lived for too long, which has hit your personal self-confidence and made you feel very unconfident no matter what you do. Chapter 206 Inferiority. There was a trace of wry smile in the corner of Tsunade's mouth, and the whole person looked extremely inferior. "Hey, actually all of this is my problem. If it wasn't because of me, it certainly wouldn't have caused the current impact. After all, if I strive for a little bit, or if I can give more strength, there is no need for master to bother so much. Now it's not just for the master to worry, but even if the master is bothered, I still can't get some gains, because I still don't feel any fairyland." Katsuyu, who was standing aside, suddenly became extremely disappointed when he heard what he just said. After all, he just saw that the gains are so great, and he feels that he has already achieved certain results, but he never thought that he is still not in the 140 realm of immortals. A wry smile flashed from the corner of Katsuyu's mouth, he patted his shoulder, and said, "Okay, Tsunade, I think you should also be very clear that this kind of thing itself cannot be advanced. However, it can be seen from the state just now that your body still has great potential. Even if you have not awakened and appeared, you are still a very good existence." There was a wry smile on the corner of Tsunade's mouth. Although there was nothing wrong with what he said, he still felt very uncomfortable in his heart. But this is something that there is absolutely no way to do it, and he is very clear about this. After all, there are some things that cannot be snatched. So after understanding such things, Tsunade at this moment also gave a slight wry smile. A trace of a smile was forcibly revealed from the corner of his mouth. "Master, don't worry, although I haven't awakened, my strength is still outstanding in the future, and I can still help you a lot in the future." Shimura Danzō nodded lightly, touched his head with great relief, and said, "Tsunade, master believes in you. But it seems that until now, I almost forgot to tell you a piece of good news. Now that you are so filial, I will tell you. Tsunade looked over with a pair of curious eyes in an instant, very curious about what ideas he would come up with. Shimura Danzō took a deep breath, deliberately brewed something, smiled, and said, "Hey, actually, after your hard work just now, you have already used all the power in your subconscious. It's all over. It is also because of this that you are now qualified to have the realm of awakening immortals, but I must assist you with this thing." Tsunade's eyes were instantly filled with intense excitement, and he hurriedly asked, "Master, is everything you said true? Are you sure you didn't make fun of me again?" Shimura Danzō smiled lightly, patted his little head, and said, "You feel like I've been cheating someone since I've done so many people here. Is it possible that I'll cheat you?" Mito's face was overjoyed. After all, as long as he said such a thing, it meant that he could definitely do it, and he was still very confident, so the whole person's expression became abnormally calm. However, it can still be seen from his eyes that he is very excited in his heart now. At the same time, the eyes have already betrayed him, which is beyond doubt, so everyone feels very entangled. Katsuyu looked serious, looked at Shimura Danzō in front of him, and asked, "Danzō, tell me, how do we need to help you next? As long as we can help, we will definitely help you." Quote. Danzō nodded lightly, and his expression suddenly became unusually calm and at the same time extremely serious. He said, "Of course it is necessary. If the prediction is correct, I advise you to do something else first. You also know that this time I need to spend a day, and I can do a lot of things in a day. So everything will depend on your door's performance. For the next period of time, you must protect the safety of the two of us. Now to be clear, it means that the lives of me and my apprentice have been given to you. If we are disturbed during this period, both of us will lose." Quote. Mito nodded seriously, and said, "Don't worry, I have a secret cave. The cave is very safe. There is only one entrance. We will guard the entrance for you outside, and people like this kind of place won't come in, so you can rest assured to cultivate in it. As for the safety issue, there is absolutely no need to worry about it. As long as we are here, there will definitely be no safety problems." Everyone immediately nodded slightly, and they also expressed their approval of the situation in front of them. Shimura Danzō smiled very relieved, and said, "Okay, then I will believe you, but the time is relatively tight now, so let's start now." Not long after, the crowd appeared at the entrance of a cave. At this moment, Shimura Danzō showed a mysterious smile in the corner of his mouth, and looked at Mito beside him. He opened his mouth and asked, "I have to say that you hide quite deeply, since you can even find this secret place. If it weren't for what you said, I don't think we would have found such a place at all, so it's relatively safe anyway." 5.6 inches. After finishing speaking, a slight smile appeared in the corner of the whole person's mouth, as if he didn't take the matter in front of him into his heart at all. Katsuyu, standing aside, also smiled awkwardly, and said, "Don't say it's you now, even I don't know about this kind of thing at all. After all, I never thought that he would hide something. If I had known earlier, I would have occupied this place." After finishing speaking, a slight sneer appeared in the corner of his mouth. At this moment Mito gave him a slight white look. "Hee, if you really have this strength, or if you have this ability, of course I welcome it very much, but if you don't have this ability and strength, then you'd better not talk nonsense about it." Chapter 207, Mind. After finishing speaking, there was a slight sneer in the corner of the whole person's mouth, as if he didn't take the matter in front of him to heart at all. After all, in his opinion, this kind of thing is completely a joke, so he never took it to heart, and never took it to heart. At this moment, standing aside was Tsunade, who could no longer bear the excitement in his heart, looking at Shimura Danzō beside him. "Master, there's no need for you to say so much, it's better to implement this plan now. I'm in my heart, but I can't wait anymore." After finishing speaking, an excited smile suddenly appeared on the whole person's expression, as if he really couldn't wait for everything in front of him. In Shimura Danzō's eyes, there was also a trace of seriousness, and he said, "Forget it, I won't continue talking to you, I will take my apprentice to train well." After speaking, he walked directly into the cave. At this moment, Tsunade just hurriedly followed the upper floor. After all, he knows that the most important thing now is to settle the matter in front of him first. At least in this way, everyone can feel at ease. It is precisely because of understanding this truth that the whole person's heart is full of deep calm. In the cave, Shimura Danzō took a deep breath, stared at Tsunade in front of him with a serious look and said, "How is it, Tsunade, are you ready now? I won't say much now if it's superfluous. I'll give you 5 minutes to prepare. After 5 minutes, if you're ready, then we'll start right away." At this moment, Tsunade hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Master, in fact, I have already prepared during this period, you can start directly." Shimura Danzō nodded lightly, and then prepared everything, ready to start directly. At least in this way, it can be regarded as a little quieter in his heart. Shimura Danzō quickly called out the system, and hurriedly asked, "System, now he is ready, what should I do next?" The system said silently, "Then you just need to put your hand on the back of his hand, and then call the system." Shimura Danzō nodded lightly, then put his hands on Tsunade's back, smiled softly, and spoke. "Next, take a deep breath, let yourself shield your breath, and then rest assured that nothing will happen to you. Don't think about it. Next, you just need to be quiet and let your mind go empty. In this case, I believe you can feel at ease. Then, he hurriedly called the system in his heart. After all, he knew that only the system could help him in the next matter. The system said silently, "Help Tsunade open the immortal realm, the current progress is 3%. At this moment, Shimura Danzō asked, "System, you are not telling me, let me help him open the fairyland with this posture all the time. I want to hold on to this posture for a day, so don't I still have to use it?" Worn out, the system said silently, "This is Suru's own decision, so can you help him open the realm of predecessors? After all, this kind of thing is nothing to me. After all, you have decided to use this posture now, so there is no way to change it now. Once the posture is decided, you can only stick to it silently until the end." This sentence made Danzo instantly have an urge to scold his mother. Isn't this just cheating himself? Thinking of this, he gave Katsuyu a slight look, and said, "I think it's because of your problem." Originally, because of Katsuyu's words, Mito felt particularly uncomfortable in his heart, and even had an urge to scold him. "After all, I'm telling you the truth. I believe you should also have a good understanding of what kind of system Tsunade is. If even he can open the fairyland, would you believe it?" Now that he suddenly brought up this point, he realized that if he really achieved the realm of immortals by then he might not really be his opponent. But no matter what, this is also his niece. Even if it is really impossible, he still has to cheer for him. This made his complexion change drastically. He wanted to be the result of this. He could feel that a part of his body had become extremely mysterious. This is also for the sake of ecological balance, so until now, he has not been so obsessed with the fairyland. But after hearing his whole sentence, the whole person became silent in an instant. After all, according to his understanding, it is impossible for a master to cultivate to the realm of a fairy. After all, there is at least a 10-fold difference in combat power between a realm with immortals and a realm without immortals, which is why so many people have a desire for the realm of immortals. In the cave, Tsunade's face changed drastically, because he could clearly feel that bursts of energy from his master's hands entered his body. At this moment, Katsuyu's eyes suddenly became a little dignified when he heard this. After all, he really never considered this point. After thinking of this, a slight smile instantly appeared on the corner of his mouth, because he knew that if there is no system, then Tsunade will definitely not be able to open the fairyland. Outside the cave, Katsuyu looked at Mito beside him with curious eyes, and asked, "Hey, do you think Shimura Danzō can really help Tsunade open the fairyland?" In the corner of Katsuyu's mouth, there was a trace of wry smile in an instant, and he said, "Hey, forget it, why do we two think so much? It's useless." Such a deep breath should have suppressed the impulse in my heart, and then I endured it silently. At least I can help Tsunade open the fairyland, which is already very good. How can I be particular about it? So much. After all, the most important thing now is to manage the things in front of you first, so that at least you can feel at ease. After all, you must be very scared in your heart. You are afraid that after my niece really comes out, her strength will be much higher than yours. At that time, you will definitely regret it in your heart. 067. And these energies instantly made his body a little different, and even made him feel very different. Chapter 208 Miraculous Things. He felt that he was one step closer to the immortal realm. If this effect really lasted for a day, he might really be able to enter the immortal realm. Thinking of this, his expression instantly changed a little differently. After all, such energy made him feel very pleasantly surprised. But at this moment, Shimura Danzō, who was standing beside him, was not vigilant at all. His expression was still relatively flat, and he didn't take this situation seriously at all. After all, he felt that this was a very normal thing, so he didn't think too much about it at all. On the outside, the two of them were relatively relaxed at first, but suddenly Mito's face changed drastically, and the whole person's expression suddenly became very hasty. "I'm going. What kind of miracle is this miracle? Why is it so strong? I actually feel very horrible in it." Katsuyu also frowned. His whole face seemed extremely nervous, and he said, "Yeah, I can feel it too. This breath seems very dangerous. It made me feel very uncomfortable looking at it." Quote, "However, with such a terrifying aura, I feel that it may really attract some very vicious beasts, so if I guess correctly, they will definitely attack at that time." A wry smile flashed from the corner of Mito's mouth, and he said, "No wonder Danzo reminded us before, and now I finally understand. If we didn't protect him, I feel that these wild beasts might really break in directly. I just hope that there will be fewer wild beasts this time. If there are more wild beasts, at that time, I feel that all of us will be very difficult to escape the difficulties." Quote, Katsuyu also nodded slightly, and he also expressed double opinions on this situation. After all, he felt the same way, so the look of the whole person was really different from before, and it even made people feel very distressed. Danzo in the cave still doesn't know it at all, because the energy given to it by the system is too strong, so the aura it emits has already attracted many monsters, Luyu, to move towards this side. Under normal circumstances, monsters will attack each other, but here it is completely invisible that there is any attack on each other. It can even be seen that the situation here is really different from before, making people feel very uncomfortable just looking at it. Katsuyu frowned deeply, and said to himself, "The big thing is not good now. If you haven't guessed it, the danger is officially coming now." Mito nodded lightly, a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and said, "Hey, forget it, anyway, don't think about it so much, it's all over, I've forgotten for so long. How long has it been since you touched your hand? If I can do it suddenly this time, it's a good thing. After all, I can't wait now, so if I can do it suddenly now, I feel that I will be very happy. Everyone's eyes showed a lot of excitement. After all, what they wanted to see was the result. After such a speech, each of them still felt very excited in their hearts. Mito said, no matter what we say this time, we must keep these things out of the door, otherwise letting them in will definitely hinder them. Katsuyu nodded lightly, his eyes were full of excitement, and he said, that's right, actually, I already have the same approval for this point. After all, that guy is my darling, how could I put him in danger? After finishing speaking, there was a slight smile on the corner of his mouth, and he had already looked down on the matter in front of him. I saw that at the moment of their conversation, there were already crowds of people in front of them, and this time there were far more monsters than they imagined. They didn't expect that since there were so many things this time, their scalps were numb, and some of them didn't know when to say something. Katsuyu's eyes were wide open, and he said with an incredulous look, I'm going, who are we going to provoke this time? Since there are so many beasts. Also, looking at the opponent, this is exactly for us to fight against the sea of people. I just want more monsters to bully us and fewer people, right? The other explanations at this moment also nodded slightly, and they also expressed their acceptance of such a statement. However, I still feel very uneasy in my heart until now, and even the expression of the whole person does not look very good looking. Mito said silently, I advise you to not be too happy too early, after all, I believe you should have seen that the gap between us is still very large. Although the strength of the two of us is relatively high, the strength of the beast inside is also very tall. So I advise you that it's better not to be careless. After all, if you are too careless, it is not a very good thing. Now there are so many people on the opposite side, even if it is exhausted, it can consume us to death, so we must be careful next. Everyone nodded slightly, and they had already been mentally prepared for this, so every time they encountered such a moment, everyone also nodded slightly, for this kind of approach money is a sign of recognition. At this moment, Danzo still feels very bored in the house, after all, he doesn't need to expend any effort at all, he just needs to wait there quietly. This boring atmosphere made him feel very uncomfortable, but he prefers the feeling of rushing and full of life. But now because the matter itself is like this, there is absolutely no way to do it, and they are very clear about this. Mito suddenly frowned and sat together, looking at a monster standing in the front. Blue Fox, I remember the previous moment, when we seemed to be beating you to death, seeing how pitiful you were, we let you go. Why, it's only been a few years, have you already forgotten it so quickly? Do you want to come and get beaten so soon? Chapter 209 Blue Fox. The monster known as the Blue Fox had a slight sneer in the corner of its mouth, and said silently, you know that too. You hurt me so badly back then, and now I can suddenly take revenge. How could it be possible? Will you be unhappy? I can tell you the truth now, as long as I can get revenge, I am willing to do anything you ask me to do. And this time we all felt an opportunity that would allow us to break through. Do you think all the monsters here will let go of this opportunity? Katsuyu was silent for a moment, he really didn't want to make a move until now, after all, there were too many monsters on the opposite side. Finally, he said slightly, are you sure you want to make a move? I have to tell you the truth. Shimura Danzō is in this cave, making a breakthrough for his apprentice. So I advise you to leave quickly now, otherwise after a while, even if you want to leave, then you will not be able to leave again. Sure enough, after these words were uttered, every monster immediately took a step back. After all, they still vividly remember that guy until now. There was even some panic in their hearts. When that guy was mentioned, they all felt very panic in their hearts. 223 The whole person will become erratic, and he doesn't even know how to describe it. Seeing everyone's expressions, Lanhu knew that everyone must be very scared now, and he could understand this, after all, even he was a little scared now. The impression that that terrifying guy left on them has never disappeared at all until now. So when they heard this guy's name, every monster was instantly scared, and they had no intention of continuing to fight at all. But at this moment, the Blue Fox said slightly, could it be that you feel that there is no way to force us away, so you are going to use this little trick to deceive us? 11. After all, if my guess is correct, he is not here at all, he is a busy man, how could he come to us? And even if he really came here, then I think he should be retreating, and he may even be seriously injured. If at this time, we kill him and snatch certain treasures from him, then maybe our chance will come. After all, there must be a lot of guarantees in the team battle. If we kill it, then our chances will be great. After finishing speaking, the Blue Fox's eyes instantly showed a lot of excitement, and at the same time, there was also a lot of greed. After all, what he wanted to see was the situation in front of him. No matter how you say it, it feels very worthwhile matter. However, everyone's expression has become a little different from before, and there is still a big gap between them and their imagination. The Blue Fox looked at the monster behind him, and said, what? Do you want this kind of dog work now, or do you want to make your own strength greatly improved? After all, I think you should have discovered by now, what kind of situation is in front of you, and this is a good thing that will help you improve your strength. Are you sure you don't want to snatch it? If you are really sure you don't want to snatch it at all, then it's all as if I didn't say it, but if you want to snatch it, I think you can still try it. At this moment, the blue fox knows that it is impossible to be alone, so now he has begun to seduce everyone. I want to use my own words to seduce all these people. As long as these people are seduced, then everything will be very easy to talk about, and it is definitely a very good situation for me. It is precisely because he understands this truth that at this moment, the blue fox's eyes also reveal a deep sense of dignity. I don't know which giant beast it is, but there is a slight smile in the corner of the mouth. With a flattering expression on his face, he glanced at the blue fox, and said, "Anyway, I am getting older, and I have always wanted to make a breakthrough, otherwise I can only wait quietly to die. So in the future, I'm willing to continue waiting here. I want to see where the opportunity for my breakthrough is, and I'm willing to follow Master Blue Fox. I would also like to go up with Lord Blue Fox. I'm willing to go up with you, Lord Blue Lake, and attack them together." Blue Fox saw everyone's reaction, and there was a hint of a smile in the corner of his mouth. In the cave at this moment, Shimura Danzō showed a slight smile on the corner of his mouth, and said, "Tsunade, you must persevere, after all, it has reached 80% now." Reluctantly said, "Host, I'm doing all of this for your sake, that's why I made such a decision for you." Moreover, someone was really hitting his footprints. Fortunately, precautions had been taken in advance, otherwise, something might happen this time. Tsunade nodded lightly, and at this moment the system said silently, "Remind host, outside the cave the beasts with the size of 10 ministers are quietly waiting for the speed." 7. This system, to put it bluntly, is completely a joke. After all, it is 20% of the strength. This instance feels very scary no matter where it is placed. The system has already sensed Shimura Danzō's dissatisfaction, and a bitter smile appeared in the corner of his mouth. The system nodded lightly, and suddenly smiled very humanely, and said, "Don't worry about the host, it will indeed cause some bad effects, but the bad effects are not too serious." But when he heard what the system said all of a sudden, he felt that he was really wrong. You only need to persist another 20%, as long as you reach 100%, then you will be able to achieve the body of a fairy. Shimura Danzō's forehead was filled with thick black lines. Before, he felt that this system was relatively conscious. "Host, believe me, it shouldn't matter how long it will take, you will still agree with this decision." He suddenly became a little uneasy in his heart, and looked at the system in front of him with an uneasy expression. Shimura Danzō frowned tightly. He never thought that someone would have the guts to attack him here. There was a trace of seriousness in the corner of his mouth. Looking at the system in front of him, he asked, "System, if we speed up the process, will it cause some bad effects?" Probably. Tsunade needs to work harder in cultivation in the future, and at the same time, after it becomes a fairy body, the strength in the full version will lack about 20% of the damage. But now the system says it's so easy, and he said that his strength will slowly recover. As for how long this will take, no one can tell. Shimura Danzō heard what the system said, and always felt that the system seemed to understand something this time. Is the host preparing to attack in advance? Or, is the host going to speed up the process so that the host can go out and fight them earlier?